Jiang Xuan's life goal is to be a carefree individual, and this ambition remains unchanged even after traversing into the world of god-slaying. However, the sudden emergence of the sign-in system has thoroughly disrupted his leisurely plans. On the very first day of signing in, he obtained the legendary Meteor Tears. This marks merely the commencement of a deluge of magical artifacts. With the system's enhancement, he acquires a diverse array of divine abilities. The ferocious attacking capability derived from the dragon symbol spell, potent enough to scorch mountains and boil seas. He possesses a supportive divine ability with recovery powers akin to those of the deity Talon, ensuring his everlasting vitality. Furthermore, the enigmatic original divine ability can even evolve the vast universe, mastering the birth and extinction of all things. As a slothful individual endowed with an arsenal of treasures and the ability to create worlds, the landscape of the god-slaying realm has been irrevocably altered. Chapter 1. The God-Slaying Realm? Meteor Tears. In the old district, beneath the building, as dawn broke, a thick mist enveloped the somewhat dilapidated area. A youth clad in a short-sleeved shirt and wearing clogs emerged leisurely from the building, carrying a folding lounge chair. He was tall and strikingly handsome. After unfolding the chair, he reclined upon it with an air of tranquility. After an indeterminate time, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached the boy's ears. "Xingu, I'm going out for a walk. Are you coming?" A cool voice resonated slowly. "Chia, there's an old saying. A stroll after meals can add 9 years to your life. A nap can add 18. After breakfast, we should lie down and enjoy the coolness, for this is the path to longevity, you know?" The boy on the lounge chair didn't even lift his eyelids, seemingly aware of the visitor's identity, and replied in a languid tone. "Lin Chia, Xingu, where on earth did you hear such old sayings? I've never come across them." Lin Chia asked, exasperation evident in his voice. Xingu, whose full name is Jiang Xuan, is a year older than him and renowned as the laziest boy in the old district. While other children his age diligently attend tutoring classes during vacations, Xingu prefers to set up his small lounge chair and relax for entire days without a care in the world. Jiang Xuan's background is also quite pitiful. His father abandoned him and his mother when he was born, leaving his mother to raise him single-handedly. Nevertheless, Xingu possesses a sharp business acumen, leading his mother and many residents of the old district to collaboratively open an online store. The store specializes in selling clothes, shoes, keyboards, handcrafted models, and various trinkets. This venture has provided an additional source of income for many families in the old district. Some neighbors, who gained a bit of fame, even transitioned to running their shops full-time from home. Jiang Xuan and Lin Kai's families are among them. Even his aunt has praised, little Xian is remarkably clever, encouraging Ajin to learn from him rather than just focusing on studies. Moreover, Jiang Xuan and Lin Xie have grown up together as childhood friends, fostering a close relationship between their families. Almost everyone in the old district adores this little fortune bringer, yet he is rather lethargic. "Ah, you need not concern yourself with where I heard it. I merely ask, doesn't that turtle, which remains utterly still, live for hundreds of years? And that tree, standing motionless, can it live for thousands of years? Some trees have even survived since the Qin dynasty. Just observe how they remain unmoving." Lin Xie. "Never mind, Xingu. You continue to lounge here. I shall take my leave for a walk," Lin Xie said with a look of exasperation. With that, he took his cane and headed towards the nearby park. Although Lin Xie cannot see now, for some inexplicable reason, 5 years ago, his vision began to change, allowing him to sense his surroundings. Now, he can distinctly see everything within a 10-meter radius. It's as if he has gained a godlike perspective. Thus, on his way to the park, even without his cane, Lin Xie can navigate smoothly. Watching Lin Xie gradually fade into the distance, Jiang Xuan wore a sour expression, akin to one who has tasted a lemon, and remarked, "An old saying goes, success is 1 part talent, 9 parts effort, and 90 parts luck plus a golden finger. The protagonist of this god-slaying world is indeed extraordinary. Even blind, he behaves like a normal person." Jiang Xuan then sighed deeply. "Alas, I was contentedly watching the dramas at home. How did I end up in this god-slaying realm? Could it be that I urged for updates too fervently? Or is it that I lamented the regression from 3 nines to 1 9? But thankfully, the protagonist in this world is named Lin Xie, not Li Xie. If it were the latter, oh dear, that could be quite troublesome." Indeed, Jiang Xuan is a transmigrator. In his previous life, he perished from staying up late, eagerly awaiting updates on a drama, and thus found himself in the world of god-slaying. Alas, soon the plot of the god-slaying world will commence, and Chia will join my class as my deskmate. Given my slight stature, I should not embarrass myself before the specter, right? Never mind, for the next few days, he'll find an excuse to keep my distance from Chia. I shall wait until the storm passes. With this thought, Jiang Xuan lazily turned over, continuing to bask in the sun. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Xuan glanced at the time on his phone and murmured softly. Lin Chia, seeing Jiang Xuan tidying up his lounge chair, asked with a twitching corner of his mouth, "What, do you find me lazy?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, turning to face Lin Chia. "Xiangu, could you not exercise a bit more? Out of 24 hours, you spend over 10 sleeping. If you keep this up, your health will inevitably decline," Lin Chia earnestly advised. Seeing Kai's serious demeanor, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then waved his hand with a meaningful expression and said to Lin Chia, "Chia, rest assured in a few days, I may not even be able to be a sloth anymore." Why? Lin Chia asked, puzzled. "You will know in a few days." With that, Jiang Xuan tidied up the lounge chair and ascended the stairs. Lin Chia, seeing Jiang Xuan gradually recede, couldn't suppress a shake of his head, muttering softly, "Xiangu always says the most inexplicable things. It's truly strange." Ding! The plot of the god-slaying world has officially begun. Current location, Old District. May I ask the host if you wish to sign in? Sign in. Jiang Xuan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have obtained the item, Meteor Tears. Note, items issued by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, within 24 hours. Ding! The next sign-in location is at Sangnan City Second High School, Class 2, Grade 11. Please proceed to sign in. Boom! Upon hearing the mechanical prompt, Jiang Xuan sprang up like a monkey, attempting to leap from his bed, but failed. He quickly sat up, his face alight with excitement as he began to examine the system. Chapter 2. A Young Life Cut Short. Jiang Xuan sat upright in bed. A sign-in system? This system seems tailor-made for him. Meteor Tears? I recall this is the protagonist's golden finger in star transformation, right? This item can aid the protagonist in directly cultivating to the pinnacle of divine power. And now it has so effortlessly fallen into my hands. It is important to note that the Meteor Tears are said to be the creation of the goddess of life just before her demise. This extraordinary artifact aids its bearer in absorbing the essence of a universe more rapidly and possesses remarkable restorative capabilities. The protagonist of Star Transformation utilized this treasure to repeatedly transcend the limits of his physical body, emerging ever more formidable. Moreover, as one's strength increases, the Meteor Tears can unlock a plethora of other formidable abilities. Ha ha ha! With this gem in my possession, if I dedicate myself to relentless training, achieving a divine physique is no mere fantasy. This is simply exhilarating. After the initial excitement, Jiang Xuan quickly regained his composure and began to ponder. Now that the system had been activated, he could no longer afford to remain idle. It was time to embark on a journey to carve out his own domain. This contemplation lasted throughout the afternoon. Jiang Xuan gradually grasped the rules of the system. Essentially, the system required him to visit pivotal events within the realm of god-slaying to check in, thereby earning various celestial treasures. For instance, the Meteor Tears he had just acquired were among these treasures. Having deciphered the check-in rules, Jiang Xuan continued to contemplate how to effectively harness the Meteor Tears for his own development. He then took out his phone to search for fitness influencers online, intending to learn from them. Based on Aunt Lin Chia's request 2 days ago, and considering the timeline for caring for Lin Chia at school, it seems she will be transferring to my school in about 1 to 2 weeks. On that day, the narrative of god-slaying will officially commence, and those 2 solitary ghost-faced beings will come knocking to provide experience points for Chia. Reclining on his bed, Jiang Xuan reflected on the god-slaying storyline he had witnessed in his previous life, contemplating his next course of action. According to the hierarchy of the god-slaying world, I must at least break through to the realm of Zhan to rescue everyone from the ghost-faced beings and ensure our survival. After all, characters like Jiang Xuan in the original narrative were genuinely compassionate. If there was a chance to save them, it should be taken. Furthermore, as a transmigrator, it would be a disservice to leave some regrets unaddressed. A week, Jiang Xuan murmured softly. If I train day and night, I might indeed awaken the life force within the Meteor Tears and facilitate my breakthrough. With that thought, Jiang Xuan searched for workout videos on his phone while making his way to a neighbor's house who sold fitness equipment, intending to borrow a few dumbbells and other exercise gear. In the evening, after dinner, Jiang Xuan, as was his custom, carried his small recliner down from upstairs at a leisurely pace, unfolded it, and settled in. In his other hand, he held a small plate of fruits and snacks. These were gifts from his neighbors when he borrowed the fitness equipment, a generous 5 or 6 boxes of assorted fruits. They insisted on expressing their gratitude to this little deity of wealth for providing them with a profitable venture. However, Jiang Xuan, feeling rather lazy, simply grabbed a couple of bags and tossed in some apples before departing. After all, running a business was no easy feat for them. "Hey, system, what do you mean by issuing rewards in a reasonable manner?" Jiang Xuan inquired curiously in his mind after taking a large bite of dragon fruit. Ding! The host merely needs to wait patiently. Excessive inquiries are unnecessary. Seeing that the system was unwilling to elaborate, Jiang Xuan refrained from pressing further and continued to leisurely enjoy his dragon fruit. Before long, the vast night sky was suddenly filled with countless meteors, streaking across like silver arrows, a breathtaking sight. Amidst the meteor shower, one particular meteor appeared to be influenced by some force, altering its trajectory and hurtling towards Jiang Xuan's position at an alarming speed. "What?" Jiang Xuan gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. "Is this the entrance to the Meteor Tears? So spectacular!" Whoosh! A silver beam shot through the void, heading straight for Jiang Xuan. In the instant of impact, the silver light merged seamlessly into Jiang Xuan's body, swiftly making its way to his heart. Not only that, but the Meteor Tears also left behind a series of radiant patterns on his chest, reminiscent of blooming sunflowers. It appeared extraordinarily mysterious and powerful. Jiang Xuan immediately sensed a surge of potent energy coursing through his body, enhancing his strength significantly. Goodness, such overwhelming energy! It feels as though a nuclear reactor has been installed within me. I wonder if this is fusion or fission. Jiang Xuan mused inwardly. Without further hesitation, Jiang Xuan began to exercise according to the videos he had discovered earlier. He performed push-ups against the wall, utilizing techniques from the prisoner's dilemma workout regimen. However, it wasn't long before he felt his arms growing weary and his head spinning. "It seems the Meteor Tears have not altered my body. I will likely have to reach my physical limits to unlock its energy." Jiang Xuan thought to himself. "Xinge, what are you doing?" At that moment, Lin Xie had descended from upstairs and curiously inquired upon seeing Jiang Xuan, who appeared utterly exhausted against the wall. "Xie, are you heading to the park to exercise?" Lin Xie nodded, a hint of confusion in her expression. "Then wait for me, let's go together." Without heeding Lin Xie's bewildered expression, Jiang Xuan hastily gathered his belongings and followed her to the park. "Xinge, what prompted you to want to work out with me today?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I just discovered that the wellness expert I follow on my phone, who is only in his 50s, has passed away." Lin Xie's lips twitched, her mind racing with a flurry of alpacas. Chapter 3. Breaking Limits. Upon arriving at the park, Lin Xie quietly sat on a bench, savoring the gentle breeze that caressed his face, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, adhering to the teachings of the prisoner's dilemma, gritted his teeth and continued to persevere with his push-ups 1, 2, 3, until he reached the 50th. Jiang Xuan panted heavily, his throat itching unbearably, nearly causing him to retch. "I can't believe it. Why haven't I reached my limit yet? This Meteor Tear can't possibly be a counterfeit, can it?" With each push-up, Jiang Xuan felt as if his arms were flailing like the wings of a butterfly. Yet despite this, he resolutely pressed on. 55, 56, 57. By this point, his entire body was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling. A voice within him incessantly tempted him. "Why work so hard? You have a system now. Wouldn't it be easier to simply sign in for other treasures and sort of greatness?" Sighing, he mused that as a transmigrator, he ought to indulge in feasting and revelry, and cling to the protagonist's coattails. Continuing further seemed unwise. If this Meteor Tear were a sham, he could be in peril. Lin Xie appeared to notice Jiang Xuan's struggle and turned his head, observing him with curiosity. However, he remained silent, merely watching the scene unfold. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan roared in frustration. "To hell with this. If I don't train hard today, I'll be nothing but a specter in the future. My efforts today are for a better tomorrow, even if that means being a slacker. I shall be the saltiest fish of them all." No one can hinder my path to becoming a slacker, not even Jesus. Lin Xie thought to himself that he had lost count of how many times he had been rendered speechless by Jiang Xuan since morning. He noticed that anything serious uttered from Jiang Xuan's lips unintentionally turned slightly irreverent. 59, 60. Upon completing his 60th push-up, Jiang Xuan's body began to tremble. Exhaling hot breaths, his vision blurring. For an ordinary novice, 60 push-ups might not seem daunting. Yet for a pure slacker who would rather sit than stand and lie down instead of sitting, it was akin to scaling a mountain. Lin Xie, witnessing this, chose not to intervene but instead observed Jiang Xuan's every move with heightened scrutiny. He could not believe that such an astute individual would engage in meaningless endeavors. 65, 70, 73, 82. Time passed, and Jiang Xuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision fading to darkness. Nevertheless, he persisted, gritting his teeth until he reached 100 push-ups. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground as if his soul had been extracted. Exhausted, he lay there, gasping for air like a wounded wolf. Lin Xie sensed something amiss, his brow furrowed, just as he contemplated approaching Jiang Xuan to offer assistance. A warm and gentle energy began to emanate from Jiang Xuan's heart, flowing through his bloodstream. The muscles strained from intense exertion, along with other injured areas, gradually began to heal. The sensation was akin to being pampered by a multitude of skilled masseurs in a foot massage parlor, exquisitely delightful. Oh, this feels incredible. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but groan toward Lin Xie, his expression bordering on bizarre. Lin Xie thought, this is it. Jiang Xuan has lost his mind. He recalled his previous visit to a mental hospital, where the facilities were quite decent, pondering whether to contact Aunt Zhang to arrange for Jiang Xuan's admission. Little did Jiang Xuan realize that his close friend was contemplating how to send him to a mental institution right in front of him. After a few minutes, Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, swiftly rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Is this the power of Meteor Tear? It's astonishing. Jiang Xuan unleashed a powerful punch forward. Whoosh! He created a sonic boom in the air. Ha ha, truly a treasure that enhances strength only after breaking physical limits. This is simply extraordinary. I feel capable of defeating 2 or 3 fully grown men single-handedly. Though I still have a ways to go before reaching the stage depicted in novels, I shall continue to strive and attempt 1,000 push-ups. With that, Jiang Xuan, undeterred by the dirt, resumed his push-ups on the ground. After about 2 hours, Lin Xie spoke up. Otherwise, my mom will start looking for us. Jiang Xuan nodded in agreement. Lin Xie, recalling the scene of Jiang Xuan's punch producing a sonic boom, succumbed to his curiosity and asked, Jiang Xuan, do you believe in the existence of gods? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xie was taken aback. Memories flooding back of the time he had gazed through a telescope, witnessing a radiant angel with 6 white wings seated in the crater of the moon, their emotionless eyes locking onto his. After a lengthy silence, Lin Xie eventually nodded in agreement. If that is the case, then it's easy to discuss. Jiang Xuan then leaned closer to Lin Xie and whispered, actually, the world we live in has already been invaded by Cthulhu. Chapter 4. The plot unfolds. Before Jiang Xuan could finish his statement, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, reverberating throughout the heavens. Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of danger wash over him, as if uttering another word would lead to his immediate demise. What has invaded? Jiang Xuan, don't speak in half measures. Lin Xie, unable to hear clearly due to the thunder, pressed for clarification. Jiang Xuan, with a resigned expression, pointed to the sky and sighed deeply. Lin Xie, don't ask. If I told you, you'd be dining with that kid, Ajin, tomorrow. Lin Xie froze upon hearing this. Is it that serious? Perhaps what Jiang Xuan spoke of was connected to the mental hospital in his mind. A fleeting suspicion crossed Lin Xie's thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he finally nodded, saying, then let us leave it be. Your life is far more important. All right, let us wash up and get some rest. It's getting late. Jiang Xuan greeted Lin Xie as he ascended to the second floor, preparing to take a shower and sleep. However, Lin Xie remained quietly at the doorway, seemingly waiting for something. In the next moment, Jiang Xuan, are you trying to get yourself killed? A sharp slap resounded. Smack. Oh no, I was wrong. Mom, please don't hit me. I truly understand my mistake. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie chuckled softly, then, feeling quite satisfied, leisurely ascended the stairs. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, Lin Xie, as was his custom, descended to the park for his morning exercise. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he was taken aback to find that Jiang Xuan, who usually lay there in slumber, was astonishingly absent today. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Lin Xie felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that Brother Xian had overslept today? He pondered, but soon, he shook his head and continued on his way to the park. As he strolled, Lin Xie suddenly heard a familiar voice from afar. Ever since losing his sight, his senses had heightened significantly, particularly his hearing, allowing him to detect even the faintest of sounds. 998, 999, 1000. Haha. I, the Taoist, have succeeded. Upon hearing this somewhat manic exclamation, Lin Xie immediately recognized the speaker, and his lips twitched involuntarily. It would not be an exaggeration to say that within a radius of several dozen miles, aside from his eccentric friend Jiang Xuan, no one else would utter such peculiar phrases. Nevertheless, Lin Xie called out, "Brother Xian, is that you? Ah, 7 Knights, you're here. Come, come, let us run together." Jiang Xuan, spotting Lin Xie with his cane not far off, greeted him with enthusiasm. He quickly approached, grasped Lin Xie's cane, and led him towards a nearby small playground. A few minutes later, they arrived at the playground. "Oh, the sun is rising in the west. Our little fortune god has come to run," Jiang Xuan exclaimed with a grin. "Hee hee, I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Little fortune god, do you dare to race me? I've just completed a lap. How about you?" As they reached the playground, several neighbors who were also jogging greeted Jiang Xuan and invited him to compare their abilities. However, Jiang Xuan understood that they meant no malice. They simply wished to tease him a bit. "Come, let us have a little competition. I may seem like a jovial tiger, but if you dare provoke me, I'm afraid I will just smile and let it go. For I am indeed a smiling tiger." At that moment, everyone present, except Jiang Xuan, felt as though a stampede of 1,000 llamas had surged through their minds. Moments later, as Jiang Xuan ran wildly around the playground, he keenly attuned himself to his physical condition. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away from reaching his limit. Jiang Xuan felt an exhilarating roar within him as he approached the edge of his endurance. After running for over an hour, the adults who had previously teased Jiang Xuan had left early for work, unable to witness his almost reckless sprinting. Otherwise, they would surely have been left in shock. Lin Xie had also paused to rest on the artificial turf of the playground, while Jiang Xuan continued to sprint madly. His throat parched, yearning to stop and purge himself. Yet he knew that if he halted, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Thus, he could only continue to run frantically while suppressing the urge to retch. After about 10 more minutes, Jiang Xuan's consciousness began to blur, and an overwhelming sense of soreness enveloped him. He fancied he could see his great-grandmother waving at him from beside Lin Xie. As he passed by Lin Xie, Jiang Xuan murmured weakly, "Lin Xie." At that moment, Lin Xie was at a loss for words, feeling utterly speechless. Just when Jiang Xuan felt he could no longer bear it and was about to collapse, a gentle force suddenly erupted from his heart, as if he were reborn from the flames, continuously cleansing his weary body and fortifying every cell within him. Jiang Xuan instantly felt revitalized. As he was about to resume his run, Lin Xie unexpectedly called out to him, "Brother Xian, in 3 days, I will be transferring to your class. Could you help me carry some things then?" Jiang Xuan was startled, thinking, "Isn't that still over a week away? Has my arrival caused time to shift forward?" He realized he needed to ramp up his training intensity. If he could challenge himself 3 or 4 more times, he might successfully break through to the Gajan realm. Noticing Jiang Xuan's silence, Lin Xie assumed he hadn't heard and repeated his question. "Brother Xian, can you take me to school the day after tomorrow?" "Absolutely. We will go to school together," Jiang Xuan finally responded, coming back to his senses. "Great, it's settled then. Thank you, Brother Xian." 3 days later, in the morning, Jiang Xuan, drenched in sweat, was doing push-ups while carrying a heavy sandbag on his back, weighing several dozen pounds. 998, 999, 1000. As Jiang Xuan completed his 1000th push-up, he suddenly felt a tremendous surge of energy erupt from his heart, far surpassing the total energy he had experienced during his previous breakthroughs. What a rush! Under this immense stimulation, Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment coursing through his body, and a peculiar energy suddenly emerged in his mind. Is this mental power? He felt an exhilarating joy, realizing it was indeed just as described in the original text. This mental power was akin to a cup of water, rare and still. He had finally broken through to the Gajan realm, in the realm of slaying gods. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to possess mental power without the forbidden ruins. Jiang Xuan's ability to acquire mental power was thanks to the pure, primal energies contained within the Meteor Tears. These energies could be transformed into mental power. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Xuan's thoughts. It was Lin Xie's voice from outside. "Brother Xian, it's getting late. We should head to school." "Okay, just let me take a quick cold shower, and I'll be right out," Jiang Xuan called back from his room. "Brother Xian, do you think there will be any troublemakers at school who will deliberately mock me?" Lin Xie inquired curiously as they walked toward the school. "Have you been watching too many short videos? What era do you think this is? Does anyone still target the disabled intentionally? Let me put it this way. Anyone foolish enough to bully a disabled person in school will be met with the scorn of the entire student body the very next day. Do not underestimate the nation's 9-year compulsory education. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. But what if we encounter someone who enjoys bullying the disabled? Lin Qiya pressed on. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow but said nothing more, casually picking up a stone about the size of his hand from the roadside. Do you know what this is? Lin Qiya, filled with curiosity, approached and touched it, saying, "It's a stone." Indeed. The next moment, with a loud bang, Jiang Xuan grasped the cement stone in one hand, and with a sudden surge of strength, he crushed it effortlessly. Lin Qiya stared in disbelief at this scene, his mind swirling with astonishment. In the quiet of the night, if you ever encounter that rare breed of miscreants, do not hesitate to come to me, and I shall enlighten them about our nation's core values. With that, Jiang Xuan affectionately draped his arm around Lin Qiyao's shoulders, sporting a benevolent smile. Lin Qiya felt a twinge of embarrassment. The two made their way swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the second high school of Cangnan City. After retrieving their books from the library, Jiang Xuan led Lin Qiya to the teaching building. Since Jiang Xuan was also a student there, conveniently placed in class 2 of the second year, the school had arranged for Lin Qiya to be in the same class. However, just as Jiang Xuan stepped through the school gates, a mechanical notification from the system abruptly sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully arriving at the check-in point. Would you like to check in? Hearing this, Jiang Xuan's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly thought, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Item acquired. Dragon Talisman. In accordance with the current hierarchy of the god-slaying world, the system has automatically converted the Dragon Talisman to Divine Ruins. Dragon. Subsequently, a strange sensation surged within him. It felt as if a sun was blazing in his chest, radiating an intense energy, leaving him feeling exceedingly warm. Suddenly, a powerful flame erupted from his mouth. Boom. Lin Qiya felt an intense heat beside him, as if something had rushed past. But he was lost in thought and failed to grasp what it was. Did something just rush by, Brother Xian? Jiang Xuan rubbed his nose and replied. What could it have been? I didn't catch a glimpse either. It was probably just an insect. We should hurry to class, or we'll be late. Lin Qiya nodded. Not pressing the matter further, the two quickened their pace towards the teaching building. As they reached the classroom door, the previously bustling class fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to usher Lin Qiya inside, the classroom erupted with excitement as most of the students swarmed around them, even pushing Jiang Xuan aside. Hey, watch it. You stepped on my shoes. Hey, that jerk just groped me. Slow down. Could you please be a bit more careful? Jiang Xuan exclaimed weakly amidst the chaotic crowd. However, the throng paid no heed to his protests and instead focused their attention on Lin Qiya. You must be Lin Qiya, right? We've prepared your seat right next to Jiang Xuan. Lin Qiya, can you see it? Come on, let me show you to your seat. Lin Qiya. What brand of shampoo do you use? You smell amazing. Classmate, you look really handsome. What's your phone number? We should hang out during the holidays. Before Lin Qiya could fully comprehend the situation, he was pulled by several classmates to his seat. Classmate, I'm Li Yifei. If you ever have trouble during lunch, just let me know, and I'll take you. Lin Qiya, filled with confusion, asked him, Li Yifei, do you all know me? Of course. A few days ago, your aunt brought us a big bag of cupcakes, saying we should look after you. And that Jiang Xuan fellow also brought a lot of snacks, asking us to take care of you. Thunder struck in Lin Qiyao's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. After being pushed out of the crowd, Jiang Xuan felt a bit of discomfort in his stomach and decided to visit the restroom. Just as he settled next to Lin Qiya, he intended to ask how he was feeling, but Lin Qiya spoke first, whispering, Thank you, Brother Xian. Jiang Xuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and gently patted his shoulder, saying, You don't need to be so polite with me. You should be thanking your aunt. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have thought to do all this. Lin Qiya nodded, falling into silence, his gaze fixed ahead, with a hint of tears at the corners of his eyes, which he quickly wiped away. The class bell rang, and a female teacher entered the classroom. After inquiring about Lin Qiyao's well-being, she began the lesson. All right, class, let us turn to our textbooks. Lin Qiya listened attentively to the teacher's lecture, while Jiang Xuan sat nearby, closing his eyes to deeply feel the peculiar, mysterious power within him. Chapter 6. The Crisis Approaches. The power was immensely potent, seemingly boundless, and radiated a fiery essence. Truly, this is the innate demonic power of the Holy Master, Jiang Xuan mused. Regrettably, his mental strength was currently too weak, allowing him to wield only a fraction of the dragon's power. He estimated that he would fully master the dragon's powers only upon breaking through decline. With that thought, excitement filled Jiang Xuan's heart, and he resolved not to let any opportunity to hone his skills slip by. He kicked his chair back, assuming a horse stance, his eyes brimming with resolute wisdom. However, witnessing this scene in his mind, Lin Qiyu felt a throbbing at his temples. What on earth is Brother Xin up to now? Lin Qiyu silently lamented. Time flew, and before long, school was dismissed. Students flocked out in groups, chatting and laughing along the way. Yet, amidst this scattered crowd, a peculiar group suddenly emerged. A youth wrapped in black satin, resembling a large rice dumpling, was encircled by a dozen individuals, merrily making their way outside the school. Trailing behind was a carefree, handsome boy with a blade of grass in his mouth. During school hours, Jiang Xuan had secretly ventured to the playground to experiment. With his current mental strength, he could wield the dragon's power for a maximum of 3 seconds. After that, his mental energy would be completely depleted. However, the flames emitted by the divine ruins dragon rivaled the power of true fire. Jiang Xuan had casually spewed a flame at a robust tree, only to see it instantly reduced to ashes, blown away by the wind. Thus, he felt confident about the 2 solitary ghostly figures that were about to arrive. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan, in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, discreetly picked up a suitable brick, dubbed the Fire of Joy, and quietly stowed it in his backpack. Although Lin Qiyu was at the center of the crowd, he keenly noticed Jiang Xuan's subtle actions. His temples twitched imperceptibly. What is he planning now? Lin Qiyu pondered in bemusement. Just then, he inadvertently glanced at the chattering classmates around him, and then at Jiang Xuan's heavy backpack. And an immature thought flashed through his mind. Surely not. After walking for about 10 minutes, Li Yifei at the front suddenly remarked. But then he looked around and continued in a hushed tone. Moreover, more than 10 people have already met their demise. As those words escaped, a chill swept through the gathered individuals, raising goosebumps upon their skin. Lin Qiyu gazed contemplatively at Jiang Xuan, his mind racing with speculation. Li Yifei, is there something gravely wrong with your mind? Why speak of such things at this late hour? Jiang Xuan's face turned pale, her voice tinged with irritation. I merely offered a casual warning for your caution. Well then, I shall take my leave. At this moment, a wave of inexplicable panic surged within Li Yifei, as if an insistent voice urged him. If he lingered any longer, death might befall him. Moreover, this impending doom emanated from the seemingly harmless Jiang Xuan behind him. Is this the self-repair of the 5th universe? Jiang Xuan mused, observing Li Yifei retreating into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. According to the original narrative, Li Yifei was the second persona of the Nantua serpent demon, emerging only in the presence of life-threatening situations. Indeed, Jiang Xuan had contemplated whether to seize the opportunity presented by the ghost face incident to have Qiyu eliminate him personally, thus reinstating the head of the mental asylum ahead of time. This would also mitigate potential casualties at school later on. However, Jiang Xuan dared not truly end Li Yifei's life. To do so would only serve to endanger both himself and Qiyu. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xuan was taken aback by the uncanny foresight of the Nantua serpent demon, which enabled Li Yifei to evade danger. Thus, with no justification to urge Qiyu into action, Jiang Xuan could only watch as Li Yifei gradually disappeared from view. I must take a turn and depart. At this moment, Wang Shao waved his hand, addressing the group. Do not leave just yet. Jiang Xuan suddenly halted him. He remembered distinctly that Wang Shao was the first to perish upon the discovery of the ghost face. Hence, he surmised that the 2 ghost faces might be lying in wait for this unfortunate soul in that narrow alley. What is it? Wang Shao inquired, puzzled. The others glanced at Jiang Xuan with expressions of astonishment, uncertain of his intentions. Among them, only Lin Qiyu tightened her grip on her guide stick, cautiously surveying the surrounding environment for any signs of disturbance. Have you not detected a foul odor? Jiang Xuan prompted. Foul odor? What foul odor? That akin to the stench of boiling excrement, scalding chicken feathers. Jiang Xuan's senses, greatly enhanced by the meteor tears, allowed him to detect the distinctive stench of the ghost faces from afar. Foul odor? I did not notice it. Lu Yuan, did you? I did not either. What on earth? Who is boiling excrement to scald chicken feathers? It reeks. Lu Yuan's words were cut short as he suddenly caught a whiff of the overwhelmingly unpleasant smell, nearly retching. Before the group could recover from the shock, 2 terrifying figures suddenly erupted from the alley. Chapter 7. Awakening. These 2 figures bore a semblance to humans, yet were distinctly unhuman. They crawled upon all 4s like hyenas, their limbs contorted and grotesque, emitting feral growls. Roar. Most alarming was the ghastly, pale visage twisted upon their heads, with tongues extending nearly a meter in length. Reminiscent of a horror film's hanging ghost, utterly terrifying. Why are you still standing there? Run. Jiang Xuan shouted urgently. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder in the ears of Jiang Xuan and the others, who, though pale with fear and trembling, summoned every ounce of strength to flee in the opposite direction. Yet Jiang Xuan remained rooted to the spot, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Xian Ge, run. Lin Qiye cried out in desperation. She was acutely aware of Jiang Xuan's immense power, far beyond that of an ordinary human. After all, just that morning, he had effortlessly crushed a large boulder to dust before her eyes. However, faced with two mysterious creatures the size of adult grizzly bears, Lin Qiye felt compelled to express her concern. At that moment, one of the ghost faces swiftly closed in on Jiang Xuan, opening its bloodied maw to bite down fiercely. Sensing the noxious stench wafting from behind, Jiang Xuan swiftly grasped a brick he had prepared earlier and struck the grotesque face of the ghost face with a resounding thud. The impact was tremendous, momentarily stunning the creature, its jaws snapping in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xuan declared, "Heavenly Ruins, Dragon King Wave," a name so utterly over the top. It caused Lin Qiye to feel a profound sense of embarrassment. In an instant, a brilliant crimson pillar of flame surged forth like a raging dragon, crashing into the ghost face with incredible force. The world seemed to be engulfed in that searing light. The ghost face had no time to react as its body was enveloped in roaring flames, which savagely tore at its every inch. In a mere few breaths, it was reduced to a charred husk, exuding a repugnant stench. The entire ordeal lasted less than half a minute. Jiang Xuan felt as though he had just endured a 3-day marathon in an internet CAF, his legs trembling and thoughts sluggish. He sensed as if his very essence had been drained. It appeared that the consumption of his spiritual energy was proportional to the strength of the entity he had incinerated. And now he was utterly depleted. Yet before Jiang Xuan could catch his breath, the remaining ghost face, realizing Jiang Xuan was formidable, swiftly circumvented him and lunged at Lin Qiye from behind. "Beast, how dare you?" Jiang Xuan's heart raced at the sight of the vicious ghost face targeting Lin Qiye, momentarily forgetting her significance as the protagonist. Ignoring the waves of weakness crashing over him, he surged forward with all his might. Lin Qiye's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with despair. Was she truly about to meet her end? In the next heartbeat, splatter, warm blood sprayed across Lin Qiye's pale visage, her pupils dilating in disbelief as she witnessed the scene before her. The ghastly maw of the ghost face sank deep into Jiang Xuan's shoulder, its razor-sharp teeth embedding themselves into his flesh. "Cough, cough, Qiye, run." Jiang Xuan seized the moment, locking his arm around the creature's neck. Refusing to relent despite its violent struggles, blood gushed forth, staining Jiang Xuan in crimson. The meteor tears within him surged, tirelessly working to mend his injuries. Lin Qiye stood frozen, murmuring incoherently as she beheld the harrowing spectacle. Just as Jiang Xuan felt he could no longer hold on. I refuse to succumb." Suddenly, a voice filled with rage and defiance resonated throughout the heavens. In an instant, a dazzling pillar of radiant light shot up from Jiang Xuan's back, piercing the sky. The once darkening night sky suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. "Oh dear, I almost forgot that the brat Lin Qiye is the protagonist. How could I be worried about the death of a main character?" Jiang Xuan felt the powerful and intense energy fluctuations behind him and shook off his momentary stupor, inwardly berating himself for worrying unnecessarily. In the next instant, a sacred and overwhelming aura surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. As soon as Lin Qiye unleashed his celestial might, the ghost-faced man was instantly sent flying, subsequently pinned to the ground, unable to move. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan's excitement surged as he hobbled towards the ghost-faced man, clutching a fiery weapon in hand. It was then that he realized his left leg was injured. Yet, in his current state of exhilaration, he paid it no mind and prepared to unleash his attack on the ghost-faced man. "Let me handle this." Lin Qiye's voice suddenly resonated behind him. Turning around, Jiang Xuan saw Lin Qiye had removed the black satin ribbon that had shrouded his eyes for years, a glimmer of tears evident in his gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan replied, "You want to take the lead?" Lin Qiye, observing Jiang Xuan's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but find the situation both amusing and perplexing. "Well then, you go ahead, Brother Xuan," he said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Without further ado, Jiang Xuan summoned all his strength and struck the ghost-faced man with a brick, delivering a fatal blow. As he finished off the foe, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Goodness, I'm exhausted." Just as Lin Qiye approached with a smile, intending to say something, he suddenly sensed a figure racing towards them faster than the two monsters. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Kongqing leapt down from the building in a manner reminiscent of a martial arts master. He then dramatically retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. With an air of coolness, he produced a walkie-talkie and declared, "The ghost-faced man has been dealt with. Send in the cleanup crew." Having said that, Zhao Kongqing fell silent, casually inspecting Jiang Xuan's injuries before confirming there was nothing serious. He stood coolly before Lin Qiye, silently observing him. While Lin Qiye reciprocated the gaze, the two men shared a moment of intense, albeit silent, scrutiny, causing Jiang Xuan's lips to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 8. joining the Night Watchers. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Zhao Kongqing could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. Aren't you curious about who I am? Not really, Lin Qiye replied candidly. Zhao Kongqing raised an eyebrow at this response. What about where these monsters come from? Not curious. Do you know what these monsters are? Not really. Do you think I'm handsome? Yes, very handsome. Lin Qiye hesitantly assessed Zhao Kongqing, who seemed on the verge of eruption. Upon hearing this, the tension in Zhao Kongqing's expression eased somewhat. Yet, he pressed on, do you want to be as handsome as me? Not really. Zhao Kongqing looked at Lin Qiye with a pained expression. This kid was truly impervious to persuasion. May I ask why? It's dangerous. Lin Qiye replied earnestly. Zhao Kongqing paused, inhaling deeply before responding. But you don't need to say more. I will not join your organization. I just want to protect my little home. Lin Qiye stated resolutely. In truth, had Jiang Xuan not been injured and unable to move, Lin Qiye would have long since slipped away and avoided this tiresome conversation with Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing, however, remained undeterred, attempting one last time to convince Lin Qiye to join them, recognizing the immense potential in this young man, who was a divine agent. At that moment, an unexpected cough interrupted. Ahem, I believe I can join you. Zhao Kongqing turned in surprise towards Jiang Xuan, who, despite having been lying on the ground moments ago, was now standing as if nothing had happened. He brushed off the dust and approached them. Whoa, you're completely healed, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. My physique is somewhat unique. My recovery ability is quite strong. Can I join you? Jiang Xuan explained. Brother Xian, Lin Qiye turned to him, filled with concern. It was evident to anyone that Zhao Kongqing and his organization were undoubtedly involved in dealing with these terrifying monsters. Joining them could lead to unforeseen dangers. Moreover, Jiang Xuan was the only child in his family. If anything were to happen to him, how heartbroken would Aunt Zhang be? Lin Qiye couldn't bear to imagine it. He couldn't believe Jiang Xuan would overlook such matters. Yet, Jiang Xuan, shaking his head, spoke calmly. Qiye, let me ask you something. If today these two monsters had appeared downstairs instead of here, what do you think would have happened? Probably nothing, Lin Qiye replied, holding on to a sliver of hope. When you find a cockroach in some corner of your room, it means there are so many more lurking in the shadows. Zhao Kongqing, who had been sitting by the roadside with a cigarette, couldn't help but look at Jiang Xuan with newfound respect, marveling at the child's intelligence. But Brother Xian, you need to consider this carefully. If something were to happen to you, what would Aunt Zhang do? You are her only son, Lin Qiye expressed urgently. To be frank, Lin Qiye also had his own selfish motives. He had finally regained his sight, and he envisioned a future where he could work alongside Jiang Xuan, earning money to take their families on adventures across the beautiful landscapes of their homeland, savoring delightful cuisines together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Why must they join some mysterious organization and confront these monsters, risking their lives? Lin Qiye couldn't comprehend it and didn't want to. He simply wished to safeguard his cozy little abode and nothing more. I have sensed a strange power awakening within me for quite some time. Though it seems temporarily depleted and unable to manifest, Jiang Xuan shared. Zhao Kongqing's heart leapt with excitement upon hearing this. Could this boy also be a divine agent? What is your ability? He inquired with keen interest. Fire breathing. Fire breathing? Zhao Kongqing expressed surprise. Let me think. He pondered for a while, but couldn't he recall any entity that could breathe fire? Could this boy have awakened a peculiar ability? His mind swirled with questions. And he pressed on. Do you know what this power, or rather, this strange ability of yours is called? For instance, have you ever heard a mysterious voice echoing in your mind? Jiang Xuan feigned contemplation for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. There was a mysterious voice in my dream the other night that spoke to me. What did it say? Zhao Kongqing inquired curiously. Dragon. Dragon? That's it. That's it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing fell silent immediately. Is there a forbidden realm called Dragon in this forbidden ruin? Can you release it now to see? Zhao Kongqing asked, looking up. No. I feel as though the energy within me has been completely depleted. I will likely have to wait until tomorrow. After contemplating Jiang Xuan's words for a moment, Zhao Kongqing responded, in that case, let us go together tomorrow at noon. Only after confirming that you truly possess a forbidden realm can I bring you into our Night Watchers. All right. Jiang Xuan nodded in agreement. Understood. Jiang Xuan waved dismissively. Following this, he and Lin Qiye walked towards their home in the old district. Chapter 9. The Immortal Ruin along the way. Neither Lin Qiye nor Jiang Xuan uttered another word. They continued on their path in silence towards the old district. However, just as they were about to reach the ground floor, Lin Qiye could no longer restrain himself and asked, Xian Ge, are you really planning to join them? What choice do I have? If I don't go, what will I do if one day a monster like today comes knocking? Jiang Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. But can't you hope for a bit of good luck for me, Qiye? I haven't even entered yet, and you're already worried about this and that. What's wrong? Do you just want to take advantage of me? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. All right, let us not dwell on that. Chia, can your eyes see clearly now? Do you feel any pain or difficulty seeing? That's good. Jiang Xuan nodded. Tonight, I plan to run at the small playground. Are you coming? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chia replied, when you're about to leave, remember to call out to me. I could use some exercise too. Sure. It's settled then. Jiang Xuan lay down on his bed and checked the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Upon opening the system, Jiang Xuan noticed a recent historical message. It was likely a sign-in opportunity he acquired from the ghost-faced man. But he had been too occupied with fighting to hear the system's notification. However, now that he was lying here, he was too lethargic to move. System, can I sign in again in the old district? Jiang Xuan asked in his mind. Ding. The host may sign in at the same location. But the rewards will be capped. The rewards cap? That won't do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was adamantly opposed. Just imagine. You toil all day at work to earn 300, only to discover the company has a rule that limits everyone to a maximum of 200. With any excess confiscated? Who would be pleased with that? Even losing a single coin felt as though a piece of flesh had been torn from him. Subsequently, Jiang Xuan hastily got up, threw on a pair of floral shorts and pink Crocs, and hurriedly made his way back to the alley where he had encountered the ghost-faced man moments later. Zhao Conqing widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of Jiang Xuan in floral shorts, his mind racing with confusion. What happened? Did your phone with browsing history get left here? Why are you just in oversized shorts? Zhao Conqing asked with curiosity. Nothing. Just busy with a run to exercise. Jiang Xuan laughed awkwardly, offering a flimsy excuse. Zhao Conqing, sure. Jiang Xuan then ignored Zhao Conqing and, using his mind, spoke to the system. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Item obtained. Dog talismans. Ding. Given the current level system of the god-slaying world, the system has automatically converted the dog talismans into the immortal ruin. Indestructible. Boom. In an instant, Jiang Xuan felt as if an invisible gate in his mind had swung open. Immediately, a surge of vibrant, mysterious energy rushed forth like a tidal wave, continuously washing over his previous injuries that had yet to heal. Oh, how it itches. Jiang Xuan felt a tingling sensation spreading to every inch of his wounded skin, as if ants were crawling all over. Unable to bear the itch, Jiang Xuan gently scratched at the wound on his left shoulder. Ah. Jiang Xuan stifled a groan as the itch subsided for a moment. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Conqing and other personnel cleaning the area witnessed a somewhat dashing youth, bare-chested, clad in colorful floral shorts, and sporting pink Crocs, who was blissfully rubbing his well-toned shoulder. His expression one of utter delight, similar to the expression of someone with masochistic tendencies when being struck. Zhao Conqing, the staff present, after more than half an hour. Jiang Xuan had both good news and bad news in his heart. The good news was that he had confirmed he possessed a forbidden realm, which held tremendous power that had caught Zhao Conqing's attention. They planned to take Jiang Xuan to the Night Watchers tomorrow morning to complete the necessary formalities. However, there was also bad news. Zhao Conqing had recorded Jiang Xuan's earlier blissful and itchy moment on camera. His embarrassing history was now in Zhao Conqing's possession. If it weren't for Zhao Conqing's extensive combat experience, Jiang Xuan would have given him a piece of his mind. No. The ghost-faced king incident must be resolved. He cannot be allowed to flaunt his prowess so easily. And once I have the strength, just wait and see how I make him regret it. Ah, this is infuriating. The thought of his embarrassing moment being viewed by so many made Jiang Xuan wish to retreat to a deserted moon. Wait. Wasn't there someone on the moon in the god-slaying world? This thought only intensified his anger. He then rolled off his bed in exasperation, landing on the floor, and angrily began doing push-ups. 1. Punish Zhao Conqing. 2. Punish Zhao Conqing. 3. Punish Zhao Conqing. Before long, the clock struck 8:30 in the evening. Jiang Xuan swiftly arrived at Lin Chia's floor and knocked on his door. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, Jiang Xuan heard a young boy's voice, along with a few barks. Who is it? Woof, woof, woof. It's me, Society's Xian Gu. Ruthless and few of words, Jiang Xuan proclaimed loudly. Creak. The door swung open from the inside. Jiang Xuan was greeted by a young boy with a befuddled expression, accompanied by a small black dog at his feet. Yes, this young boy was Lin Chia's cousin. Young Jin, Xian Gu, can you please act a little more normally? You're grown now, yet you still behave like a child. A Jin admonished with a serious face. How dare you? You little brat, do you want to keep eating spicy strips? Jiang Xuan retorted with a laugh. Am I the kind of person who can be easily swayed by a mere packet of spicy snacks? Jiang Xuan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I have a truckload of spicy snacks wholesale. Huh, am I really that kind of person? He glanced at a Jin, who whose eyes sparkled with excitement. And couldn't he help but look up at the sky, letting out a deep sigh. I was planning to save a box of various flavors of spicy snacks for you and Chi, but if you're not interested, I suppose I shall sell them online instead. What a pity. I hear it includes the latest batch from Wei Long. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Ajin pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, I am indeed that kind of person. Jiang Xuan chuckled. Heh, you think you can outwit me? When Jiang Xuan had first arrived in this world, he never imagined that the illustrious Yang Jian, the legendary Erlang Shun, would have such an affinity for spicy snacks, particularly the extremely spicy variety. He had discovered this when Ajin, alone and sneaking around, had approached him for 2 packets of spicy snacks while carrying the weight of his mother's expectations. But it was quite normal, after all. What child could resist the allure of spicy snacks? Chapter 10. Not so easy to die. All right, enough of this banner. Where is your brother? We agreed to go for a run together tonight, yet I see no sign of him. Jiang Xuan stretched his head into the living room, surveying the area with a hint of confusion. Why don't you come in? I'll go fetch him. Ajin turned around, his little legs scurrying off to call Lin Qiyi. Sleeping? Just then, Jiang Xuan seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in realization. He quickly lowered his voice and said to Ajin, wait a moment. If your brother is already asleep, there is no need to wake him. He has had a long day of classes and must be quite exhausted. Let him rest well. Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Wait. I'll make sure to reserve those boxes of spicy snacks for you. Once I finish distributing the goods, I'll bring them to you. Jiang Xuan reassured him with a smile. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Ajin exclaimed, clearly delighted. After departing from Lin Qiyi's home, Jiang Xuan walked alone towards the small playground. If memory served him right, Lin Qiyi had opened the gates of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital in his dreams last night and had even unlocked the first patient, Nix. This was precisely why Jiang Xuan hadn't wanted Ajin to disturb Lin Qiyi. He feared it might interfere with Lin Qiyi's progress. Upon reaching the small playground, Jiang Xuan wasted no time and headed straight for the outermost lane of the track to commence his training. Following his battle with the ghost-faced man, Jiang Xuan's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, thanks to the cleansing of Meteor Tears in the eternal void. Shattering boulders with a single punch and performing thousands of one-handed push-ups had become effortless. Should he encounter monsters resembling those 2 ghostly figures again, he was confident he could take on 3 without faltering. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in his mental acuity. He could now sustain the power of the eternal void, dragon, for 4 seconds instead of just 3. This was indeed a substantial improvement. As for the eternal void, indestructible, Jiang Xuan perceived it as a passive skill operating autonomously within him without the need for mental stimulation, yet yielding even greater benefits when he did so. With this indestructible, surpassing my physical limits and unleashing the power of Meteor Tears will undoubtedly be increasingly challenging. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but lament. However, the silver lining was that he would not easily succumb to death in the future and could enjoy longevity. The mere thought of longevity swept away all his previous worries, filling his heart with joy. He then began his training regimen for the night. The following morning, Lin Qiyi awoke from his dreams, feeling somewhat bemused. His mental state had already been deemed abnormal, and after spending the night with Nix, he felt even more unhinged. I am, after all, a mental patient myself. How absurd is it that I must treat another mental patient? Lin Qiyi rubbed the corners of his eyes and sat up, exclaiming with a sense of resignation. Brother Xian is quite the clever one. I should seek him out to inquire about possible solutions. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Lin Qiyi hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted a figure not far off, sweating profusely while performing one-handed push-ups. A familiar voice echoed. 489, beat Zhao Kongqing. 490, beat Zhao Kongqing. 491, beat Zhao Kongqing. Hearing that recognizable voice made Lin Qiyi's lips twitch uncontrollably. Isn't that the name of the old man from yesterday? Did he provoke Brother Xian? If so, he is in for it, given Brother Xian's vengeful nature. I can only imagine what is coming for him. Lin Qiyi silently mourned for Zhao Kongqing. When Jiang Xuan had first opened his online store, some envious individuals had attempted to steal his wholesale goods. Instead of reporting them, Jiang Xuan had discreetly memorized their appearances. He then gathered a few associates and prepared some lime, burlap sacks, and bricks. When those individuals ventured out alone at night, Jiang Xuan acted swiftly, capturing them and delivering a sound thrashing. From that day on, no one dared to provoke Jiang Xuan again. Qiyi, you've arrived. Jiang Xuan noticed Lin Qiyi from a distance and greeted him. Sorry, Brother Xian, I was so exhausted last night that I couldn't help but fall asleep. Lin Qiyi scratched his head apologetically. This morning, Ajin had filled him in on the events of the previous night. So Lin Qiyi was aware that Jiang Xuan had come looking for him. It's all right. I understand you went through a lot yesterday and need to rest. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Brother Xian, may I ask you something? If a friend of mine is suffering from a mental illness but cannot see a doctor, what should I do? Lin Qiyi inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan immediately grasped Lin Qiyi's intentions regarding Nix's treatment. He pretended to ponder for a moment before replying, actually. You could consult the doctor who previously treated you for your friend and obtain some medication to bring to the psychiatric hospital. He emphasized the last few words. Well aware that the hospital housed specialized medications for the divine, this would save Lin Qiyi from spending unnecessary money on ordinary medications. After all, the current Lin Qiyi was not the same as his original self. His family now possessed considerable assets. Hence, Jiang Xuan felt compelled to offer this advice. Right. I can do that. Brother Xian, you've helped me immensely. I'll be sure to thank you on behalf of my friend. Lin Qiyi beamed with gratitude. Oh. And by the way, Brother Xian, that old man mentioned he would come to pick you up this morning. Are you not going to school today? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded and said, Indeed, I was just planning to take a day off today. Coincidentally, I'm also looking to take a leave to inquire about my friend's illness. Since it's still early, how about you accompany me? You go ahead. Zhao Kongqing called me earlier and said he would pick me up soon, so I won't be joining you. All right then. Lin Xia nodded in response. Chapter 11. Successfully joined. Not long after Lin Xia left, Zhao Kongqing arrived at Jiang Xuan's residence in a small car. Beep beep. Hey, you little rascal, the golden driver is ready to roll. Hop in. Zhao Kongqing lowered the car window, casually lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and called out to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan approached with a frown and got into the car. Drive on. Wait a moment. Where's that kid from yesterday? I have some things I wish to discuss with him. Zhao Kongqing turned around and inquired. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Are you still holding out hope for Chia? No choice. Based on our speculation, your childhood friend is likely the agent of the Seraphim from myth and legend, with immense potential for the future. We cannot afford to neglect him. Zhao Kongqing paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, there are not only us Night Watchers in Huaxia. Some cult organizations have also set their sights on your friend. If you were to join those cults, it could spell disaster for all of Huaxia. Zhao Kongqing's serious expression reflected in the rearview mirror as he spoke with gravity. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan shrugged helplessly and sighed deeply. Telling me won't help. You need to speak with Chia directly. Can you share some information about Lin Chia? Perhaps regarding his character? That way, I can tailor my approach. Zhao Kongqing replied, pondering. I can only provide you with basic information. You could easily inquire around the old city area for that. As for anything more, I cannot divulge. I won't betray my brother, Jiang Xuan said thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. After all, he had read the original text and knew that having Lin Chia join the Night Watchers was the best path for him. Thus, he did not outright refuse. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Xuan would not even consider discussing his brother's affairs with anyone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing nodded and tossed aside his cigarette but, saying, Then let's talk as we go. With that, he started the car and drove onto the street. In Songnan City, at the Peace Bridge. Zhao Kongqing soon arrived at a place called the Peace Affairs Office at the end of the bridge with Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan got out of the car, turned to Zhao Kongqing, who wore a solemn expression, and smiled. So, do you feel confident about persuading Chia to join you? On the way here, Jiang Xuan had shared Chia's family's recent struggles, leaving Zhao Kongqing in a contemplative silence. It was then that Zhao Kongqing truly realized that Lin Chia was not an ordinary high school student. Previously, he had thought to appeal to the youthful fervor and patriotic sentiments common among teenagers, but now it seemed utterly laughable. Thank you for sharing all this. But I still intend to try and persuade him. If all else fails, Zhao Kongqing began. But Jiang Xuan interjected, if all else fails, just say he went missing. Jiang Xuan looked at the enthusiastic elder, internally sighing. Nevertheless, while he appreciated the man's kindness, he could not overlook the incident where Zhao Kongqing had taken an embarrassing photo of him. Wait for Chia at the entrance of his school. You might just run into him. Jiang Xuan ultimately felt a pang of compassion and advised. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Zhao Kongqing replied sincerely. Don't just say thanks. How about you delete that video you recorded yesterday? Hey, Xiao Jiang, let us keep matters separate. I'm grateful for your help, but if we start discussing money, I mean this matter, then I won't be pleased. Zhao Kongqing chuckled, then started the car and drove off towards Lin Xia's school. Zhao Kongqing, just you wait. Jiang Xuan called after the departing vehicle with determination. Not long after, at the Peace Affairs office, in the basement, Jiang Xuan sat on a sofa, facing three individuals who were staring at each other in silence. Young man, are you truly certain about joining us, the Night Watchers? Our training is notoriously grueling. Even seasoned soldiers may struggle to endure it. Wu Xiangnan, seated opposite, inquired. Jiang Xuan pondered for 2 seconds before responding. Is it too late for me to back out now? What? Hong Ying and Wen Qima exclaimed in unison, while Wu Xiangnan appeared momentarily bewildered. As this young man was certainly not following the expected script. Just kidding. I'm definitely sure about joining you. Jiang Xuan laughed as he scratched his nose. You're quite the mischievous one. After we finalize the paperwork, come with me to the training ground. I'll help enhance your combat skills. Hong Ying said cheerfully. This lovely, charming, and generous sister, I personally think it might not be necessary. I've only just joined the organization. I should familiarize myself with the environment first. Jiang Xuan replied, feeling a bit anxious about Hong Ying's eagerness for a sparring match. From his recollections of the original text, he knew that Hong Ying was a relentless fighter. Sparring with her would be akin to inviting hardship. All right, since you've agreed to join us, I'll proceed to handle the necessary paperwork for you shortly. But first, allow me to introduce myself. Wu Xiangnan, Vice Captain of the Night Watchers 136th Squad. Wu Xiangnan said. Then turned to the other two, signaling them to introduce themselves. Night Watchers 136th Squad, frontline combatant, Hong Ying. Feel free to call me Sister Hong Ying. Night Watchers 136th Squad, frontline combatant, Wen Qima. Jiang Xuan nodded at both, indicating he had memorized their names. I'll take care of your paperwork in a moment. You can explore the base in the meantime. If you need anything, don't hesitate to seek assistance from Hong Ying and the others, Wu Xiangnan instructed. Just then, he seemed to recall something, suddenly slapping his forehead and addressing Jiang Xuan. Oh, I forgot to mention, before you become a formal member, you must participate in collective training. Collective training? Any newcomer must undergo a year of intensive training, learning various combat-related knowledge before officially becoming a member. Today, you'll join Hong Ying at the martial arts arena for some preliminary assessments. This will help us draft your future training plan. Do you understand? Understood. Jiang Xuan nodded in agreement. He then turned to Hong Ying and said, I'll be counting on you, Sister Hong Ying. Not a problem. Once we finish the testing, I can help you improve your combat skills. How does that sound? Hong Ying said with a bright smile. Jiang Xuan felt a cold sweat trickle down as he replied. Let us keep it simple. A bit of training will suffice. Hong Ying continued to gaze at him with an impish smile. Jiang Xuan, I cannot believe you. You are a beautiful yet wicked woman, and your words are utterly unreliable. Chapter 12. Shocking everyone. Once Wu Xiangnan departed, Hong Ying led Jiang Xuan to the training ground. On their way, Jiang Xuan experienced firsthand the notion that even the smallest of sparrows possesses all its vital organs. He was astonished to discover such an expansive space beneath a modest office. They traversed a lengthy corridor flanked by iron doors, glimmering ominously under the glow of the lights. At the corridor's end stood a massive iron door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a remarkably spacious arena, surrounded by rows of weapons such as knives, guns, and clubs. In the arena's center stood a device reminiscent of a punching power tester, constructed from pure titanium alloy, with a large display screen at its core. Hong Ying dashed to the testing machine, beckoning Jiang Xuan over. Come, strike this machine with all your might. Yesterday, Zhao Conqing claimed you could kill a cow with a single punch. Let us assess your strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's mouth twitched in disbelief. Truly, he could achieve such a feat, yet the utterance of those words seemed to diminish his stature. Sister Hong Ying, are you sure you want me to hit this little contraption with full force? I won't be held liable if I break it, will I? He hesitated. After yesterday's battle, Jiang Xuan's strength had more than doubled. Not to mention, he could now take on 10 of those ghastly masked figures single-handedly. Hong Ying chuckled at his reaction. Little Xian, do you have any idea how much force this machine can withstand? If you can break it with a single punch, I will personally speak to the captain and ensure your promotion to a full member. Really? Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at Hong Ying. Of course. Have you not heard? I am a woman of my word, Hong Ying declared grandly. All right, Sister Hong Ying, I shall trust you. With that, Jiang Xuan approached the testing machine, taking a deep breath to prepare himself. As Hong Ying observed Jiang Xuan's confident demeanor, a thought crossed her mind. Could this boy truly be extraordinary? Even if his strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals, the weight of the machine alone was several hundred kilograms, capable of enduring up to 800 or 900 kilograms of force. If he could render it inoperable with a single punch, his strength would be unimaginable. Shaking her head at the thought, Hong Ying dismissed it. If a mere novice could inflict such catastrophic damage, the world would surely descend into chaos. Hong Ying lifted her gaze to Jiang Xuan, who inhaled deeply before suddenly opening his eyes wide. The veins on his arms bulged, twisting like gnarled roots. In the next moment, he thrust his left foot forward, and with a crack, the cement floor erupted into a myriad of tiny fissures, radiating outwards like a spider's web. Oh my goodness! Hong Ying's eyes widened, her mouth agape in sheer astonishment at the spectacle before her. Before she could process what was happening, Jiang Xuan's body coiled as he swung his fist forward with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, the titanium alloy target crumpled like dough, directly caving in. The several hundred-kilogram testing machine was sent flying as if struck by a freight train, crashing into the wall and leaving cracks in the sturdy surface, shaking the entire training ground. The machine emitted sparks before finally falling silent, rendered utterly inoperative. Witnessing such a powerful display, Hong Ying was left dumbfounded. Could this be the reincarnation of a punch man? She thought incredulously. Half an hour later, a solemn Hong Ying and a sheepish Jiang Xuan emerged from the great iron door. Hey, why are you two back so soon? In the brightly lit hall, when Qima, engrossed in a video, looked up in confusion upon seeing them return shortly after entering. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Xuan scratched his head, standing awkwardly in place. Too shy to speak. After a moment of silence, Hong Ying finally spoke. The machines are all broken. All broken? That shouldn't be. The captain had someone repair them just last week, saying they could last for another year and a half. When Qima exclaimed, his brow furrowing in concern, I need to call the repair department and have them come back. As he rummaged through his pocket for his phone, Hong Ying rubbed her temples in exasperation. It was all because of little Xian's testing. Huh. When Qima froze, bewildered. Sister Hong Ying, I recognize every word you're saying, but together, it makes no sense. What do you mean by testing them to destruction? Seated on the sofa, Hong Ying sighed, detailing the extraordinary events to Qima. Moments later, when Qima stared at Jiang Xuan as if he had seen a ghost, grappling with the astonishing revelations. What? You shattered the power testing machine with a single punch? And you burned a hole in a steel-reinforced wall while testing, nearly demolishing a load-bearing pillar. What? You can heal from palm-sized wounds in mere minutes without scarring. As he absorbed the bizarre account Hong Ying recounted, when Qima regarded Jiang Xuan with a mixture of disbelief and awe, Jiang Xuan, feeling increasingly awkward, could only respond with a series of sheepish smiles. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Masked King. Time flew swiftly, and night fell. According to the original story, the Masked King was supposed to make an appearance tonight. Jiang Xuan knew he needed to prepare promptly. He recalled that the Masked King's domain was designated as Sequence 176, Masked Realm, within which it could deceive the perceptions of all beings with a power level equal to or lower than its own, distorting spatial concepts. This sequence was particularly insidious. Even Chinmai, the captain of a team with the same strength level, had struggled against him, which explained why he had allowed the villain to escape. Fortunately, heavy rain was forecasted for the night. Although the Masked King could deceive his biological senses, he could not hinder the rain from falling, rendering the Masked Realm ineffective against him. Moreover, the Masked King was injured, and even with his strength as a realm cultivator, he could not exert his full power. With newfound confidence, Jiang Xuan hurried to a nearby store to gather any useful supplies. Before long, the night arrived without warning, and the once pitch-black sky, as if dipped in ink, began to pour down a torrential rain. The rain fell in torrents, with droplets the size of beans cascading from the sky, resembling countless translucent pearls scattered upon the earth, each splash creating tiny bursts of water. Hey, Lao Zhao, why not stay for a meal? Jiang Xuan called out. Noticing Zhao Kongqing's dazed expression, I haven't eaten yet either. Come over to my place, and we can eat together. I had my mom make beef hot pot. However, Zhao Kongqing, clearly lacking the desire to converse, merely exchanged a casual greeting with Jiang Xuan before hastily making his way outside. Wait, don't rush off, Jiang Xuan exclaimed, quickly setting down the ingredients he was holding and chasing after him. Meanwhile, Lin Xie stood by the window, silently watching their departure, unable to suppress a faint sigh. I just want to protect my own little home. Once inside Zhao Kongqing's black SUV, Jiang Xuan eagerly inquired, while Zhao Kongqing calmly extracted a cigarette from his pack and lit it slowly. Noticing Zhao Kongqing's silence, Jiang Xuan gently patted him on the shoulder and spoke in a tone of an experienced friend. Hey, Lao Zhao, you should lighten up a bit. Qia has been blind for so many years, and it was his aunt who took care of him all this time. Now that his sight has finally returned, you think you can just charm him away with your silver tongue after all those years of care? It doesn't work that way. Your actions are no different from those rogue youths who deceive innocent girls, don't you think? Jiang Xuan smacked his lips and sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing's forehead twitched, and he felt a pulse at his temple. Jiang Xuan, if you just keep quiet, no one would think you're mute. Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Don't take it to heart. After all, you're not some naive young lad, but rather a mature, seasoned man. Jiang Xuan retorted, striking a chord. You. Zhao Kongqing was about to erupt in anger when suddenly, his earpiece crackled to life. An urgent voice rang out. Zhao Kongqing. The Ghost-Face King is heading towards the old district. You need to be careful. At these words, Zhao Kongqing's body stiffened, and the cigarette he held slipped from his fingers. Just moments later, His expression turned serious as he turned to Jiang Xuan, urgency in his voice. Listen. You need to go upstairs now. Immediately. No delays, hurry. Jiang Xuan met Zhao Kongqing's gaze, then shook his head, gesturing towards a nearby open manhole cover and said, I fear it may be too late. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened as he turned to see what Jiang Xuan was pointing at. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye sat at the dining table with her family, surrounded by a sumptuous spread of 9 dishes, 6 meat and 3 vegetarian, celebrating a momentous occasion. Xiao Qiye, have you told Jiang Xuan about your restored sight? Her aunt asked, beaming with joy. We owe our success today to his assistance. Make sure to share the good news with him tomorrow, so he doesn't have to cook tonight. He should come over for dinner. Nodding, Lin Qiye replied. I went for a checkup at the hospital today and haven't had the chance to tell him yet, but I will definitely inform him when I see him tomorrow. That is settled then. Come, let us eat. Today is a day of celebration. Everyone should eat their fill. With that, her aunt picked up her chopsticks and served a large chicken leg to both Lin Qiye and Ajin. Lin Qiye chuckled. Thank you, aunt, but I'll help myself. You should eat well tonight too. Ajin, without hesitation, grabbed the glistening chicken leg and began to devour it, exclaiming how delicious it was. Lin Qiye and her aunt exchanged amused glances at Ajin's adorable antics. However, they noticed Ajin glancing out the rain-soaked window as if searching for something. In the instant Jiang Xuan's words faded, both he and Zhao Kongqing were suddenly assaulted by an unbearable stench. Ignoring the downpour, they flung open the car doors and bolted outside, fixated on the manhole cover that was shaking violently. Kid, can you promise me one thing? Zhao Kongqing suddenly asked. What is it? Run as far as you can, no matter how far. Do you hear me? It's too loud. I didn't catch that. Just heed my advice. This place is fraught with peril. Let me handle it. Haha. Am I afraid of the storm? The bigger the challenge, the less I fear. Jiang Xuan declared defiantly, and before Zhao Kongqing could respond, he continued. Stop trying to dissuade me. Just get ready, so we're not caught off guard while we chat. Zhao Kongqing frowned, but with the ghost-faced king almost emerging fully, he pondered for a moment before letting out a deep sigh, resignedly admitting. Then you must follow my lead. That's our best chance of holding out until the captain arrives. All right, I'll follow your lead. Is that good enough? Jiang Xuan waved his hand. Chapter 14, Confronting the Ghost-Faced King. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's agreement, Zhao Kongqing wasted no time. He retrieved a suitcase from the back seat and pressed a small button on it. With a pop, the suitcase sprang open, revealing 3 brand new signboards. Zhao Kongqing placed one in the ground, handed another to Jiang Xuan, and instructed him, you take the left side, I'll take the right. Jiang Xuan nodded eagerly, grasping the signboard and sprinting towards the left street. Clang, clang. Just as they secured the signboards, the manhole cover began to tremble violently. With a resounding bang, it was propelled upwards like a cannonball, and a massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Zhao Kongqing observed the scene with a calm demeanor, his heart entirely unperturbed. Deep down, he harbored a profound sense that tonight might be his last. He glanced at Jiang Xuan, who stood ready for battle, and then up at a distant lit building, silently vowing, no matter what, I must protect these 2 brats, even at the cost of my life. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Kongqing envisioned the night closing in, himself stepping forward to shield the 2 youths, his blade drawn, blood staining the heavens, a protector of their world. Jiang kid, what's wrong? If I can't hold my ground, you better run fast. Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. When the time comes, I'll unleash a whirlwind of strikes that will leave him dazed, Jiang Xuan proclaimed, demonstrating his moves in front of Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He inhaled deeply, his eyes half closed, as the tension in his temples pulsed relentlessly. To be candid, if it weren't for the inopportune timing, he would have relished the opportunity to brandish the notice board and strike that rascal Jiang Xuan squarely on the head. At that moment, a pungent stench suddenly invaded their nostrils, causing Zhao Kongqing's expression to shift dramatically. He hastily extinguished his cigarette, clasped his hands together, and bellowed. Forbidding void, no warning space. In an instant, an almost imperceptible veil enveloped the area encircled by the 3 notice boards. Simultaneously, a figure, as large as a small mountain, stood not far away, silently observing Jiang Xuan and his companion. This was the Ghost-Face King. Its size was more than double that of the ghost face encountered by Jiang Xuan the previous day. Moreover, its pallid visage, along with its crimson tongue, bore an increasingly human resemblance. Jiang brat, when I engage it, remember to find an opportunity to scorch it with your flames, understand? Oh, spare me the chatter. Just stay back and watch. I'll handle this. With that, Jiang Xuan charged forward, launching a punch at the Ghost-Face King without waiting for Zhao Kongqing to regain his composure. Seeing this, the Ghost-Face King was immediately enraged. It hadn't even moved against him yet, and this insignificant insect dared to confront it head-on. Thus, the Ghost-Face King retaliated with a punch of its own. Zhao Kongqing, witnessing this spectacle, was infuriated and stomped his feet in frustration, hurriedly drawing his deep blue long knife to rush forward, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, you little brat. We agreed you'd follow my lead." But in the next moment, there was a resounding crash as Jiang Xuan's fist collided with the Ghost-Face King's, causing both to be sent reeling backward. Zhao Kongqing, who had been poised to attack, froze in disbelief, staring at the two figures that had just been knocked back. What on earth? A novice in the light realm just sent a river realm Ghost-Face King flying. Although the Ghost-Face King bore numerous injuries, it was still not something a mere light realm novice could contend with. Am I losing my mind, or has the world gone mad? Yet Jiang Xuan, upon being propelled back, showed no hesitation. Once he landed and regained his stance, he immediately launched himself toward the Ghost-Face King again. Jiang Xuan himself hadn't anticipated that his strength had grown to the point where he could rival an injured river realm monster. He merely wished to test the limits of his newfound physical prowess. After all, he was still just a light realm novice, having trained earnestly for only a few days. If he were to join the Night Watchers and undergo extensive systematic training, wouldn't his strength soar dramatically? How exhilarating that would be. Consequently, Jiang Xuan brimmed with confidence, perceiving the Ghost-Face King as no great threat. However, a series of thunderous roars erupted. Jiang Xuan's expression changed abruptly. "Oh no, I forgot about its forbidden void." In the next instant, a massive, grotesque visage began to materialize from the ground, centered around the Ghost-Face King. The moment this ghastly face appeared, Jiang Xuan felt as though the world was spinning, akin to being on a dizzying carousel. In a desperate bid, Jiang Xuan yanked out two watermelon knives he had purchased from a supermarket, braced himself against the ground, and strained to stabilize his stance. Rainwater. As long as I can sense the rainwater, I can unravel this thing, Jiang Xuan thought to himself. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal ghostly claw lunged toward him from behind. Although Jiang Xuan sensed the Ghost-Face King's attack, due to his lack of specialized training, his mind reacted faster than his body. Just as he attempted to roll away, that enormous, razor-sharp claw barely grazed him. In the next instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the pitch-black night. Simultaneously, Zhao Kongqing, relying on his vast combat experience and keen auditory perception, charged from behind the Ghost-Face King. Swinging his knife, the blade clashed against the Ghost-Face King's body, producing a sound akin to striking marble and releasing a dazzling shower of sparks. This blow left Zhao Kongqing's hands numb, forcing him to stagger backward. The Ghost-Face King, now aware of Zhao Kongqing's presence, was incensed that a mere human dared to attack it. Letting out a furious roar, it swiped a claw toward Zhao Kongqing's head. Given the Ghost-Face King's strength, should the claw land, it would likely obliterate his skull. Huh, that's more like it. What essa to bully a little brat? Come and face me, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Kongqing, feeling the overwhelming malice approaching, couldn't help but laugh heartily. The sounds of their battle pierced through the rain. The pale blue long knife clashing with the ghostly claws, igniting sparks like fireworks. However, the disparity between them was insurmountable. One was a terrifying mythical creature of the river realm, while the other was merely immortal. This was akin to an egg colliding with a rock. No matter how battered the stone was, it was not something an egg could challenge. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Kongqing was sent flying by the Ghost-Face King's terrifying force, crashing heavily onto the muddy street. Enraged, the Ghost-Face King charged toward him. However, at that moment, Dragon King wave. Suddenly, it was as if the entire world ignited. A colossal tongue of flame erupted from Jiang Xuan's mouth, roaring forth like a ferocious beast. The scorching flames, akin to a rampaging dragon, wreaked havoc upon the Ghost-Face King, consuming everything in its path. The Ghost-Face King's pupils constricted in shock. Before it could react, its left hand was melted away, reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet Jiang Xuan's mental energy was nearly depleted, and he felt increasingly dizzy, akin to suffering from low blood sugar, yearning to collapse onto the ground. At this moment, the Ghost-Face King was thoroughly enraged by the two of them, yet it was not foolish. It recognized Jiang Xuan as a formidable opponent and charged toward Zhao Kongqing. The easier target. This is bad, Jiang Xuan thought, rushing toward the Ghost-Face King to engage it once more. However, due to his sheer brute strength and lack of combat technique, combined with his dizzy state, what he termed as engaging was merely a passive reception of blows. Hey, old Zhao, what are you doing just standing there? Daydreaming on the ground? If you're not busy, hurry and help me out. I'm about to be turned into a punching bag, Jiang Xuan urged, raising his voice. Haha, kid, Uncle Zhao is fortunate to meet you, but I'm not dead yet. How could I let you come to harm? Next, Zhao Kongqing chuckled, a glimmer of tears in his eyes, just as he was about to express his thoughts. Then, suddenly, whoosh. What the heck, old Zhao? What are you babbling about? What is that? Jiang Xuan asked in confusion. In disbelief, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, I never anticipated you. You little rascal, to be so heavy. You nearly shattered my bones. He rubbed his sore arm from the collision and rose to assess the situation, only to realize that his ghostly spirit needle had vanished without his notice. In a flurry of anxiety, he scanned the surroundings, only to discover that the object had been picked up by the insufferable Jiang Xuan. You little brat, toss that thing back to me immediately. Time is of the essence. Zhao Kongqing urged, panic etched across his face. What is this thing? Jiang Xuan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Just give it to me. This is not the moment for games. Zhao Kongqing shouted, disregarding Jiang Xuan's question, his urgency palpable. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Xian Gu. Zhao Kongqing. Jiang Xuan recognized the voice as Lin Qi's. Upon hearing it, Zhao Kongqing could no longer contain himself and bellowed in anger. Why on earth are you out here in this torrential rain at night? Instead of staying home to eat and sleep, you come out here aimlessly. Just get lost. As far away as you can. He then turned to Jiang Xuan, demanding, and you, hurry and hand that thing over. Or I will ensure your video goes online once I get out. Why do you care about my actions? Zhao Kongqing, let me in. I am quite capable now. Lin Qi's voice resonated from outside. What can you do? The ghostly face king is from the Chuan realm, not like those two insignificant foes you faced before. There are two entire realms above you. Are you out of your mind? Are you planning to use your head to confront them? Zhao Kongqing scolded vehemently. Stay home. Get some rest, and go to school tomorrow. This is none of your concern. With that, he angrily picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it at Jiang Xuan. Old Zhao, that needle contains the ghostly spirit needle, right? Jiang Xuan suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling surged within Zhao Kongqing, and he quickly replied, What are you talking about, you little rascal? I don't understand. Jiang Xuan shook his head and continued. The ghostly spirit needle is capable of igniting a person's full potential in a short time, amplifying those who already possess forbidden realms, or granting forbidden realms to those who do not possess any. But the cost is death. I'm correct, aren't I, old Zhao? He winked at Zhao Kongqing, a smug look on his face. What? I can't comprehend what you're saying. Zhao Kongqing's unease intensified, and he trembled slightly. You don't need to hide it from me. I am already aware. Jiang Xuan shook his head and continued, given the current situation, I am more suited to inject the ghostly spirit needle since you don't even have a forbidden realm. What if you awaken a useless forbidden realm after injecting this thing? Wouldn't that be a predicament? As he spoke, Jiang Xuan rose slowly, his gaze sharp as he regarded the cautious ghostly face king, taking a deep breath before continuing. Moreover, I possess the divine forbidden realm, indestructible. So even if the ghostly spirit needle expends all my potential, I still have a chance to survive, so there is no need for concern. But what if you don't survive? Your only family is your mother. Can you truly bear to leave her? Zhao Kongqing shouted hoarsely, his eyes ablaze with fury. You're being hypocritical. Don't you have a wife and children? Jiang Xuan retorted. Zhao Kongqing wanted to respond, but Jiang Xuan shook his head and fell silent. How chilling, Jiang Xuan exclaimed jokingly. Just then, Lin Qi successfully breached Zhao Kongqing's forbidden realm, boundless void. However, at that moment, Zhao Kongqing was too consumed by anger to consider how Lin Qi had broken through, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. You little brat. Chapter 16. Jiang Xuan's demise. The instant the silver needle pierced his palm, Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming pain, and a dizzying sensation washed over him. Dissipating like a receding tide, an unprecedented power began to awaken within him. His cells surged with vitality, akin to having been injected with a stimulant, healing the wounds inflicted by the ghostly face king in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Remarkably, this ghostly spirit needle is quite potent. Jiang Xuan marveled at the burgeoning strength within him. Meanwhile, the ghostly face king, sensing a formidable threat from Jiang Xuan, disregarded his own grievous injuries, and, with a growl, propelled himself forward like a cannonball, eyes filled with murderous intent. Just in time. Jiang Xuan laughed heartily, brandishing the watermelon knife he held and charging to meet the oncoming foe. Not far away, Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing watched with bated breath, their hearts racing as they focused intently on the impending clash. Just as the two were about to collide, Jiang Xuan abruptly halted, a mocking gleam in his eyes as he regarded the ghostly face king. The times have changed, you fool. Dragon King wave. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of flames erupted from Jiang Xuan's mouth, soaring skyward, incinerating the ghostly face king into charred remnants, even scorching a gaping hole in the boundless void behind him. The power was terrifying. However, as the ghostly face king fell, Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming wave of weakness engulf him, as if his very essence was being drained, and his legs buckled beneath him. This weakness intensified, threatening to consume his life force entirely. Unable to withstand it, he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Xuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. He promptly shut his eyes, desperately channeling the power of indestructible to replenish himself. It was as if Jiang Xuan was teasing death, darting in and out of the gates of the underworld, taunting, "Hey, I'm back. Oh, I'm gone again. Here I am once more. Come at me if you dare." Thus, the power of Meteor Tear surged within him, far exceeding any previous energy levels, flooding him with life force. Fortunately, with the aid of Indestructible and Meteor Tears, two potent life-giving treasures, Jiang Xuan was able to heal. Moreover, the energy expended from the ghostly spirit needle had not been significant, allowing him to retain much of his potential for the time being. In this scenario, the rate at which Jiang Xuan's life force increased matched the rate at which the ghostly spirit needle consumed it. For the moment, he felt somewhat weak, but nothing too grave. Yet Lin Xie remained oblivious to these details. Having just absorbed Zhao Kongqing's explanation of the ghostly spirit needle, he found his mind blank. Thoughts momentarily halted. He rushed over like a machine and helped the slumped Jiang Xuan to his feet, as torrents of rain fell like large beans. Striking Lin Xie's pallid face, he stared blankly at Jiang Xuan, allowing the icy rain to wash over him. Each drop felt like a heavy burden, pounding against his soul, invoking an indescribable pain and despair. He simply could not comprehend why Jiang Xuan would act in such a manner. Was it for money? However, Brother Xian's family is certainly not lacking in wealth. Is it for glory? Brother Xian doesn't he seem like the kind of person who is so naive? Is it for love? Cough cough. At this moment, Lin Xie truly wanted to smack himself hard. How could he still be thinking of such bizarre matters at a time like this? It seems that spending too much time with Brother Xian has tainted his way of thinking. Is this what they call a blackened heart, due to proximity to ink? Brother Xian, is it really necessary? Lin Xie gazed at the nearly lifeless Jiang Xuan, his expression complex as he softly inquired, his tone heavy with compassion and sorrow. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile and replied calmly, "Do you think that Zhao Kongqing alone could successfully slay the ghost-faced king of Chuan? No, he cannot." Lin Xie pondered for a moment before responding. "If he fails to kill the ghost-faced king, what do you think it will do next?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xie fell silent. He was not oblivious to the potential consequences. After all, there had been news reports about the old district on television before. It now appeared that those reported as victims of a psychopathic killer had likely been slain by these monsters. Perhaps the truth was concealed due to the inconvenience of reporting it. At that moment, Lin Xie recalled Jiang Xuan's previous words. "Xie, let me ask you something. If these two monsters hadn't appeared here today, but instead showed up downstairs where we live, what do you think would happen? When you discover a cockroach in a corner of your room, it means that the dark corners are brimming with them." As he contemplated this, Lin Xie felt as if something within him had been awakened, murmuring to himself, "Is danger truly this close to us?" "Xie, it seems that a hot pot restaurant has opened across from the small park a few days ago. I heard it's quite good. Have you been there?" Jiang Xuan suddenly inquired. Lin Xie was taken aback, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, yet he slowly replied, "Not yet, Brother Xian. Let us go together in a few days to celebrate my recovery. How does that sound?" "That sounds splendid. Cough cough cough, let us order a mixed pot. And I'll sit on the spicy side," Jiang Xuan said, his excitement causing him to cough a couple of times. Seeing this, Lin Xie hurriedly patted his back to ease his discomfort. Yet, only Lin Xie knew the intense pain that surged within him at that moment. "Xie, how about we participate in the school sports day together in a few days? With our current abilities, we will surely outperform them." Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Xie immediately responded, "Absolutely. We will crush them together." As he spoke, Lin Xie's voice grew hoarse, and tears streamed down his cheeks, mingling with the rain on the ground. Jiang Xuan slowly turned his gaze towards the sky, feeling the cold rain pelting his face. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, as if he had lost his vitality. Lin Xie shared the same sentiment. "Hey, Xie, I remember there's a honey snow ice city near the small playground. Let us buy a few cups of lemonade together." "What?" Lin Xie's expression contorted, his face reflecting distress as he murmured, "All right, we'll go together. Hey, I think tomorrow is Sunday, right? Let us invite Jean. And we can go to the amusement park together. Then we can have dinner to celebrate," Jiang Xuan said excitedly. At that moment, both Lin Xie and Zhao Kongqing, who stood nearby, were bewildered. If it weren't for the current situation, they would have grabbed Jiang Xuan's hand and asked him, "Why are you still alive? Xie, why are you silent? Do you not want to go?" Jiang Xuan coughed. "If you don't want to, then forget it." Lin Xie decisively replied, "We will go. We must all go together." Upon hearing Lin Xie's assurance, Jiang Xuan finally exhaled the last of his pent-up frustration. The negative impression left by the ghostly deity had completely dissipated, and his body gradually began to recover. Yet, Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss for conversation again. Lin Xie noticed Jiang Xuan's eyes closing, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, he tightly embraced Jiang Xuan's head, ready to weep. However, at that moment, Jiang Xuan's cheeky voice once again broke the silence. Qie, what are you doing? Brother Xuan, why are you still alive? Lin Qie instinctively exclaimed. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth, explaining to Jiang Xuan, Brother Xuan, I didn't mean it like that. Jiang Xuan's expression darkened. What did you say? Repeat that. Did you think I was about to die? Taken aback, Jiang Xuan leaped up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lin Qie. So you thought what I said was a farewell? You better explain yourself, or else I will deal with you. You believe that? Besides, think about it. Do I look like someone who would? Brother Xuan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lin Qie quickly apologized with a forced smile. Brother Xuan, let me explain. Zhao Kongqing told me. After Lin Qie's lengthy explanation, Jiang Xuan finally grasped the situation. It turned out that while Jiang Xuan was battling the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing had shared information about the ghostly deity with Lin Qie, leading to Lin Qie's near slip of the tongue earlier. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to confront Zhao Kongqing in anger, he discovered that Zhao had already fainted from his serious injuries. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, finally unable to suppress a sigh, and called Lin Qie over to help carry Zhao Kongqing to the car to prevent him from catching a fever due to the rain. Subsequently, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qie both got into the car, awaiting the arrival of their rescuers. The torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, drumming against the car windows. While inside, silence prevailed. Brother Xuan, Lin Qie suddenly spoke. I want to join the Night Watchers. Oh? Weren't you adamantly opposed to that before? What made you change your mind? Jiang Xuan asked, feigning shock. Well, I just suddenly realized what you said earlier, Brother Xuan. When you see a cockroach at home, it signifies that the dark corners are overcrowded with them, reflecting on the recent events. I no longer believe I can adequately protect my aunt and a Jean when danger approaches. Of course, that includes you too. The last phrase was Lin Qie's unspoken thought. He continued, I want to grow stronger. Strong enough that no monster would dare to provoke us. That way, I believe we can travel together. Moved by Lin Qie's heartfelt words, Jiang Xuan placed a hand on Lin Qie's shoulder and earnestly stated, no matter what you wish to do, Brother Xuan will always support you. Even if you ask me to go kill someone, I won't even blink. Brother Xuan, won't your eyes get dry? Lin Qie curiously inquired. Goodness, here I am, discussing brotherhood with you, and you're asking if my eyes are dry? Is that how you treat me? All right. Since everything has been settled here, you should head upstairs for a meal to spare your aunt from worrying about you later. After all, it's pouring rain. Jiang Xuan gently nudged Lin Qie's arm, signaling him to go. Lin Qie hesitated, asking, Run? What do you mean by run? Jiang Xuan looked at him in astonishment. This accident can only be described as an unfortunate coincidence, a rare occurrence that happens once in several years. Jiang Xuan meticulously clarified. Upon hearing this, Lin Qie's previously anxious heart finally relaxed somewhat. With a deep exhale, he continued to inquire, At this moment, Jiang Xuan failed to notice Zhao Kongqing, who lay in the back seat, twitching slightly at the corners of his mouth. Oh right, there are regulations for the night watchman. Newcomers like us must undergo training before being confirmed in our positions, and before that, they do not take care of our meals and accommodations. Jiang Xuan's chatter was relentless, resembling a machine gun. After hearing Jiang Xuan's introduction to the night watchman, Lin Qie finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, truly reassured. He mumbled softly, That's good, that's good. However, the next second, his stomach let out a loud, embarrassing growl as if protesting against something. Lin Qie smiled awkwardly, his toes twisting wildly in his sandals, almost tangling into a knot. Haha, all right, you should go eat first. I can wait here for the night watchman to arrive. If they come tomorrow, I'll call you. Jiang Xuan chuckled heartily, then reminded him. Brother Xuan, then I'll head up first. Lin Qie shyly scratched his head, took the umbrella, opened the car door, and stepped outside. Chapter 18. Happiness. Meanwhile, inside the house, his aunt stared blankly at the wall clock. The dining table in front of her laden with a feast that was growing cold. Given Lin Qie's earlier hurried demeanor, could something serious have happened? After pondering for what felt like an eternity, Jean, with utmost obedience, picked up a piece of his favorite braised pork and placed it into his aunt's bowl. Comforting her, maybe brother just went down to meet someone. Please don't overthink it. Didn't you say before to watch fewer of those tear-jerking videos Brother Jiang recommended? He referred to that one video about a single mother who raised her son with great difficulty, only for him to return successful while she fell ill with a terminal disease. Don't worry too much. Our family will surely live long and prosper. Everything will be fine. At this moment, Jean recalled something, his mouth twitching as he had to dissuade his aunt. That annoying Jiang Xuan. Why does he keep sending my mom those tear-jerking videos? Every time she watches them, she ends up crying uncontrollably. And sometimes she sneaks into my and my brother's room at night, hiding by the door, crying silently while watching us. Those nights, My brother and I couldn't get a good night's sleep. My buckwheat pillow has sprouted from all the tears, and I've had to change it several times. Sighing, Jiang resigned himself to the situation. Forget it. Considering Jiang Xuan helps our family earn money, I won't hold a grudge against him. Otherwise, I might just send Xiaohei after him. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing Lin Qia's voice, his aunt didn't even have time to put down her chopsticks. She quickly rose, nimbly leaving the dining table and rushing to the door. Creak. The door swung open. The moment she opened the door, her heart ached as she widened her eyes in concern, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. There stood Lin Qia, rainwater streaming down from his hair, soaking his clothes, presenting an utterly disheveled appearance reminiscent of a deranged beggar on the street. Come in and take a hot shower. Don't catch a cold. His aunt urged him with great compassion, quickly running off to fetch him some dry clothes. Jiang, understanding the situation, dashed to the bathroom to turn on the hot water heater for him. Brother, there's hot water ready. Hurry and take a shower. Jiang's youthful voice echoed from the bathroom, ringing in Lin Qia's ears. Seeing the two of them so anxious for his sake filled Lin Qia's heart with a mix of discomfort and profound gratitude. He vowed to train diligently, ensuring no monster would harm even a single hair on his family's heads. His gaze grew resolute, silently promising himself. Xiao Qia, I found some clothes for you. Hurry and take a hot shower, then come eat. His aunt said, bustling about. I'll reheat the dishes. They'll be less tasty if they get cold. Honestly, you're such a worry, running out alone in this downpour. What were you thinking? She continued to fuss over him. Aunt, I'm sorry. Next time I go out, I'll definitely tell you. Please don't be angry, all right? Lin Qia winked at her, his expression endearing. His aunt was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Lin Qia show such a compliant demeanor, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she said, sigh. Just go take a shower. We'll talk about it at the dinner table later. With a serious expression, she turned and headed to the kitchen to reheat the food. As she worked, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, her face lighting up with a look of contentment. The rain soon ceased. The radiant moonlight pierced through the layers of dark clouds, scattering across the endless expanse of earth, as if draping the entire land in a silvery garment. What? You want to join the army? His aunt asked in surprise. Yes, aunt. A few soldiers came to our school a few days ago, saying they were recruiting pilots. I believe I meet all the criteria, so I plan to apply. Lin Qia explained while enjoying his meal. Oh, and Brother Xian is applying too. Being a pilot. I read on my phone that this profession serves the country and is quite prestigious. Plus, with both you and Xia Xian applying, you'll have each other for support. Which is indeed a good thing, his aunt mused. When are you going for the interview? I remember there's a physical examination involved. Oh. Someone just came to inform us that we need to gather at the school tomorrow and take a bus for the interview. That's all right, but Xiao Qia, with your eyes just recovering, are you feeling any discomfort? Aunt, what's wrong? Once I start earning money, let us go travel together. And remember, you said your dream was to own a small shop and be your own boss. Lin Qia said earnestly. Upon hearing this, his aunt froze for a moment. Then a smile crept onto her face, radiating pure happiness. All right, I'll be counting on you to make me a boss. Don't worry, aunt. By then, you can just relax at home and collect money. Huh? Hey. Brother, when we open a supermarket, can we stock up on more spicy snacks? Brother Jiang said there are many new flavors from Wei Long, and I want to try them. No, I mean, if we sell those, we could definitely make a lot of money. Sure. When the time comes, I'll ask Brother Xian. He should have the sources. Thank you, dear brother. You are truly kind. Come, enjoy a piece of braised pork to replenish your strength. Chapter 19, The Chaotic Divine Ruins. The following morning at the Peace Affairs office. Ding dong. Welcome. The melodious electronic chime resonated as Jiang Xuan, Lin Qia, and Zhao Concheng pushed open the office door and strode inside. I must tell you, my old companion. He truly behaves in such a manner. He certainly has someone by his side. Hence, he has been neglecting me. At that moment, a grandmother in her 70s, holding a basket in one hand and adjusting her reading glasses with the other, animatedly recounted something to Hong Ying, who listened intently, occasionally expressing surprise and admiration. What? Is it really that outrageous? Indeed. Men are all like big pig-ass trotters, forever enamored with those 18-year-old girls. It is utterly despicable. Grandmother, your partner is truly excessive. Do not worry. We will investigate this matter thoroughly and bring the truth to light. Please, do not let your anger harm your health. Beside Hong Ying, when Qima listened earnestly to their conversation, occasionally chiming in, grandmother, you are absolutely correct. Ahem, Hong Ying, your reasoning is quite sound. Just like me, ahem. Oh dear, everything you say makes so much sense. Men are indeed quite wicked. Wait, I seem to be a man as well. No. I must advocate for my fellow man. In truth, Most boys are rather decent, just like myself. Meanwhile, on the other side, two robust young men stood at the doorway, looking bewildered. Jiang Xuan, Lin Xie, let us proceed to the basement. This is merely their usual work. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand nonchalantly, nodding to Wen Qima before leading the two behind him toward the basement. Upon arriving in the hallway of the basement, Lin Xie, astonished, inquired, "Is it not true that our night watchmen have such a wide range of duties? Do we handle matters such as these?" "Oh, do not be so alarmed. While Cangnan City is neither too large nor too small, mysterious events do occur each year, albeit only about 5 or 6 times. Thus, while we are idly training here, we can broaden our business scope and earn some extra income. Is that not beneficial?" Zhao Kongqing patiently explained to Lin Xie. "Does investigating extramarital affairs fall within our responsibilities?" Lin Xie widened his eyes, his expression peculiar as he asked, "Oh, this is just the beginning. We are capable of tutoring children below middle school level and assisting elderly ladies across the street. Occasionally, we even tackle unruly drunks at night. We handle what the police can, and we also take care of what they cannot. How does that make you feel about our night watchmen? Are we not impressive?" Zhao Kongqing declared proudly. "Oh, why do we only teach children below middle school? What about those above that age?" After a long silence, Jiang Xuan could no longer suppress his curiosity. Zhao Kongqing's expression suddenly stiffened. "Oh, let us first go inside. The captain and the others should be waiting anxiously." Having struggled for a moment, Zhao Kongqing finally managed to say this. "What about those above middle school? Why don't we teach them? Is it because we do not wish to?" Hey, Lao Zhao, do not leave. Why are you walking so quickly?" Seeing Zhao Kongqing hasten down the hallway, Jiang Xuan hurriedly followed, persistently questioning him. Lin Xie observed the scene, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he closely followed suit. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they pushed the door open. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have met the requirements for check-in and successfully gained an opportunity to check in. Would you like to use it immediately?" Suddenly, a dazzling light screen appeared before Jiang Xuan's eyes. "Check in? No, wait. The system did not mention this last time I was here. Wait. Meeting the requirements for check-in?" Jiang Xuan seemed to have realized something and turned to glance at Lin Xie beside him, then at the suddenly appearing light screen. A spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. Could it be that I need to bring this little fellow, Xie, along for the check-in? Jiang Xuan mused internally. Is the system present? Could you provide an explanation? Oh, great system. Can you clarify this for me? System? Come out, you wretched system. What are you hiding? I will count to 3, 1, 2. Goddess of darkness, come forth, quickly. No response. Then I shall summon the powers of the system. Emerge now. Still no answer? How troublesome. System, you are making this quite difficult for me. After several minutes, the system finally succumbed to Jiang Xuan's incessant inquiries and explained. Ding. When checking in, the host must have the child of destiny of this world present. Otherwise, the check-in mechanism will not activate. So that is how it is. Jiang Xuan nodded, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. After all, this check-in system is his only reliance. If he could not even grasp the check-in mechanism, how would he proceed? Ding. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Then let us check in and see what treasures may arise this time. Jiang Xuan thought, curiosity bubbling within him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have acquired the power of chaotic origin. The system has automatically converted it into the current divine slaying world level system, the chaotic divine ruins. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The power of chaotic origin? Is that not the essence capable of evolving all things under the heavens? Wait, system, are you truly this powerful? Do you possess such an item? Ah, system, do you have anything related to Pangu? I have heard that your system enjoys meddling with Pangu. Things like Pangu S essence, Pangu S axe, Pangu S spirit, Pangu S skull, and so forth. Other systems and various novels boast a plethora of such treasures. Be honest with me, can we attain those marvelous items through honest check-ins? System. Ding, get lost. Chapter 20. The Dimming Moonlight. Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan. At this moment, Lin Xie elbowed the dazed Jiang Xuan, reminding him. Captain Chun is calling for me. Upon hearing Lin Xie's voice, Jiang Xuan snapped back to reality, raising his head to find that all eyes in the room were upon him, causing him to feel slightly bashful. He touched his nose, embarrassed, and said, "What is going on? Why is everyone staring at me?" Before Captain Chun could speak, Zhao Kongqing could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "What were you thinking just now, Jiang? You seemed so lost in thought. The captain has called your name 4 or 5 times, and you did not hear a thing." At this moment, Captain Chinmai observed Jiang Xuan with great interest, his eyes brimming with curiosity. After all, based on the reports from Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying, it was evident that this young man was no ordinary possessor of the forbidden ruins. It is nothing much, Lao Zhao. Are you sure you want to hear it? Jiang Xuan gazed at Zhao Conqing with a peculiar expression, wearing a facade of concern that made Zhao Conqing furrow his brow slightly. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. What? Is there something inappropriate to hear? You are being so hesitant, like a shy maiden? Zhao Conqing urged impatiently. Alas, I had hoped to engage with you as an ordinary inhabitant of the Forbidden Abyss, yet what I received in return was your blatant ingratitude, old Zhao. Since it has come to this, as a dual owner of the Forbidden Abyss, I shall lay my cards on the table. In the brief moment I was lost in thought, I awakened yet another Forbidden Abyss. Ha ha. Old Zhao, are you not furious? Are you not incensed? He he he. Listening to Jiang Xuan's insufferable voice, everyone present stood frozen in disbelief. What? You've awakened another Forbidden Abyss? Zhao Conqing's eyes widened in astonishment, staring incredulously at Jiang Xuan as if he had seen a ghost. Is it true, Brother Xuan? You have awakened another Forbidden Abyss? Something so powerful. The curiosity radiating from Chinmai was nearly overwhelming, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xuan. Well, it's merely the awakening of evolution. Yes, indeed, just evolution. Jiang Xuan, noticing Chinmai's inquisitive gaze, spun a tale without an ounce of panic. He had no desire to become a laboratory specimen. Evolution? Can you demonstrate it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan nodded, then quietly extended his hand, slightly closing his eyes, as he began to channel his mental energy to activate the chaotic Forbidden Abyss. Before the eyes of the onlookers, a colossal, cylindrical spicy strip, as thick as a water barrel, manifested before them. Chinmai, Zhao Conqing, and Lin Qie stood there, utterly bewildered. What on earth? Your Forbidden Abyss produces spicy strips. At that moment, it felt as if countless alpacas were galloping through their minds. Jiang Xuan, seemingly oblivious to their incredulous stares, nudged Lin Qie with his elbow. Grinning mischievously, Hey Qie, would you care for a taste? Freshly made spicy strips, still warm. Come, try it. Lin Qie, his brows knitted in dismay, stared at the oversized spicy strip in Jiang Xuan's hand, stammering, Brother Xuan, I think I'll pass. You can have it. Oh, you ungrateful one. Since you want to eat it, I'll just give it to old Zhao. Don't you dare beg me later. Jiang Xuan swiftly turned and approached Zhao Conqing, elbowing him with a sly grin. He. Old Zhao, since Qie won tea partake, this delight is for you. You must try it. Away. Who wants your handmade spicy strips? Zhao Conqing swatted at Jiang Xuan as if he were shooing away a fly. Do you have a production license? A business license? Are there any food additives? Most importantly, did you wash your hands after using the restroom? Is it clean enough for me to eat? Alas, Jiang Xuan's strength had far surpassed that of Zhao Conqing, who strained with all his might, but could not push him away. Unfazed, Jiang Xuan seized the giant spicy strip and thrust it towards Zhao Conqing's mouth with fervor. Come on, Brother Xuan is offering you a taste. Hurry up and eat. Stop with the nonsense. Quick, eat. Smack. Zhao Conqing turned his face to the left, narrowly avoiding it. Quick, eat. Smack. He swiftly turned to the right, evading again. Quick, eat. Smack. After a flurry of attempts, Jiang Xuan could not manage to force the colossal spicy strip into Zhao Conqing's mouth. In a moment of desperation, he grasped Zhao Conqing's head with his left hand and, with a powerful thrust of his right, exclaimed, Eat. You bastard. Much like the scene in SpongeBob where the fish is fed a burger. Ultimately, Zhao Conqing could not evade, and under Jiang Xuan's insistence, he took a hearty bite of the giant spicy strip. A fit of coughs followed, as he was left choking, his face glistening with a sheen of red oil. You little brat, just you wait. When I teach you combat techniques, I shall surely make you pay. Zhao Conqing, at that moment, felt an electrifying surge coursing through him, as if every cell in his body had been invigorated. Simultaneously, a warm flow akin to a spring rushed into his mind. In the next instant, boom, a mysterious force field radiated outward from Zhao Conqing, spreading in all directions. Observing this, Chinmai hurriedly approached, his eyes alight with excitement as he regarded Zhao Conqing, whose face was now gleaming with oil. Zhao Conqing's lips quivered with exhilaration, and his once weary eyes sparkled with tears. This, the Forbidden Abyss, evolution, can transform one's mental energy into any form, enhancing the mental faculties of others. If someone possesses a hidden Forbidden Abyss within, it can also awaken their potential. Isn't that remarkable? Jiang Xuan declared with a smug expression. Ah, I know you're thrilled. You'd kneel and worship me if you could, but that's unnecessary. Just one bow will suffice. Jiang Xuan began, but before he could finish, Zhao Conqing, agitated, exclaimed, The chili oil has entered my eye. What? Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Chapter 21. Training. Moments later. Ha. I knew it. I, Zhao Conqing, am undoubtedly a genius. Forbidden Abyss Sequence 083. Mingxing Shan Yu. I, old Zhao, am now a man with a forbidden abyss. Ha ha ha. Zhao Kongqing laughed heartily, his heart brimming with joy. Congratulations. Old Zhao, you are not far from realizing your dream of becoming a general, Chen Mai said, genuinely happy for him as he patted Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder. However, he then turned, his expression grave, and addressed Jiang Xuan, who was busy indulging in spicy strips with Lin Xie, his mouth smeared with oil. Jiang, promise me that you won't discuss your awakening of this extraordinary abyss with anyone outside, not even with Hong Ying and the others. The more who know, the greater the risk of exposure, understood? You must realize how extraordinary this forbidden abyss of yours is. Not only can it enhance mental energy, but it can also awaken hidden abysses within others. Given that you are still at the mere lamp level, just imagine when you ascend to Klein, or even to the pinnacle of humanity, what chaos would ensue. Yet, Jiang Xuan had not yet matured, and there were minor issues within the Night Watch. If word were to leak, the ancient deities and the ambitious gods of the West would surely go to great lengths to eliminate him, just as they had in those tumultuous times before. Contemplating this, Chen Mai discreetly cast a glance at Lin Xie, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Standing not far away, Lin Xie noticed Chen Mai watching him, interpreting it as a reminder to keep his mouth shut. He nodded vigorously and returned Chen Mai a determined look. Lin Xie, Chen Mai, ahem, since Jiang didn't quite catch what I said earlier, I shall recount it once more. This time, Jiang, you must pay close attention. After all, you are destined to join our Team 136 in the future. Should you underperform during training, it would reflect poorly on us. With this, Chen Mai paused momentarily, cleared his throat, and continued. The plan for this month is as follows. In the morning, you will practice swordsmanship with me and old Zhao, and in the afternoon, you will study the usage of the forbidden ruins with Wen Qima. In the evening, you will train in firearms with Lang Xian. While speaking, Chen Mai retrieved several bamboo swords from the weapon rack and distributed them to Jiang Xuan and the others. Next, we will divide into two groups, Zhao Kongqing and Jiang Xuan in one, and Lin Xie and I in the other. Is that agreeable? No objections. All right then. Let us begin. Old Zhao, you take Jiang Xuan over there. Lin Xie and I will remain here to avoid any accidental injuries. Hiki, you little rascal. You've finally fallen into my hands. Do you realize that I am one of the top melee masters in our team? Zhao Kongqing boasted rather boastfully. Of course, I, Uncle Zhao, am not heartless. Seeing as you helped me awaken the forbidden ruins, why don't you kneel and give Uncle Zhao a couple of bows? I might just go easy on you. Hee. Think it over carefully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan paused, lowering his head as if contemplating the matter. But in the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, brandishing the bamboo sword and striking at Zhao Kongqing's backside. A surprise attack. Smack. Oh ho ho ho. Zhao Kongqing, caught unawares, was immediately struck by Jiang Xuan, who quickly shielded his backside and retreated. You must know that Jiang Xuan's strike had utilized at least 50% of his strength. I bet Zhao Kongqing now has a long bruise on his backside. Darn it. You little rascal, attacking a middle-aged man without honor. I tell you, you're done for today. Not even Jesus could save you, I swear. Having regained his composure, Zhao Kongqing glared at Jiang Xuan with indignation. Then without further ado, he brandished his bamboo sword and charged at Jiang Xuan. Although Jiang Xuan's body had become extraordinarily strong after undergoing the Meteor Tear's cleansing, he lacked practical combat skills. As such, his strikes against Zhao Kongqing felt akin to hitting cotton, entirely ineffective. Moreover, Zhao Kongqing had awakened the forbidden ruins, slightly enhancing his physical capabilities, making him significantly stronger than before. In less than 3 seconds, Jiang Xuan's anguished cries echoed throughout the entire basement. And 3 seconds later, Lin Xie joined in the lamentations. Unbeknownst to Lin Xie, deep within the recesses of the asylum of gods in his mind, the door of a certain room trembled imperceptibly. Soon it was noon. Jiang Xuan and Lin Xie, sporting bruised faces, sat at the dining table, which was laden with an extravagant spread of food, a veritable feast. Reading, at this moment, Jiang Xuan hesitantly raised his pudgy hand and waved at Hong Ying, saying, "What's wrong? Are you not impressed by the sumptuous meals our night watchmen enjoy? Do not hold back. Feel free to eat as much as you like. If you run out, there's more in the pot." Hong Ying cheerfully explained to Jiang Xuan. "No, Oh, Captain, you've arrived. Quickly, everyone, gather around for a meal. Otherwise, the dishes will get cold." In no time, everyone took their respective seats. As Chen Mai entered, he noticed Jiang Xuan's hesitance and turned to him with a smile, asking, "Jiang, what were you about to say?" Jiang Xuan, feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, shrugged off any embarrassment, scratching his head and replied, "Actually, it's nothing much. Could I possibly get a larger bowl?" "No, I mean a basin. This amount is not quite sufficient." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan, concerned that Chen Mai might doubt him, used his chopsticks to lift a substantial portion of noodles from his bowl, slurping them down in one go. His bowl was instantly emptied. He then looked at Qinmai with an innocent expression, as if to say, "This isn't even enough to fill my gaps. Come on, give me more." Qinmai, Hong Ying, the others. Chapter 22. Old Dry Mother. In the afternoon, Jiang Xuan and Lin Xie arrived at the large iron door where Wen Qimo resided. Listening to him expound on the knowledge regarding the Forbidden Ruins, the so-called Forbidden Ruins sequence is a classification of the danger levels posed by the Forbidden Ruins. Those with a sequence above 600 are termed harmless sequences, while those between 400 and 599 are referred to as low-risk Forbidden Ruins. Sequences ranging from 200 to 399 are classified as dangerous Forbidden Ruins. The high-risk Forbidden Ruins are designated for sequences between 90 and 199. And those below 89 are deemed super high-risk Forbidden Ruins. Individuals possessing high-risk Forbidden Ruins have surpassed the human threshold, capable of obliterating an entire city with ease. I recall Zhao Kongqing mentioning that I had acquired a divine ruin, right? How does that rank? Lin Xie asked, filled with curiosity. Regarding the divine ruin. Wen Qimo swallowed nervously, pausing briefly before continuing. The divine ruin is indeed among the Forbidden Ruins, and within the top 30 of the Forbidden Ruins sequence. 23 of them are divine ruins. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie expressed confusion. 23 are divine ruins? So, does that mean there are still 7 that are held by humans? Can human-held Forbidden Ruins possibly rival divine ruins? I'm not entirely sure, as I have only recently become a night watchman. Such confidential matters are beyond my knowledge. Wen Qimo replied with a tone of resignation. So, what is my Forbidden Ruin? What is its sequence ranking? Upon hearing this, Wen Qimo straightened his expression and continued. As far as we understand, your Forbidden Ruin is designated as Divine Code 003, the Divine Ruin of the Archangel Michael, known as the Mortal Realm Divine Domain. Is it truly that formidable? Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to believe. What about Brother Xian's Forbidden Ruin? His Forbidden Ruin? Well, to be honest, Jiang Xuan's Forbidden Ruin has never appeared on the sequence ranking, so we cannot ascertain its position at the moment. Wen Qimo stated with precision. And you? Do you have any questions? Wen Qimo, noticing that Lin Xie had run out of inquiries, turned to Jiang Xuan and asked, I have no questions. Old Zhao already briefed me. Let us proceed with the training. Jiang Xuan spread his hands and shrugged. All right, since that is the case, let us commence the training. However, Jiang Xuan, for the next few days, you shall refrain from engaging in Forbidden Ruins training, as the flames emitted from your Forbidden Ruin are excessively fierce. The materials used in this underground facility were constructed with fortification in mind. Even a Chuan realm expert might struggle to breach them, yet your flame managed to create a significant hole. The captain has submitted a material request to headquarters, and it should be approved in a few days. For now, you can observe how I teach Lin Xie to utilize the Forbidden Ruins. Feel free to learn alongside. Is that acceptable? Wen Qimo elaborated for Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan nodded in agreement, indicating, I have no objections. All right, let us now discuss Lin Xie's Forbidden Ruins. How far can the realm of mundanity in your possession extend? Centered around me, within a radius of 20 meters, I can perceive any entity. Fearing that Wen Qimo might not fully grasp this, Lin Xie added, even the trajectories of molecular movements. Oh, is it truly that remarkable? Wen Qimo raised an eyebrow and then pointed to Jiang Xuan, who was listening intently, saying, what is printed on Jiang Xuan's underwear today? Happy sheep and gray wolf. The front features happy sheep, while the rear showcases gray wolf. Jiang Xuan. What color? Red. Jiang Xuan. Oh, so you are quite the player. If you dare utter that word, believe me, I shall give you a sneeze and incinerate you on the spot. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was evening. To accommodate Jiang Xuan's insatiable appetite, Hong Ying specially went to the supermarket and purchased 4 or 5 bags of steamed buns, each bag containing approximately 7 or 8 buns. A large basin filled to the brim was placed beside Jiang Xuan. Upon seeing the mound of buns resembling a small hill, Jiang Xuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Sister Hong Ying, are you feeding pigs here? So much. How could I possibly finish this? Jiang Xuan lamented. Hee, weren't you quite the eater this morning? You managed to devour enough for 7 or 8 people, leaving us no choice but to order takeout. If I had cooked enough for you to be satisfied, I reckon even the captain's spatula would be smoking, and it wouldn't be surprising if that old pot were to break. Thus, we must make do with you. Eat more buns first to fill your stomach, or else no one will have room for the dishes later. Hearing this, Jiang Xuan let out a deep breath and resignedly said, all right, I shall eat some vegetables along with the buns. After settling Jiang Xuan, as soon as Hong Ying sat down at the dining table and had yet to pick up her chopsticks, Jiang Xuan suddenly pulled out a bottle of Lao Gan Ma from beneath the table. Hong Ying was instantly bewildered. Where on earth did he pull this from? Subsequently, Jiang Xuan casually took a bun, tore it in half, scooped out a generous portion of Lao Gan Ma with his chopsticks, spread it evenly in the center of the bun, and offered it to Lin Chiye. Here, would you like some? Lin Chiye graciously accepted it and thanked Jiang Xuan. Thank you, Brother Xian. Oh, we are brothers. No need for thanks. By the way, Chiye, do you know what this is? At that moment, Jiang Xuan seemed to recall something amusing and patted Lin Chiye's shoulder, asking, Lao Gan Ma? Lin Chiye was somewhat puzzled. Isn't it written in large letters on the label? Why does Brother Xian still need to ask? Hiki, this bottle is Lao Gan Ma for you now, but believe me, in a few days when we go for training, it will become our dear mother. Lin Chiye? What on earth? Tomorrow we'll have explosive updates. Chapter 23. I am quite generous. Jiang Xuan, Lin Chiye, follow me. After seeing the two of them finish their meal, Long Xian led them to the shooting range in the basement. Over the course of nearly a month, I shall teach you two things, shooting techniques and the principles of firearms. For now, this is sufficient for you. Of course, if either of you develops an interest in firearms, you may seek me out for further specialized instruction after training. I shall gladly teach you. Lang Xian stood before a wall adorned with various firearms, expressionless as he introduced the two. I have a question I would like to ask. Lin Chiye hesitated slightly before speaking. No problem. Feel free to ask. We are dealing with mythical creatures. Will these firearms be effective against them? For instance, take the ghost-faced king we encountered yesterday. I feel that even artillery shells might not have much effect, considering his high defense and swift movements, making him difficult to hit. Lang Xian nodded in acknowledgement and patiently explained. Indeed, your considerations are valid. For some mythical beings with formidable forbidden ruins or those of a higher realm, artillery shells are minimally effective. However, have you considered the impact of these shells on lower-tier mythical entities? Furthermore, as a newcomer, you cannot expect to master close combat skills in a short span of time, so learning about firearms is still quite necessary for you. Lin Chiye nodded in understanding, signaling that he comprehended the explanation. What about you? Do you have any questions? Lung Xian turned to Jiang Xuan, inquiring. All right, since neither of you has any questions, let us proceed to practice shooting, and I shall assess your talents. Lin Chiye, you go first. With that, Lung Xian handed Lin Chiye a handgun and pointed to the target across the way. Bang! With a gunshot, he hit the bullseye from 10 meters away. Quite impressive. For a newcomer who has never handled a gun, hitting the bullseye within 10 meters is commendable. Next, let us increase the distance to 20 meters. Bang! Talent is evident. Another bullseye. Now, let us shift to 30 meters to see where your limits lie. Bang! Lung Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he desperately searched for any sign on the target, but found none. A miss? This shouldn't be. Such a large target should not warrant a miss. Could it be a fluke? Try another shot. Lung Xian remarked with an odd expression. Bang. Try another shot. Bang. Another shot. Bang. After a series of shots, Lang Xian grew increasingly silent as Lin Chiye continued to fire. Silence enveloped the night like the tranquil Cam River. Well, perhaps you should shorten the distance a bit? Jiang Xuan, noticing their silence, suggested. Lung Xian took a deep breath, his temples throbbing, and rubbed his eyes in resignation. That could work. What distance do you think we should shorten it to? Upon hearing Lang Xian's inquiry, Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before slowly responding. How about we move the target to 201 meters? Lang Xian, Lin Chiye, silence enveloped the night like the tranquil Cam River. Shortly thereafter, upon hearing Lin Chiye's voluntary explanation, Lang Xian finally understood why he was invincible within 20 meters yet faltered beyond that. It turned out that the range of the Forbidden Ruins was limited to just 20 meters. Alas, never mind. With practice, you will surely improve. Jiang Xuan, it's your turn. Lung Xian sighed deeply and directed his attention to Jiang Xuan. All right. Jiang Xuan eagerly dashed over, seized the handgun from the table, and, relying on his sixth sense, fired off 3 shots. At 30 meters, all hit the bullseye, scoring 10 rings. Lang Xian, observing this, couldn't help but feel intrigued. Quickly adding, try shooting at 50 meters. Bang, bang, bang. 10 rings, all hits. Now, at 100 meters. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots hit the target but did not land in the bullseye, scoring mostly in the 6 and 7 rings, which is still quite commendable. You don't have any peculiar forbidden ruins assisting you, do you? Lang Xian asked uncertainly. None. Jiang Xuan replied firmly. To speak frankly, this was indeed Jiang Xuan's achievement. Relying solely on his formidable sixth sense, with no assistance from the forbidden ruins. If one were to point out any extraordinary aspects, it would merely be the enhancement of his physique through the transformation of Meteor Tears, enabling him to effectively manage the recoil of the firearm. Yet, the accuracy still rests upon his own aim, which requires diligent cultivation. However, when he turned to glance at Lin Qiye, whose eyes sparkled with envy, his previously jubilant demeanor shifted to something more nuanced. Long Xian sighed softly and addressed the two. Why don't you both practice together? All right, continue your training. And if you run low on ammunition, just let me know, and I shall fetch some for you. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye hailed a cab and soon arrived at a crossroads not far from home, where they alighted. Jiang Xuan effortlessly conjured 2 golden, crispy grilled sausages, generously sprinkled with spicy seasoning, their aroma tantalizingly delightful. Here, freshly made crispy sausages, still warm. Qiye, would you care for some? He nudged the listless Lin Qiye with his elbow, offering him one. Lin Qiye sighed, accepting it and taking a hearty bite. A wave of rich flavor flooded his mouth, alleviating his earlier gloom. Brother Xian, do you think I possess any talent in firearms? Lin Qiye asked hesitantly. Do not be so self-deprecating. Without putting in the effort, how would you ever know what a lack of talent feels like? Relax, feeling disoriented is perfectly normal. Jiang Xuan reassured him with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Brother Xian, Lin Qiye suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Do you find my words to be quite accurate? Not quite. I merely wish to express my overwhelming desire to punch you right now. Would you allow me the satisfaction of releasing my frustration? Don't be absurd. You cannot even hope to best me now. All right, but once I surpass you in strength, may I have my turn? What kind of talk is that? I am your beloved comrade, your brother. Would you truly lay a hand upon me? I would indeed. Thus, the two engaged in light-hearted banter as they strolled homeward through the serene, frigid night, the silvery moonlight casting elongated shadows of their figures. Chapter 24. The Nanduo Serpent Demon Incident. Before long, the 2-week training period sped by in a blur. Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye's academic records were duly processed by the Night Watchers, confirming their successful selection into the ranks of the military. They would forego school and directly enlist for training. That morning, as was their custom, they took a cab to the office bright and early. Ding dong. Welcome. Upon entering, they found Hong Ying, seated on the sofa, springing to her feet and waving vigorously. Hurry, we need to head downstairs for a meeting. Something significant has occurred. Exchanging a glance, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye nodded and followed her into the basement. Jiang Xuan mused inwardly, it seems the Nanduo Serpent Demon incident is about to unfold. They soon arrived in the activity room, where all members of Team 136 were gathered, their expressions grave. Even Zhao Kongcheng, usually the jokester, wore a furrowed brow. As Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye took their seats, Chenmai stood up, walking to the conference table with an air of seriousness. Once everyone was assembled, he cleared his throat and began. Last night, we received word of yet another mythical creature sighting, this time at your former school, Songnan City No. 2 Middle School. At this, he cast a glance at Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye. The second middle school? Lin Qiye exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed. And it appears the report was made by one of your classmates, a certainly Yifei. Zhao Kongqing interjected. Jiang Xuan, that lad is in the adjacent resting room. Go fetch him, Chenmai instructed. Understood. A moment later, Jiang Xuan returned with a bleary-eyed Li Yifei, who was muttering, Brother Xian, you're not being loyal. You said you were off to join the military, but here you are, involved with this mysterious organization. In response, Jiang Xuan shrugged, feigning exasperation as he leaned closer to Li Yifei and whispered, Alas, my charisma is simply too great. They desperately insisted I join them, claiming that if I refused, they would kneel at my doorstep indefinitely. I had no choice but to acquiesce. You wouldn't believe how insistent that greasy old man with a long knife was. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You little rascal, you can eat dirt, but don't you dare slander me. You better watch your words. Wait, you heard that? How astonishing. Jiang Xuan exclaimed, realizing his blunder. Oh, right, I forgot you could hear me. My apologies. I'll be more mindful and refrain from speaking so loudly in your presence. Zhao Kongqing was left speechless, not speaking so loudly in my presence. So you mean to continue saying such things when I'm around? Bold of you. I see you've become quite complacent, thinking you can act freely. Zhao Kongqing retorted, menacingly. It seems you've grown rusty in your close combat training. Perhaps after this situation is resolved, we should spar. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Is that a challenge? I'll just strategically avoid you, old Zhao, who knows nothing but fighting. Indeed, I merely engage in combat. While you, Jiang, are altogether different. Last time, you appeared in pink slippers before a crowd. How absurd. At Zhao Kongqing's pointed remark, Jiang Xuan could no longer contain himself, ready to unleash a flurry of punches upon him. Who is afraid of whom? Let us settle this outside. Zhao Kongqing, unyielding, replied, I'm game. Observing this amusing exchange, Chenmai sighed in exasperation. Enough of this nonsense. We have urgent matters to attend to. Save your chatter for later. He then turned to Li Yifei, gesturing for him to continue. Seeing familiar faces eased Li Yifei's nerves, allowing him to vividly recount the bizarre events of the previous night. After several minutes, Li Yifei concluded his strange narrative, leaving the audience with furrowed brows, all except one. Jiang Xuan remained composed. The events he heard closely mirrored the content of the original tale from his past life. It involved Li Yifei witnessing a girl named Lu Xiaoyan transform into a monster, devouring the headmaster, only to regurgitate an identical version of him. A truly repulsive spectacle. In truth, these events were part of the Nanduo Serpent Demon-esque scheme, aiming to infiltrate the ranks of the Night Watchers. Its ability to disguise itself was disturbingly adept, even standing before Chen Mai, who possessed Chuan-level cultivation, it went undetected. Furthermore, even an agent of the Seraphim at his side failed to notice anything amiss. To comprehend, last night Lin Xie had an unobstructed view of his undergarments, yet now, under his very nose, he failed to recognize the true form of the Nantua Serpent Demon. What a splendid tactic of obscurity, possessing the abilities of disguise and biological assimilation. Lin Xie murmured to himself after listening to Li Yifei's account. Beside him, Wen Qima couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed a significant predicament. Do you think this Lu Xiaoyan could be the true form of these creatures? Zhao Kongqing interjected, unable to restrain himself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's eyes brightened. And after a brief contemplation, he remarked, as the saying goes, to endure hardship and await the opportunity is like Gojian. To suffer silently is akin to Jiango. Do you truly believe that once you become the boss, you must personally engage in the fray? Is that not akin to suffering in silence? This Lu Xiaoyan must undoubtedly be a minion of that monster. It hardly requires contemplation. Old Zhao, it's not that I criticize you, but if you devoted more time to reading instead of butchering pigs, perhaps you'd keep pace with our discussions on elevated culture rather than gallivanting in the African wild boar forest. Li Yifei, do you agree with my reasoning? If you were that monster's true form, would you personally take action? Zhao Kongqing, Lin Xie, the rest, Li Yifei, Xiangu, your logic is impeccable. Were it me, I would certainly refrain from direct involvement. That would be akin to suffering silently. And there is more to come tonight. Chapter 25, Entering the School. Damn it. I can no longer endure this. You little rascal, step out for a one-on-one confrontation. Zhao Kongqing glared fiercely at Jiang Xuan, as if wishing to pierce him with his gaze. TSK, look at you, old Zhao, so impatient. Alas, for a grown man. Can't you learn to be a bit more composed? Truly. Jiang Xuan shook his head and sighed. You. Enough. Let us not bicker. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Chen Mai, noticing the two fools about to escalate their squabble, raised his voice slightly to halt their commotion. He then continued. Currently, according to our deductions, this mysterious entity possesses formidable abilities in disguise and biological assimilation, capable of devouring its prey and transforming them into its kin. The most troublesome aspect is that we cannot ascertain how many individuals within Second High School have been infected, nor can we identify the true mother body. At this moment, Wen Qima, seated nearby, interjected. However, the number of infected individuals at Second High should not be overly severe. Otherwise, the Raven of Calamity would have already sounded the alarm. Since that entity remains dormant, it indicates that the current situation is still under control. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xie queried with curiosity, the Raven of Calamity? What is that? It is a forbidden object imbued with a protective aura, which signals warnings in the event of significant disasters in Songnan City, Hong Ying patiently explained. Oh, I see, Lin Xie nodded. Henceforth, I will organize a specific plan. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Jiang Xuan, and Lin Xie. You four will form a team responsible for infiltrating Second High to locate its true form. Zhao Kongqing, Lung Xian. And I will focus on spreading out from Second High to search for other infected individuals outside. As for Li Yifei, you will accompany Jiang Xuan and the others. Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback, but I'm just an ordinary person. If this incident is resolved smoothly, I can offer you an opportunity to join the Night Watchers. Whether you gain entry will depend on your own capabilities. Chen Mai stated calmly. Captain, your judgment is impeccable. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Li Yifei's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn after hearing Chen Mai's promise, grinning with enthusiasm. Jiang Xuan wondered, how did I not notice that this fellow is so cunning? Who has he learned this from? More than half an hour later, at Second High, the back playground. Oh, Chia, help me out. This barbed wire is snagged on my pants. I swear, when did the school install an electric fence, and who are they trying to keep out? At that moment, three figures stood in the playground, utterly speechless as they gazed at Jiang Xuan, whose pants were caught. It felt as though a llama was galloping within their minds. Getting caught while climbing a wall, truly a display of foolishness. Xiaonan pouted, visibly annoyed, clad in a cartoon t-shirt. With her school uniform tied around her waist and her hair styled into 2 large buns, she appeared utterly adorable. But it's not my fault. The foothold here is too small, and I inadvertently got snagged. Jiang Xuan protested, feigning innocence. Enough, enough. Chia, assist him. We cannot afford to waste time. Honging said with evident exasperation. Moments later, Lin Chia, with a twitching mouth, helped Jiang Xuan free himself. Subsequently, Honging stated earnestly, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will communicate via earpieces. No problem. Jiang Xuan gestured in affirmation. Hey, who is talking down there? Speak up on the podium. I'll let you talk to your heart's content. When I stepped out of the office, I could hear your ruckus. Our classroom is the loudest in the entire building. Let us see what you all score on this month's exam. You're even worse than the neighboring class, truly the most underperforming cohort I've ever tutored. At the podium stood a short-haired teacher, clad in brown sandals and a blue plaid shirt, holding an insulated mug, vociferously reprimanding the students who dared not utter a word. Heads bowed in submission. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Look at your lifeless appearances. Where is the vigor of youth? The teacher paused upon hearing the knocking, and upon seeing the 2 figures standing at the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xuan? Lin Chia? The teacher's mind was filled with questions, and he continued. Jiang Xuan, hearing this, spoke smoothly as if his mouth were greased. Here, please accept these boxes of tea. Consider it a small token of our appreciation. With that, in Lin Chia's bewildered gaze, Jiang Xuan produced 3 boxes of Longjing tea, a box of Dahongpo, and several other high-end teas that Lin Chia did not recognize from behind him. The previously enraged teacher's eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly at Jiang Xuan. This teacher was known for his meticulous dedication to each student, a truly commendable educator. Thus, Jiang Xuan decided to present him with some tea derived from the chaotic divine ruins. It is essential to note that such items are precious treasures for those who possess forbidden auras, enhancing mental acuity and fortifying the body. Had this teacher not demonstrated exceptional teaching and character, Jiang Xuan would not have been so generous with such a prized gift. After all, he is no pushover. Ignoring the teacher's words, Jiang Xuan placed the tea on the podium and, pulling Lin Chia along, exited, murmuring, oldly, hey, I'm giving you this out of goodwill. No need for formalities. Whatever happened to that earlier bravado? Honestly, well, I won't keep you. I should take a stroll around the school before heading out. Take care. The elderly teacher gazed at the receding figure of Jiang Xuan, who was grumbling as he walked away. Turning his attention back to the podium, he caught sight of a bag filled with exquisite tea leaves, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Despite the bitterness, a sense of contentment shone through that he could not conceal. That child is truly something, he mused. Not far from him, Jiang Xuan turned back with a serious expression and asked Lin Chia, did you discover any infected individuals in the class just now? Lin Chia nodded, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before whispering, we found 2. 2? Which 2? Jiang Xuan feigned ignorance, already knowing the answer. One is Lu Xiaoyan, and the other is Han Nuonuo. By the way, Brother Xian, they resemble flesh monsters draped in human skin. Their internal organs have completely vanished, leaving only hollow shells behind. It looks utterly horrifying. As he spoke, Lin Chia shuddered involuntarily. Lu Xiaoyan, Han Nuonuo, aren't they from the same dormitory? Jiang Xian's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. His reaction exaggerated. Are you certain? Chen Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece, filled with gravity. I remember them vividly, which is why I know. Lin Chia asserted. Vividly? What do you mean by that? Red Ying's curious voice interrupted, having removed her earpiece to scratch her ear and missed Jiang Xian's earlier comment. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xuan replied, the fact that you girls don't wash your feet leaves a deep impression on me. You're talking nonsense. Red Ying retorted. Most of us girls are quite clean. How could we not wash our feet? You must be referring to your boys. Only you boys would neglect washing your feet. Leaving a stench in the room. After a brief pause, Jiang Xian's voice echoed again through the earpiece, then go check dormitory 210. You'll see if there's a foul odor. With that, Red Ying fell silent, promptly making her way with Si Xiaonan towards the girls' dormitory on the 4th floor. Jiang Xuan, Lin Chia, do you have a way to roughly detect how many people in the entire school have been infected? Chen Mai's voice rang out again. Upon hearing this, Lin Chia immediately responded, yes, there's a flag-raising ceremony shortly. I can blend into the crowd and get a rough estimate of the infected numbers. Good. Then we shall rely on you. Chen Mai replied, his tone brightening. In the girls' dormitory of the 2nd high school, Red Ying and Si Xiaonan stealthily peeked through the window. Upon confirming that the dormitory supervisor was absent, they quickly climbed over the restricted access and entered the building. Is this dormitory 210 Jiang Xuan mentioned? Let's hurry and check it out. Red Ying urged, waving Si Xiaonan to follow her as they dashed up the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they found all the doors locked. The dimly lit corridor felt cold and constricted, with flickering yellow lights that seemed about to extinguish at any moment. Shadows along the walls evoked a sense of unease, hinting at something lurking in the darkness. At the intersection of the dormitory doors, a few large white trash bins emitted an unpleasant odor. A breeze from the slightly ajar windows caused the door at the end of the corridor to sway gently, producing faint creaking sounds. In the bathroom, some faucets dripped incessantly, as if silently narrating a story. Above them, something rustled ominously within the heating pipes, reminiscent of mice scuttling about. Xuan, feeling a chill, clutched Red Ying's arm and whispered, "Sister Redding, could you please slow down? I'm a bit frightened." "What is there to fear? You're not afraid of those grotesque mythical creatures, so why fear this?" Redding chuckled, though she instinctively slowed her pace to walk alongside Xuan. Soon, they arrived at the door of dormitory 210. With deftness, Redding picked the lock, and the door creaked open. Upon entering, both girls were immediately hit by an overwhelming stench, leaving Redding momentarily frozen in place. Could it be that these girls truly neglect cleanliness? She pondered. Xuan, hearing this, nudged Redding with her elbow and said, "Sister Redding, don't you find this smell oddly familiar?" With the reminder, Redding snapped back to reality, recognizing the scent. It was the odor of human skin. Just moments ago, they had discovered some foul-smelling human skins in the office, making this scent unmistakable. Exchanging glances, the two girls stealthily entered the dormitory, rummaging through belongings in search of answers. Minutes passed. There was nothing here. Where could that terrible smell be coming from? Xuan scratched her head in confusion. Well, the school isn't much to speak of, but the balcony is quite nice, Redding remarked, her words trailing off as she suddenly froze, her eyes wide with realization, noticing Red Ying's stillness. Xuan prodded her gently and followed her gaze. "Sister Redding, what are you looking at?" In an instant, Xuan too was frozen, her eyes widening in disbelief. Hanging on the clothes rack in the dormitory were 4 thin sheets of human skin, swaying gently in the breeze. As the athletes' march played, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye merged into the throng of students moving toward the flagpole for the ceremony. "Keep up, don't fall behind." "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom." "Teacher, me too. My stomach's been upset for days. I really need to go." "Teacher, I have an ingrown toenail. I can't walk properly. It hurts a lot." All right. So you all want to play this game, do you? Let's commence the circus of the flag-raising ceremony. As it proceeded in an orderly manner, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye continued to navigate through the crowd, aware that Lin Qiye's mental perception only extended about 20 meters, making a complete assessment of the infection rates among the students and faculty a time-consuming task. "Qiye, how is the investigation going? Are there many infected individuals?" Jiang Xuan inquired, noticing Lin Qiye's growing silence. "It's hard to say just yet. Half the people remain unexamined. However, so far, the situation appears rather grim," Lin Qiye replied, his brow furrowed. "Take your time. I know people in the student council. If the music stops later, I'll grab a couple of student badges," Jiang Xuan assured him. Lin Qiye nodded, refocusing on his task. Minutes later, the solemn national anthem resounded, capturing the attention of students, teachers, and leaders alike as they turned to watch the flag ascend. Yet, within the nearby crowd, beads of sweat trickled down Lin Qiye's face as he stared at the densely packed students, his heart sinking at the sight of Jiang Xuan, who was animatedly boasting to the student council president. "Xian Gu, Captain, the number of infected individuals is likely to exceed your expectations." Lin Qiye murmured to himself. "Oh, how many?" Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, Jiang Xuan instinctively inquired. Lin Qiye swallowed hard and whispered into the earpiece, "At least 60 teachers and students in the entire school have been transformed into monsters. The most severe case is a class in the second year of high school, where half of the students have been infected. By the way, Xian Gu, the president of the student council in front of you is also an infected monster." Lin Qiye seemed to remember something and kindly reminded him. "Jiang Xuan?" This revelation startled Jiang Xuan, nearly prompting him to strike the creature in front of him. Thankfully, he managed to restrain his strength just in time to avoid revealing himself. However, the student council president looked at Jiang Xuan in confusion, seemingly having felt the threatening aura, and asked, "Xian Gu, were you just about to hit me?" Jiang Xuan quickly replied with a smile, "No, I just saw a Komodo dragon crawling on your face, so I raised my hand to help you swat it away. Don't misunderstand." Student council president, "What? A Komodo dragon? Xian Gu, I haven't read much. Don't trick me. If you said there was a mosquito or a fly on my face, I might believe you. But where would a Komodo dragon come from? Besides, a Komodo dragon is nearly several meters long. If one were crawling on my face, I would certainly know about it. And from your earlier stance, it looked like you genuinely wanted to knock me out. Xian Gu, can you please clarify what you intend to do? I'm feeling a bit anxious." "Oh, never mind. I probably just saw it wrong." You are my dear friend, my hunting companion. How could I ever harm you? Right? Upon hearing this, the student council president looked astonished and asked, Really, nothing's wrong? Absolutely nothing is wrong. Don't deceive me. Oh, how could I possibly harm you? Are you saying it is or isn't? Well, it seems so. This is a lawful society. With that, Jiang Xuan abruptly grabbed Lin Chiye, who was murmuring softly to himself, and the two of them headed straight towards the small grove in the school. As soon as they arrived at the grove, Lin Chiye was about to report the situation over the earpiece when Jiang Xuan suddenly tugged at his shirt. Lin Chiye looked puzzled, about to ask something when he looked up and saw Lu Yuan from their class, who was not exactly a couple but was shyly handing a bottle of calcium milk to Han Ruo. Ruo, having stood for the flag raising for so long, must be thirsty. Here, I accidentally bought an extra bottle of calcium milk when I went to the shop, so I'm giving it to you. Han Ruo was taken aback at first. Then, her face flushed a vibrant red as she accepted the calcium milk from Lu Yuan, revealing a sweet smile and gratefully said, Just when I was thirsty, thank you. Lu Yuan, you are a good person. Seeing Han Ruo's sweet smile, Lu Yuan felt as if he were floating on air. Just as he was about to say something more when a haunting voice suddenly interrupted. Chiye, having stood for so long, must be thirsty too. Here, I accidentally bought an extra bottle of Waha, so I'm giving it to you. With that, Jiang Xuan pulled out a row of Waha from his pants and stuffed it into Lin Chiye's arms. Lin Chiye, Han Ruo, Lu Yuan, hey, Xingu, can you please not be so abstract? If you want to hand something over, just do it properly. Why must you pull it out from your pants? What kind of habit is that? At that moment, Lin Chiye pulled Jiang Xuan aside and whispered, No, Jiang Xuan, are you trying to be cryptic? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, glancing at the goddess next to him, and stepped forward boldly. However, Jiang Xuan ignored Lu Yuan, the Good Samaritan, and walked around him. Slowly approaching Han Ruo, his gaze soft and tender. Hey, what are you planning, Jiang Xuan? Seeing this, Lu Yuan became anxious and rushed forward to push Jiang Xuan, but he couldn't budge him. Han Ruo also looked at Jiang Xuan with curiosity and asked, Jiang Xuan, do you need something? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xuan slowly spoke. Actually, my friend Chiye has liked you for a long time. Han Ruo was instantly taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing at Jiang Xuan, stammering for a long time without managing to utter a single coherent word. You Lin Chiye. This is slander. Pure slander. He is slandering me. Lu Yuan immediately stepped in front of Jiang Xuan, glaring at him. Jiang Xuan, please keep your distance from Ruo. She already has someone she likes. And you cannot. Jiang Xuan impatiently pushed him aside, covering his mouth with his hand. Then turned to Han Ruo and said, Just tell me if you like my friend Chiye. Give me a straightforward answer. Can you share a green bubble account? Han Ruo hesitated for a moment, seemingly coming to a realization. Her delicate face suddenly flushed, and she answered in a crisp voice, My green bubble account is meanwhile. Lu Yuan stood there, utterly incredulous, watching his beloved goddess display a shyness he had never seen before in front of another boy. He was completely dumbfounded. His heart shattered. Hey, the show has begun. The circus is starting, and you're just standing there like a fool? Hurry up and perform for everyone. Jiang Xuan's ghostly voice suddenly echoed in Lu Yuan's ears. Chapter 28, The Most Painful Thing. Jiang Xuan's voice echoed in Lu Yuan's ears, but Lu Yuan ignored the taunts and desperately questioned Han Ruo. Whoa, do you really not feel anything for me? Han Ruo, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes, but quickly concealed it, then timidly replied, Lu Yuan, you are a good person. I feel unworthy of you. Boom. At that moment, it felt as if a thunderclap echoed in Lu Yuan's mind, and he kept repeating the words good person to himself. All right, the lovers have finally come together. What are you, a clown from the circus, doing here? Go. Here's 50 cents for you to buy some bubble gum. Jiang Xuan swatted Lu Yuan aside like a fly and then took Lin Chiye's hand, leading him away to add Han Ruo's green bubble account. Chiye, after school, can you wait for me at the garage? I have something I want to discuss with you. Boom. Even though it was broad daylight, Jiang Xuan felt as if thunder were rumbling incessantly. How peculiar. All right. In that case, see you at the garage tonight. Lin Chiye nodded expressionlessly in agreement. Thank you, Chiye. Han Ruo smiled sweetly. Boom. Jiang Xuan released the grip he had on Lu Yuan, who stood there like a statue, motionless, his gaze dazed as he watched Han Ruo gradually walk away. His heart heavy with sorrow, Jiang Xuan glanced at him, and then quietly left with Lin Chiye, offering no further mockery. After walking for a while, Lin Chiye finally could not contain his curiosity and asked Jiang Xuan, Xingu, what are you planning? That Han Ruo is an infected individual. Are you really thinking of saving her? At this moment, Jiang Xuan, shedding his previous playful demeanor, raised his hand to interrupt Lin Qiye's speech. His gaze turned increasingly sharp as he coldly remarked, "Have you forgotten what happened when he pushed you before?" "Push me? Oh right. Back when Brother Xian was fighting with the masked man, he did push me on purpose, using me as a shield to escape." Lin Qiye, filled with confusion, then inquired, "What does that have to do with you saving him?" Hearing this, Jiang Xuan burst into laughter. "Who told you I was trying to save him? Wasn't it to save him?" Lin Qiye began, but was quickly interrupted by Jiang Xuan, who countered, "Qiye, do you know what can cause the greatest suffering to a person?" After a brief contemplation, Lin Qiye responded, "Could it be love?" He then rubbed the corner of his eyes in exasperation and continued, "There are indeed a few things that can inflict the deepest pain. The lofty brought low to the dust, the proud yearning for the unattainable. The wayward perishing from loyalty, the schemer undone by fidelity, the thief ruined by devotion, the selfish destroyed by sacrifice, childhood sweethearts turned bitter enemies. Love at first sight, yet helplessly entangled, mutual affection forever missed, proximity accompanied by hidden agendas." After a moment's pause, Jiang Xuan coldly chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Qiye, don't you think Lu Yuan is a perfect example of love at first sight yet helplessly entangled? I remember back in our first year. He was always sticking up for Han Ruo, buying things for her, and he is still doing it now. You think I'm saving him? Ha ha ha. Why don't you guess, after this incident, will Lu Yuan go find Han Ruo alone?" Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "I would estimate that he will." "And what about Han Ruo? Will she seize that opportunity too?" Lin Qiye fell silent. "Heh heh, now guess this. Will they end up together despite their quirks? Would a normal person truly be with a chicken from their own farm?" Lin Qiye remained silent. "So Qiye, what do you think Lu Yuan's expression will be? Shocked, sad, heartbroken, or perhaps fearful? Ha ha ha. Don't you think that this revenge is the sweetest?" A flicker of madness shone in Jiang Xuan's eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. "Brother Xian," Lin Qiye softly called. "What is it? Do you think my plan is brilliant?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, his face adorned with a smile. "I feel like you've changed a bit." Lin Qiye observed Jiang Xuan, whose emotions seemed somewhat unstable. "Changed? What do you mean?" Jiang Xuan questioned. "You do remember that this kid nearly caused your demise, right? Do you wish to be like those saintly figures in novels? To save him with love? Isn't this revenge far sweeter? Not really, I can't quite articulate it. But it just seems like your demeanor has shifted significantly. Perhaps it is merely my illusion." To be honest, Lin Qiye felt a peculiar strangeness about Jiang Xuan. Yet he couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. Everything appeared so perfectly reasonable and seamless. All right. Perhaps it's just that I became serious all of a sudden. Which led you to feel I've changed. In truth, I am a pig in human form. If you dare provoke me, I shall seize the moment and devour all your food. Isn't that impressive?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Brother Xian, next time we play truth or dare. If you lose, I'll make you say that in front of everyone." Just then, a commotion arose from the girls' dormitory. "There is something going on over here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye exchanged glances and hurried towards the girls' dormitory. However, Lin Qiye was unaware that deep within his mind, a voice of utter madness began to resonate. "Hehehe, this is entertaining, truly captivating." Outside the second school, Zhao Kongqing and Lang Xian stood in a secluded corner, their expressions grave as they listened to the conversation through their earpieces. After exchanging glances, Lang Xian nodded and said, "We can begin." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Kongqing produced a notice board he carried and planted it around the school. Pressing his hands together and muttering, "Forbidding void, no watch zone." The notice board trembled slightly, and a colossal invisible canvas spread out from it, connecting with two other notice boards, swiftly enveloping the entire area above the second school. "Lang Xian, keep an eye on this place. I'm heading in to regroup with Jiang Xuan." Just as Zhao Kongqing stepped inside, Lang Xian suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Hey, why does this no-watch zone feel rather strange?" Meanwhile, on the other end, whoa, look up at the sky. There is a man sensually caressing his shoulder. Indeed, how fascinating. Quick, fetch my 24-megapixel digital camera. I must record this and post it online. Oh, what a pity. The man's eyes are all pixelated, making it hard to discern his true appearance. But he does seem rather handsome. Hey, you're right. I feel the same way. The sudden appearance of animated skies instantly captured the attention of everyone within the school, as it was just before class. A throng of students and teachers gathered in the corridors to witness the spectacle. "Hey, Brother Xian, look up. Someone is dancing in the sky." Lin Qiye pointed upwards, then added, TSK. Brother Xian, despite the pixelation, that exaggerated expression is indeed quite animated. But why does this person seem so familiar? It feels like I've seen them before. Brother Xian, do you feel the same way? Brother Xian, why aren't you speaking? Noticing Jiang Xuan's silence, Lin Qiye's expression stiffened as he suddenly realized something. his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Xuan, brother Xianwuti, before Lin Qie could finish. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the campus, seemingly deafening everyone's ears. Zhao, Kong, Chung. A sneeze escaped Zhao Kongqing, who had just entered the no-watch zone. He rubbed his nose in confusion, pondering, is that brat Jiang thinking of me? With an excited gaze, he glanced up at the sky, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Heh, I didn't expect that after awakening the forbidding void, I could manipulate my mental energy to alter the appearance of the no-watch zone. This is exhilarating. Just wait. If anyone dares to oppose me, I'll plaster their photos up there and hang them for 3 days and nights. With that, Zhao Kongqing cheerfully continued on his way into the school. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan sighed. After Jiang Xuan's earlier shout, everyone simultaneously turned their heads, surprised to see a boy suddenly appearing beneath the girls' dormitory. Hey, do you think this guy resembles that character from the animation? Now that you mention it, I too feel there is a resemblance. Indeed. The person below looks quite similar to the boy in the animation, right? That reasoning seems a bit far-fetched. Listening to the cacophony of voices from above, Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, almost wishing to unleash a torrent of flames upon them, turning them to ashes. If that were to happen, no one would ever know of this incident. Lin Qie, observing Jiang Xuan beside him, whose chest heaved with fury as he gasped for breath, quickly offered words of comfort. Brother Xuan, take a moment to calm down. The footage up there is pixelated. Unless they are familiar with you, they would not recognize you. Do not let it vex you so much. We still have a mission to complete. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from the girls' dormitory, and crimson flames surged from the second floor. Alarmed, both Jiang Xuan and Lin Qie exchanged glances, their expressions changing in an instant before they dashed towards the source of the commotion. Shonan, are you unhurt? Jiang Xuan inquired anxiously. Not only am I unharmed, but I also managed to slay one myself. Impressive, right? Si Xiaonan beamed, pointing at the disfigured monster on the ground. Remarkable. Our Xiaonan is the best. Hongying praised, giving a thumbs up. Even so, I cannot compete with Sister Hongying. When your crimson fire feather garb appeared, it turned those monsters to dust. Si Xiaonan scratched her head, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. What has happened? Why are you two here? A middle-aged dormitory supervisor rushed in, her voice urgent. Are you not afraid for your lives? Come with me quickly. The firefighters will be here soon, the supervisor urged. After a brief exchange of glances, Hongying and Si Xiaonan began to follow her. Yet at that moment, bang! The sound of gunfire rang out like firecrackers. A bullet whizzing through the air and striking the supervisor in the waist. At the sound of the gunshot, Hongying and Si Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock as they instinctively retreated. The supervisor clutched her waist, instinctively backing away toward the shadows. Bang! 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 3 more shots followed, hitting her other side. Seventh Knight, your handling is too terrifying. Why shoot her in the kidneys? Haven't you heard of mercy and killing? Could you not give her a swift end? Just watching makes my own kidneys ache. A steady voice echoed through the corridor. In the next moment, 2 youthful figures ascended from below. Jiang Xuan, 7th Knight, you have arrived. Hongying exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Sister Hongying, you two come over. I'll leave this one to 7th Knight. Jiang Xuan waved at them. However, Lin Qie wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the fallen monster. Speaking in a gentle tone, just lie still and don't move. Rest assured, my next shot will surely finish you off without fail. The monster. Chapter 30. Without reason. With a gunshot, the supervisor, who had been swapped by the monster, convulsed a few times before completely losing her life. Simultaneously, the crowd heard hissing sounds, prompting everyone to turn toward the end of the corridor. At the corridor's terminus, a creature with a serpentine tail and a human torso coiled menacingly, its crimson tongue flicking as it regarded everyone with a mocking grin, seemingly deriding them. Just as Jiang Xuan and the others were momentarily stunned, the creature suddenly lifted its head, emitting a shrill cry toward the window. SSSS. The sound was sharp and piercing, soon resonating throughout the entire school. At that moment, screams erupted from various corners of the school. Upon hearing those screams, a sneer of derision crossed the creature's face as it shattered the balcony glass and swiftly fled outside. The infected have gone berserk. Jiang Xuan, 7th Knight. You protect the students first. I will pursue it. Hongying declared, immediately sprinting towards the balcony and leaping down. Head to the school gate. Lin Qie decisively commanded. Together, Lin Qie and Jiang Xuan raced towards the school entrance, while Si Xiaonan chased after Hongying. On their way to the school gate, countless students ran about like ants on a hot pan, screaming, with the growls of monsters echoing among them. Soon, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qie reached the school entrance. But the presence of the boundless void obstructed everyone, while the students, caught in a frenzy, pushed forward desperately. Seeing this, Lin Xie swiftly drew his pistol from his pocket and fired 3 shots into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone, quiet down. Listen to me. The gunfire indeed brought a momentary silence among the frenzied students. However, moments later, the overwhelming fear of death plunged them back into chaos. Who are you? Why do you have a gun? Are you a police officer? If so, hurry and kill those monsters. Why are you blocking us from leaving? Please. Let me out. I don't want to die. I have an 80-year-old grandmother and a 1-month-old puppy depending on me. I cannot die here. I understand now. You must be in cahoots with those monsters. Otherwise, why would you stop us from leaving? Since you want to let us live, I will kill you. At that moment, a tall boy surged through the crowd towards Lin Xie, wielding a bloodied fruit knife. Lin Xie frowned, just as he reached for the black box behind him. He heard the sound of a weapon being chambered. Click. Data. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan, who had somehow fashioned a Gatling gun from thin air, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the boy. How dare you? My 7th knight speaks to you civilly, and you refuse to listen, huh? Data. You think you can take him down? Data. Data. Come on, let me show you what the second High of Songnan is all about. Today, I'll teach you what true justice is. Data. Data. Lin Xie thought, isn't that forbidden realm supposed to prevent even such a device from being summoned here? This is incredible. Indeed, a walking arsenal, right? Since the firearms and ammunition were derived from Jiang Xuan's chaotic realm, as long as he wasn't too far away, he could manipulate them all. Thus, he felt no concern about harming innocents with the shooting. At this moment, the other panicking students also ceased their madness. Standing quietly beside Jiang Xuan, not daring to utter a sound, silently observing him shoot. What could they do? This fellow was simply too terrifying. Who brings a Gatling gun to a police call? This is more than a little insane. However, in the next moment, the student's perspective shifted. The boy, who was nearly shot to pieces, suddenly began to swell, his human form transforming into a massive serpent body. Yet Jiang Xuan did not relent, continuing to fire the Gatling gun at the creature with unfaltering intensity. As the relentless barrage continued for several minutes, the Gatling gun began to emit smoke, signaling its depletion of ammunition. It was only then that Jiang Xuan ceased fire. Subsequently, he aimed the smoking weapon at the students, who were as quiet as kittens, and spoke slowly. Look at how raucous you all were just now. Is this the image of the new youth of our great China? After years of study, have you all learned nothing? Have the 9 years of compulsory education gone to waste? Since you enjoy making noise so much, here's the deal. Whatever I say, you shall echo. If your voices are quieter than mine, I will impart some wisdom to you. Is that understood? The students responded in unison, their voices booming. Understood. Good. Now repeat after me. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom. The students echoed at an even louder volume. Prosperity, democracy, civilization. Lin Xie interjected. 6 moments later, long lines formed at the school entrance, with all the students remaining utterly silent, not daring to utter a sound, patiently awaiting Lin Xie's inspection before they slipped out from a small corner of the boundless void. Outside this realm, several official departments had gathered, ready to manage the aftermath once the students emerged. One of the individuals tasked with erasing memories looked perplexedly at a colleague nearby and remarked, why are these students, who have just escaped a perilous situation, reciting phrases like prosperity, democracy, and justice? Isn't this our nation's core values? How could they remember this in such a dangerous moment? His companion, though somewhat puzzled, shrugged it off and replied, why are you concerning yourself with that? Just focus on your own duties. Besides, it shows that our 9 years of compulsory education has been effective. The students have it etched in their minds. All right, let us get to work. However, at that moment, Lin Xie curiously asked, Brother Xian, how did you determine that student was a monster? I recall you have no discernible ability to identify them. Jiang Xuan halted his stride, gazing intently at Lin Xie, and replied, in truth, I had no idea he was a monster. Then why did you fire at him without hesitation? Was it mere deduction? Lin Xie continued to reason aloud. No, it's not that complicated. Jiang Xuan interjected, gesturing for silence. The only reason I shot him was that he intended to kill you. Nothing more. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 31. The True Zhao Kongqing. Jiang Xuan, we have discovered what this creature is. Chen Mai's voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece, drawing the attention of Jiang Xuan and the others. He continued, this monster is called the Nantua serpent demon, stemming from a rural legend. As we suspected, this creature possesses formidable camouflage abilities and a degree of infectivity. It can consume other beings, implanting serpent seeds within them, and subsequently control their every action. However, the generation of these serpent seeds is limited. The main body can produce only 1 per day, while offspring require 3 days for one to emerge. Most critically, This serpent demon possesses intellect comparable to that of humans, making it exceedingly troublesome. You all must exercise caution. Lin Chiye nodded in acknowledgement, then curiously inquired, Captain, how does the combat strength of the serpent demon compare? The offspring seem rather weak. Chinmai promptly responded, both the main body and offspring are not particularly strong. At least not during their juvenile stages. Any further questions? None. Lin Chiye replied briskly. Then you and Jiang Xuan hurry to support Li Yifei. There are numerous offspring monsters there, and old Zhao is struggling to hold them off alone. Understood. We're on our way. Jiang Xuan answered without hesitation, swiftly pulling the still-dazed Lin Chiye towards Zhao Kongqing. Meanwhile, in a classroom, several boys charged forward, frantically swinging their fire axes and clubs at the monstrous maw outside the door. Behind them stood a slender, bespectacled boy, calmly observing the scene, his eyes betraying an inexplicable excitement, as if they were not facing flesh-eating monsters but merely solving a physics problem. And Qingyu, are you sure we can hold the fort like this? Li Yifei approached, bewildered, inquiring of the slender youth. What other choice do we have? The first and fourth floors have both fallen. If we venture outside, do you believe you can guarantee the safety of all 28 of us? And Qingyu replied, at least this is the best we can do. We're alternating between defense and offense. While we may not escape immediately, at least everyone is safe. He paused, then regarded Li Yifei with a knowing look and added, moreover, I suspect help will arrive soon. After a moment of silence, Li Yifei finally remarked, no wonder you're the best in the city. Your mind is sharper than ours. With that, he left to assist at the front door. Not bad, not bad. It seems this world is not so mundane after all. And Qingyu mused, glancing at Li Yifei's retreating figure and then at the grotesque creatures outside, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Old Zhao, old Zhao. At that moment, Jiang Xuan, wielding a pure titanium alloy rifle, excitedly called into the earpiece. Zhao Kongqing. Old Zhao, speak up. Which floor are you on? I'm coming to help. The captain ordered it. Old Zhao, hurry up and respond. I'm about to lose my mind. You little rascal, do you think I'm unaware of your schemes? If you're capable, come up floor by floor. I'm on the 5th floor, so bring it on. Boom. Just as Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, a tremendous explosion resounded from below, accompanied by a cacophony of manic laughter. Old Zhao, Brother Xian is here. Hiss, why does my back feel so cold all of a sudden? Meanwhile, downstairs, when Lin Chiye witnessed Jiang Xuan pull a rocket launcher from his trousers, he felt a tumult of confusion, standing there in a daze. Is Brother Xian really that skilled? Can he produce such a thing? Lin Chiye internally lamented. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan aimed the weapon at the monsters charging towards them and fired, obliterating them into mere fragments. Brother Xian, is your evolution domain really that powerful? Can it truly manifest anything? Lin Chiye inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, one could say that. Jiang Xuan smacked his lips and added, the complexity of what I can evolve is directly proportional to my mental energy consumption. The more intricate the evolution, the greater the mental energy required. For instance, Qi, if you tell me what kind of wife you desire, and if my mental energy suffices, I can bring her into existence. However, I estimate that such a feat would only be possible with Klein. So Qi, entrust your future marital matters to Brother Xian. I assure you, I will conjure up a high-quality, pure-hearted, warm woman for you. How does that sound? Are you feeling a bit excited? Just remember to express your gratitude with a generous betrothal gift later on. All right, enough of that. Brother Xian, let us focus on rescuing people first. Lin Chiye interjected urgently as Jiang Xuan's words drifted further off topic. Oh, right. I still need to have a word with Lao Xiaobao, the principals, and almost forgot. With that, Jiang Xuan activated the chaotic energy within him and began to evolve the half-person tall object in his hand. A flash of light erupted, and the towering form vanished, replaced by 2 watermelon knives. Once we get up there, those creatures will be perfect for us to practice our combat skills. We've been training hard these past few days, and it's time to test our progress. Jiang Xuan explained, noting Lin Chiye's puzzled expression. Lin Chiye nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan charged upwards, shouting, damn it, Lao Zhao, your brother Xian is coming to check the water meter. Chapter 32, in Qingyu. Meanwhile, in a classroom on the 3rd floor, and Qingyu and Li Yifei also heard the tremendous explosion, their hearts swelling with joy. Help had arrived. Just as they reveled in their excitement, they suddenly heard the agonizing roars of the monsters outside. Roar, roar. Following that, they heard several sounds piercing the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Moments later, the roars faded into silence, and the outside world returned to a stillness. And Qingyu exchanged glances with Li Yifei, who slowly swallowed hard and approached the door, intending to peek through the transparent glass panel to assess the situation outside. It remained eerily quiet. Li Yifei cautiously leaned closer to the cracked glass of the doorframe, every muscle tense and his gaze full of caution. There didn't seem to be any monsters out there before he could finish his thought. A striking face suddenly loomed into his field of vision. Jiang Xuan grinned and exclaimed, Hey cousin, open the door. We're here to check your water meter. Ah, what the hell? Li Yifei, caught off guard, fell back onto the floor, his legs scrambling to retreat. Meanwhile, Qingyu, who was hiding beside Li Yifei, genuinely thought a monster was about to break in. Without hesitation, she grabbed the stick in her hand and swung it toward the handsome face. Bang. Is someone trying to ambush me? Jiang Xuan was taken aback, then immediately recovered. Damn it. Lao Zhao, I knew you were inside. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Jiang Xuan tensed every muscle, veins bulging on his forehead, his face twisted into a menacing grin. He raised his right hand and slammed it against the already damaged wooden door. Bang. The door was smashed, creating a large hole in the center. Jiang Xuan quickly reached out with his other hand to grasp the door frame, then assumed a half-crouched stance, inhaled deeply, and shouted, For Brother Xian, rise. In the midst of Qingyu's astonished expression, Jiang Xuan effortlessly removed the entire door frame, along with some wall plaster. Qingyu, is this really a person? Jiang Xuan then tossed the door frame aside, instinctively brandishing the watermelon knife toward the people on the other side. Die for Brother Xian. Seeing this, Qingyu couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Wait, brave warrior, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Lao Zhao. Swoosh. The watermelon knife was a mere millimeter from Qingyu's throat, and she could feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade. However, in just over 20 seconds, the wielder of the watermelon knife, Jiang Xuan, would completely reconcile with Qingyu. Upon recognizing the person before him, Jiang Xuan froze, momentarily at a loss. Phew. Good thing I retracted my knife quickly. I almost struck the wrong person, but now that the blade is at their throat, how should I explain this with so many witnesses? At that moment, Jiang Xuan's mind raced with thoughts as swift as Einstein's intellect. Countless apologies flashing through his mind in just 2 seconds. Finally, after a brief contemplation, he began to stammer, Qingyu? The others? Lin Qiyi. Oh no, Brother Xian's old habit has resurfaced. By the way, what was the number of that mental hospital I called before? I should ask them to prepare a bill for Brother Xian since I still have some medication left. It would be perfect. As Lin Qiyi pondered, a spark of inspiration lit up in his mind. My apologies, my friend. I almost scared the life out of you just now. That was my fault, and I sincerely apologize. My name is Jiang Xuan, but I don't know your name yet. Would you mind sharing? Qingyu looked at the utterly sincere Jiang Xuan, her mouth twitching slightly, her eyelids fluttering. I'm Qingyu. Oh, so it's Little Fish. What? Didn't you just say your name was? Jiang Xuan, who had been listening intently, suddenly froze. His watermelon knife twitching as he pointed it at Qingyu. Although Qingyu's psychological resilience was far beyond the norm, Jiang Xuan's unpredictable behavior made her shiver. Nevertheless, her strong mental fortitude allowed her to compose herself, calmly asking Jiang Xuan, Have we met before? However, Jiang Xuan's subsequent antics nearly shattered Qingyu's composure. Qingyu, my heavens, what a coincidence to see you here. It's been ages. Do you remember me? We've known each other since childhood. Jiang Xuan exclaimed, dramatically patting Qingyu's shoulder. Qingyu, hee. At that moment, Qingyu finally understood the phrase she had read in a book. When one reaches the limits of speechlessness, they genuinely may break into laughter. All right, Brother Xian. Let us focus on slaying monsters first. Zhao Kongqing and the others are still up there. Lin Qiyi looked at Qingyu with sympathy, fully understanding the complex emotions of wanting to punch Jiang Xuan but being unable to do so. If possible, Lin Qiyi wished to recruit Qingyu to his side. And when the opportunity arose, they could team up to trap Jiang Xuan. Oh, indeed. That rascal Zhao has yet to make his move. Let us set aside matters here for the time being. Shall we, Qiyi? We shall ascend first. Little you, remain here with these few idle folks and await our return. Do not wander off. However, shortly after Jiang Xuan departed, Qingyu suddenly transformed her previously dazed and speechless expression into one of fervent excitement as she gazed after Jiang Xuan's receding figure. Murmuring to herself, Just look at those clearly defined abdominal muscles, observe those distinct veins, and that remarkable regenerative ability. What splendid material for dissection. If only I could. Chapter 33 If you could evade all 9 bullets. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Lu Yuan, with a grand demeanor, raised Han Ruoruo's hand with a firm conviction, declaring, Ruoruo, rest assured, I shall ensure your escape. I am undoubtedly far braver than that Lin Qiyi. He is merely a pretty boy, utterly unreliable. All you need to do is trust me. With that, Lu Yuan led Han Ruoruo to the classroom door, knocking resolutely. Hey, uncle, can we discuss a matter? What matter? Zhao Kongqing, cigarette in mouth, turned with a puzzled expression. Lu Yuan glanced at the somewhat frightened Han Ruorio, steeling himself as he shouted, "We demand that you release us immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing regarded Lu Yuan with a gaze of patronizing concern, then glanced at Han Ruorio as if grasping the situation and slowly replied, "In a moment, Lin Xie will be coming up. Once he inspects you, you may gather in the auditorium and leave. Just be patient, you two lovebirds." At this moment, Lu Yuan, who had been relatively stable, suddenly erupted into a frenzy upon hearing the name Lin Xie. Lin Xie. Again, it's Lin Xie. Merely by uttering his name. He has the power to confine us here? Are you all utterly useless? Allowing a blind fool to command us. I should have been more ruthless last time and knocked Lin Xie out or even eliminated him. Perhaps all this nonsense would have been avoided. At this point, Lu Yuan resembled a rabid dog, barking furiously at Zhao Kongqing. Witnessing this, Zhao Kongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice taking on a chilling tone. "You would do well to silence that foul mouth of yours, or else, according to the law of energy conservation, the power from the school's cameras will soon be redirected to my electric baton." As he spoke, Zhao Kongqing produced a baton resembling a flashlight, activating it with a crackle of electricity. "Oh, so you dare to administer vigilante justice? Let me inform you, my uncle is a police officer. Just wait. Once I am free, I shall ensure that you and your lot face dire consequences." Lu Yuan threatened viciously. Zhao Kongqing paused momentarily, then could not suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, with that tone, one might think your uncle is a high-ranking official. No need for him to come looking for me. Just tell me your uncle's name and his position at the Ministry of Public Security, and I will call him right now. How does that sound?" At his sarcastic words, Lu Yuan's fury ignited, his eyes flashing with malice. Just as he was about to retort, a manic voice echoed down the corridor, 2 lines in a bar spell action, 2 dots in the force signify completion. "Ha ha, Zhao Kongqing, where are you?" "I, Brother Xian, have arrived." Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his blade, fixing his gaze on the corridor as if facing a formidable foe. Yet, in the next moment, 2 figures emerged from the stairway, one looking around restlessly as if searching for something, while the other, hand to brow, followed behind with an air of resignation. "Hee, old Zhao, so this is where you've been hiding. I've searched high and low for you," Jiang Xuan said with a wry smile. "Little Xian, let Zhao uncle explain. It was merely curiosity that led to this experiment. No need to take it so seriously." Zhao Kongqing replied earnestly after taking a deep breath. "Ha ha ha, very well. I shall take your word for it, Uncle Zhao." After hearing Zhao Kongqing's explanation, Jiang Xuan uttered this, but before Zhao Kongqing could revel in his relief, Jiang Xuan slowly revealed a desert eagle from behind. "Zhao Kongqing, ha, Uncle Zhao. You ought to count yourself fortunate that I am nearly depleted of mental energy after several battles. Otherwise, I would be obliged to unleash a round upon you. However, no matter, if you can evade the next 9 bullets, I shall spare you." Zhao Kongqing interjected with an oddly composed demeanor. For one who had obtained the powers of the Forbidden Ruins, evading bullets was truly not a challenge for Zhao Kongqing. Moreover, considering the abundance of bullets, he felt confident in his ability to dodge them. Jiang Xuan shook his head, a teasing smile gracing his features as he replied, "If you can evade the next 9 bullets, I will upgrade to a Gatling gun." "Zhao Kongqing, go to hell. You little rascal, you lack honor." Yet Jiang Xuan did not grant him the opportunity to argue, raising his hand and preparing to fire. Zhao Kongqing's body tensed, and he decisively declared, "Xie, I leave the students here to you. I must find the essence of the serpent demon." With that, he executed a long-lost serpentine maneuver and leaped down from the upper floor, watching Zhao Kongqing flee faster than a rabbit. Jiang Xuan aimed just a meter behind him and fired. The gunshot rang out, sending a chill of sweat cascading down Zhao Kongqing's back as he shouted back, "Ha ha ha." Jiang Xuan laughed coldly. At that moment, members of the crowd began to recognize Lin Xie and Jiang Xuan, eagerly inquiring, "Lin Xie, did you come from the 4th floor? Have all the monsters there been slain? Is it safe outside now? Brother Xian, why do you have a gun? What have you two been up to these past few days?" Chapter 34. Brother Xian, don't. Observing Lin Xie, who was surrounded as if he were the center of the universe, Lu Yuan felt an inferno of jealousy igniting within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his teeth grinding in rage and resentment. Why? What is the reason for this? What makes Lin Xie so special that he draws so many people to him? What do I lack compared to him? At that moment, Lu Yuan's mind roared with anguish, as tears of envy welled in his eyes. Lin Xie sensed the faint murderous intent emanating from Lu Yuan and turned to cast a cold gaze in his direction. Caught in his own tumultuous thoughts, Lu Yuan, for reasons unknown, felt a tremor in his heart upon meeting Lin Xie's icy stare, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. prompting him to instinctively take a few steps back. Lin Qiye, gripping a blood-dripping blade, advanced toward Lu Yuan with a glint of steel in his eyes. While the other students around them fell silent, intrigued by the unfolding scene, parting to grant Lin Qiye a clear path. As Jiang Xuan sensed something amiss behind him, he swiftly turned around. Upon noticing Lin Qiye seemingly intent on approaching Lu Yuan, he instinctively spoke up. "Qiye, do you want to?" While saying this, Jiang Xuan made a gesture across his throat. This startled Lu Yuan so much that he nearly wet himself, stammering urgently at Lin Qiye. "What are you planning? This is a society governed by law. Please don't act recklessly." After pausing to glance at the visibly frightened Han Ruoro beside him, he steadied himself and continued. "Lin Qiye, you should stop persistently pursuing Ruoro. She has already agreed to be my girlfriend. You must understand, a forced fruit is never sweet. Your actions are utterly meaningless." Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment's pause, he regained his composure, looking at Lu Yuan with a strange expression and asking, "Are you certain you want to take her away from here?" Hearing this, Han Ruo trembled uncontrollably, her legs quaking with fear. Observing this, Lu Yuan's protective instincts surged, and he wrapped his arm around Han Ruo's shoulders, locking eyes with Lin Qiye defiantly. "Yes, I intend to take Ruoro away. What? Do you plan to stop me?" At that moment, Jiang Xuan glanced at the trembling Han Ruoro, unfazed, and casually remarked to Lin Qiye, "All right, Brother Xian." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately stepped aside, allowing the two to exit. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Jiang Xuan to agree to let him go. Could it be that Jiang Xuan was intimidated after hearing his uncle was from the Ministry of Public Security? Fearing that Lu Yuan might cause trouble for his family while he was away serving in the military? It must be so. In an instant, Lu Yuan seemed to piece everything together, straightening his back and taking Han Ruoro's hand, coldly saying, "He, at least you know your place." "Jiang Xuan? Lin Qiye? The others? What nonsense is this guy spouting?" "Jiang Xuan agreed to let you go. And you're still putting on airs?" Jiang Xuan's temples twitched slightly. He took several deep breaths to suppress his urge to beat this person up. Once the couple's figures vanished into the corridor, Lin Qiye approached Jiang Xuan with a look of astonishment, whispering, "Brother Xian, what's wrong? Did that old turtle from Tongdian River possess you? How could you endure this?" Jiang Xuan replied, "What's wrong with me? If you provoke me, I'll pull the rubber band from my underwear and use it as a slingshot to break your windows." Lin Qiye pondered for 2 seconds before suddenly raising his head, looking seriously at Jiang Xuan. "Brother Xian, I was wrong. Humph. Too late now. Please, Brother Xian, I truly realize my mistake." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xuan led a group of students from the classroom to the 3rd floor, where they met with Qingyu and the others. "All right, since everyone is here, Li Yifei and Qingyu, please take them to the auditorium first. Once we deal with that dead loach, we'll join you." Jiang Xuan turned to the gathered crowd and instructed, "Okay, I'll lead the way, and Qingyu, you follow behind." Li Yifei nodded, addressing Qingyu. "I have no objections." Qingyu shrugged, showing no dissent. Subsequently, Li Yifei moved to the back to explain to the students who couldn't hear Jiang Xuan's words, preparing to lead them downstairs. "Jiang Xuan, Lin Qiye, I have something to discuss with you." At this moment, Qingyu approached the two and said suddenly. Jiang Xuan seemed indifferent, while Lin Qiye nodded slightly and inquired, "What do you wish to say?" After organizing her thoughts, Qingyu began, "I've discovered." As Qingyu continued her narration, Lin Qiye's brows furrowed increasingly closer, while Jiang Xuan maintained his indifferent demeanor. "What are your chances of proving this?" "Approximately 30%. Qingyu estimated. "I'm not very familiar with this type of creature, which is why the probability is so low." "All right, I understand." Lin Qiye then turned to Jiang Xuan, intending to ask for his opinion, only to find Jiang Xuan absent-mindedly picking at his nail beds. Lin Qiye, curious, asked, "Brother Xian, are you not even a little surprised by this news?" "Huh, what is there to be surprised about?" Jiang Xuan replied, perplexed. "Isn't it possible that Li Yifei is disguised as the Nanda Snake Demon? Don't you feel any emotional shift after this incident? He is supposed to join the Night Watchers. If he really is the Nanda Snake Demon, wouldn't we be inviting a wolf into the house? This is extremely dangerous." "And you feel nothing?" Lin Qiye was at a loss for words. Jiang Xuan's calmness was remarkable. No matter the situation, he appeared unconcerned, either laughing or dismissing it entirely. "What is so frightening about it? When Li Yifei isn't paying attention, one of you can quietly shoot him from behind and see if he dies, right?" Jiang Xuan said nonchalantly. Lin Qiye and Qingyu exchanged glances, the latter exclaiming, "That makes sense. But what if Li Yifei isn't the demon? Wouldn't that be killing the innocent?" Lin Qiye pondered for a long time before slowly responding. "Well, you said it's only a possibility he isn't, so what about the remaining 9,999 out of 10,000? With such a high probability, Aren't you willing to take a gamble? Let us skip the gamble for now. Let us search for clues first. We can act later if we can confirm. Lin Chia felt a little embarrassed but quickly regained his composure, glancing at the darkening sky and slowly saying, all right. Let us proceed this way. And Qingyu, you go with them to the auditorium, Brother Xian, and I will also head out to find the main body. Upon hearing this, and Qingyu nodded, but then called out to the departing duo, saying, wait, I have a request. What request? I want that one. And Qingyu pointed at Jiang Xuan's groin, stating firmly. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively covering himself. No, no, no. That cannot be given casually. Lin Chia was also dumbfounded, his curiosity igniting as he recalled countless ridiculous dramas he had seen on his phone. Seeing their expressions, and Qingyu pinched herself to avoid fainting from anger. I meant the gun. And Qingyu shouted exasperatedly. I was referring to the gun too. Jiang Xuan stammered. Damn. I meant the Desert Eagle at your waist. Not that thing. And Qingyu took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Oh, so that is what you meant. Chapter 35. How can someone swell up like this? National Day. Moments later, Jiang Xuan and Lin Chia, armed with straight blades, sprinted through the campus. Hey, Hong Ying, how's the situation on your end? Based on the traces at the scene, it seems the Nanda snake demon ran north. North? Lin Chia paused, exchanging glances with Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, now serious, deduced. If it's north, I recall there are the cafeteria, art building, playground, and classroom building. Xiaonan and I are currently searching the cafeteria. You two can check the other places. All right. Since that is the case, I shall accompany Qi to search the art building. If nothing is found, we can later reconvene at the playground and proceed to the teaching building together, shall we? Jiang Xuan communicated through his earpiece. No problem. If neither of these places yields results, we will meet at the playground. Without further ado, let us set off. With that, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qi turned and sprinted toward the art building. Upon entering, they thoroughly searched the first floor but found nothing amiss. However, as they ascended to the second floor, Lin Qi suddenly paused, her expression turning peculiar. What's wrong? Jiang Xuan feigned concern. Lin Qi remained silent, merely raising her hand to silently point towards a door ahead. Intrigued, Jiang Xuan leaned closer to the door, straining to hear the sounds within. While Lin Qi cautiously joined him, peering through the crack. Lu Yuan, would you like to play an intriguing little game with me? Han Ruoruo's sultry voice suddenly echoed. What kind of game? Lu Yuan, staring at the blushing Han Ruoruo, swallowed hard, his body trembling with excitement. Why don't you take a guess? Guess right, and their essay prize. This doesn't seem appropriate, especially with monsters lurking outside. And the floor is freezing. It's giving me a chill. That's what makes it fun. Isn't it? Well, all right then. Lu Yuan, his eyes glazed over, uttered his final words. Yet, just as he was about to extend his hand towards Han Ruoruo, her next statement nearly caused him to lose control. Lu Yuan, you smell absolutely divine. I truly want to devour you. In an instant, the once charming Han Ruoruo's expression twisted grotesquely, her mouth stretching into a savage grin, revealing a horrifying, bloodied visage that pressed against Lu Yuan's face, her sharp teeth teasingly brushing against his skin as if performing some macabre ritual. Oh! Lu Yuan screamed, his voice transforming from a manly tone into a high-pitched shriek, as if some unseen force had constricted his vocal cords. Just then, a loud crash erupted at the doorway. The sound was deafening. Lu Yuan and Han Ruoruo watched in shock as the sturdy door flew past their heads, crashing against the concrete wall with a resounding thud, creating a sizable hole. Both of their expressions froze in disbelief. Moments later, Jiang Xuan's mischievous voice echoed through the room. Damn it, let's break this up. Males to the left, females to the right, and cross-dressers in the middle. Han Ruoruo, Lu Yuan, Brother Xian, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please save me. Seeing Jiang Xuan and Lin Qi burst in, Lu Yuan cried out for help, as if they were his last hope, thrashing desperately. Oh ho! Isn't this little Lu? Weren't you off seeking true love? That hideous creature beside you can't possibly be Han Ruoruo, can it? Wow, I didn't realize you had such tastes. Jiang Xuan chuckled. Forget it, little Lu. You handle your business. 7 Yi and I will take our leave. There's no one here involved in any debauchery. Someone just reported a false alarm. With that, Jiang Xuan grabbed Lin Qi and headed for the exit. Wait, Brother Xian. Help me. This monster is going to eat me. Lu Yuan shouted frantically. Why are you yelling? It hasn't eaten you yet, so let us wait until it does. Jiang Xuan retorted, dismissing Lu Yuan as he dragged Lin Qi outside. Jiang Xuan, I swear, even if I become a ghost, I want to let you off the hook. If I escape, I'll ensure your entire family pays. The chilling screams echoed from the piano room. Unperturbed, Jiang Xuan pulled out 2 packets of dried fish from his pocket, one for Lin Qiyi and one for himself, leisurely munching at the doorway. A few minutes later, the tormented cries from within quieted down. Having finished their snacks, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiyi prepared to resume their tasks. Upon entering the piano room, Jiang Xuan immediately spotted Lu Yuan, now covered in repulsive slime, standing next to Han Ruoruo. His eyes filled with venomous hatred directed at Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiyi. Upon seeing the malice in Lu Yuan's gaze, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Are you not the brother of Bai Mawan? Bai Yang, perhaps? How dare you glare at me like that? Unexpectedly, the infected Lu Yuan mocked. Heh. What are you going to do about it? Oh ho, you are indeed grotesquely swollen. How can a person swell to such an extent? Jiang Xuan retorted. Then turned to Han Ruoruo. My dear Seven Yi wishes to have a word with you. Please attend to her. As for this fool, I suggest you keep your distance. Without waiting for Han Ruoruo to respond, Jiang Xuan drew 2 watermelon knives from behind him, merging them into a pair of gauntlets, which he swiftly donned before charging at Lu Yuan. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Lu Yuan, unwilling to back down, rose with an odd posture, his head bursting open, revealing a gaping maw as he lunged at Jiang Xuan. Roar. Jiang Xuan leaped, delivering a left hook. Bam. Roar. A right hook. Bam. Roar. Both fists unleashed. Bam. 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 Oh no, I was wrong, Brother Xian. I truly apologize. Roar. Please stop. Please stop, Brother Xian. Before long, Lu Yuan had been reduced to a pitiful state, barely recognizable even to his own mother. Tell me, how are you so formidable in life? Yet now you become such a grotesque mess in death? To dare challenge me, you truly have guts. I can't help but get angrier the more I curse. And every punch feels like a loss. How could you be so insufferable? Fine, I'll just annihilate you with a spray of salty soda. With that, Jiang Xuan summoned his inner power, unleashing a fiery breath that incinerated Lu Yuan into ashes. Not satisfied, he kicked the remnants, scattering them even further. Meanwhile, on the other side, all right, it's our turn to converse. You go first. Lin Qiyi said 6. Chapter 36. What are you waiting for? Waiting for death? Naga demon, you must have descended upon this city long ago. Otherwise, you wouldn't possess such a profound understanding of this society. Lin Qiyi fixed her gaze on Han Ruoruo, enunciating each word carefully. So what if I did? Han Ruoruo raised an eyebrow. I don't understand. With your terrifying talent for disguise, if you had lived quietly without aggressively proliferating, perhaps in another decade we wouldn't have even discovered your presence. But why? From half a month to a month ago, did you suddenly choose to cultivate offspring on such a large scale? Lin Qiyi questioned, her mind filled with curiosity. Reproduction is my biological instinct. What is so strange about that? Han Ruoruo replied nonchalantly. Besides, do you really believe a wolf would willingly remain silent after infiltrating a flock of sheep? If it were other mysteries, I might believe you. But you are different. Lin Qiyi asserted with conviction. Any being with true intelligence must possess the ability to suppress its biological instincts. For instance, take humans as an example. When an individual experiences abdominal discomfort in a public setting, they instinctively suppress this biological urge and seek out a restroom, rather than resolving the matter on the spot like chickens or ducks. Thus, I am inclined to believe that you possess a deeper ulterior motive, which we have yet to deduce. Haha, what a ridiculous inference. Han Ruoruo smirked disdainfully, her lips curling back to her ears. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan stood nearby, crunching on 2 packets of Wong Wong rice cakes, nodding occasionally to express his approval of both parties' reasoning. Indeed, Qiyi makes a valid point. Oh, this slippery serpent has a point as well. Haha, I feel that all of you have valid arguments. Lin Qiyi, Nanduo serpent demon. Is that so? My friend, we are engaged in a clash here, and you are munching away. Can you be a bit more serious? You are completely underestimating me. The Nanduo serpent demon internally rolled its eyes but maintained a calm demeanor, making it difficult to discern its true thoughts. Suddenly, the Nanduo serpent demon revealed a sly smile, gazing at Lin Qiyi as it spoke. While I must admit that the lad beside you is quite powerful, ultimately, your strengths are limited to the realm of the candlelight. If I were to eliminate both of you here and plant a serpent seed, do you think your comrades would ever discover it? Upon hearing this, Han Ruoruo raised her head, her mouth splitting into a grin, her body enveloped in a layer of dark scales, her legs merging into a serpentine tail. Her enchanting vertical pupils fixated intently on Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiyi. Observing this, Lin Qiyi's pupils dilated in shock, and he swiftly drew his blade, ready for combat. Ha ha ha, while you attempt to draw me into conversation, I am equally stalling for time. The Nanduo serpent demon hissed menacingly. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, suppressing a chuckle, and retorted, how coincidental. My dog says the same thing. Furthermore, Do you truly believe I possess the patience to let Xie bicker with you here? Fool. I am waiting for my comrades. What are you waiting for? To meet your demise? At this point, Jiang Xuan paused momentarily, then shouted towards the door. Close the door. Release Hong Ying. As soon as Jiang Xuan's voice faded, a graceful figure sliced through the air like a blade, darting in from outside. Rose-colored flames erupted beneath her feet, swiftly surging towards the Nanduo serpent demon. Jiang Xuan, wait for me. Hong Ying exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Although she spoke thus, her actions were swift as she brandished her spear and lunged at the Nanduo serpent demon, a streak of red light flashing through the air like lightning. A scorching wave of fire erupted from her center, radiating outward. Boom. In the blink of an eye, that beam of red light pierced through the Nanduo serpent demon's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. The room descended into chaos. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye were momentarily stunned. Lin Qiye was immensely impressed by Hong Ying's formidable strength, having killed the Nanduo serpent demon with a single spear thrust. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Hee, little Xuan, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Hong Ying slowly descended from the air, withdrawing her spear from the Nanduo serpent demon's corpse and kicking it a couple of times to confirm its death before turning to wave at Jiang Xuan with a benign expression. Hong Ying, if you have something to say, just say it from there. No need to come over. Jiang Xuan stammered nervously. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow, silently watching Jiang Xuan. Hong Ying, be gentle. My constitution cannot withstand such torment. Jiang Xuan looked at the increasingly furious Hong Ying. His face contorted in despair as he reluctantly approached her. Moments later, bang. Oh no. Hong Ying, please refrain from slapping my face. I still need it to eat. Slap. Oh no, not my backside. Don't kick me there. You're going to split me in two. Bang. Oh dear, my waist. Hong Ying, I truly regret my actions. Please don't stab my waist. After several minutes, Jiang Xuan, with a swollen face, sat on the ground, looking rather aggrieved as he observed Hong Ying bouncing towards Lin Qiye, unable to suppress a quiet murmur, a face like she's sure, a waist like a lowly, a temperament like Zhang Fei, and the ferocity of Li Kuei. Not a soul has tasted those crimson lips, yet a single punch felled the young lad. The neighbor's girl has matured, her strength unmatched and spirit overwhelming. Clouds adorn her garments, flowers grace her visage. A single punch could fell even Stallone, half concealing the peepa. 3 punches could shatter a battleship. That wretched Hong Ying is so violent. I curse that no man will dare claim you. Humph. What did you just say? Jiang Xuan immediately froze, his eyes darting as he replied earnestly. I was just reciting poetry. I absolutely was not mocking you, Hong Ying. Absolutely not. Hong Ying, I believe you not. You mischievous little rascal. Chapter 37. Hiding behind 2 peepas. Hong Ying regarded Jiang Xuan with skepticism, a forced smile gracing her lips as she inquired, then tell me, what is the next line after half concealing the peepa? Jiang Xuan hesitated, desperately racking his brain for the next line. Is it not 3 punches could shatter a battleship? At this moment, Hong Ying approached with a benevolent expression. No. Hong Ying, that is too far-fetched. Jiang Xuan fervently protested. Oh, then enlighten me with the next line, if you cannot. Hong Ying waved her spear mischievously. The next line is hiding behind 2 peepas. Jiang Xuan tentatively responded. Get lost. What nonsense is this about hiding behind 2 peepas? Your 2 years of high school education have been wasted. This cannot be blamed on me. In truth, I can recite the peepa shing, but your presence here makes me nervous. And I simply cannot recall. Jiang Xuan quickly defended himself. Oh, so you mean I hinder your performance? Do you truly believe I did not hear you mock me earlier? I see you were just itching for a fight. With that, Hong Ying wasted no time and raised her spear, aiming for Jiang Xuan's backside. Hong Ying, no. Jiang Xuan instinctively recoiled, pleading loudly. But just then, Lin Qiye's astonished voice suddenly rang out in their ears. No. Hong Ying, come quickly and see. A few minutes later, Jiang Xuan, Lin Qiye, and Hong Ying arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Just as they stepped to the door, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have met the check-in requirements, successfully obtaining a check-in opportunity. Would you like to check in immediately? Startled, Jiang Xuan paused, then promptly replied, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Item obtained. Pool Realm Mental Strength. Pool Realm Mental Strength. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend it, he felt as though a pool of water had suddenly appeared inside his mind, where the Divine Ruins dragon resided, sending a chill down his spine. Yarr, how cold. Jiang Xuan exclaimed, drawing the attention of both Hong Ying and Lin Qiye. What's wrong, little Xuan? What are you up to? Xuan, what happened? Jiang Xuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Hong Ying, Lin Qi. It seems I have broken through to the pool realm. What? Upon hearing this, the two could not help but exclaim in surprise. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to say something further, in the next moment, Hong Ying's spear lunged directly towards his strikingly handsome face. However, it was the butt of the spear that struck the flat end. Had Jiang Xuan failed to react in time, he would likely have suffered a significant bump on his forehead. Fortunately, with his recent breakthrough to the pool realm, his reflexes had improved considerably, allowing him to narrowly evade the blow. Frustrated, he exclaimed, Sister Hong Ying, you're a stunning beauty. Why resort to such sneaky tactics? Do you realize that if that hit had landed, my handsome face would have been ruined? Hong Ying looked at him in astonishment and replied, Wait, you really have broken through to the pool realm? How long has it been since you joined the Night Watch? Oh, right, you haven't even been fully accepted yet. Regardless, your talent is simply terrifying. How did you achieve this? Oh, it's just a bit of regular training that led to this breakthrough, Jiang Xuan boasted. Success is just a fraction of hard work, with the vast majority being talent. If effort alone sufficed, what need would there be for geniuses? Rest assured, as long as I have a meal, you'll surely have a bone to gnaw on. I won't let you down. Hey. What are you doing with that spear, Sister Hong Ying? No. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan was sent flying. Lin Qi watched this scene with a slight headache and could not help but take a deep breath. Sister Hong Ying, you two continue your play. I'll go handle the main body of that non-Tua serpent demon first. Hearing this, Hong Ying paused amidst her busy schedule to ask, Qi, can you manage alone? While saying this, she swung her spear and landed a sharp smack on Jiang Xuan's backside, producing a loud crack that left him wincing in pain. Lin Qi smirked and assured, No problem, leave the inside to me. Wait, Qi, take this little one with you. Now that he has also broken through to the pool realm, he might be of help, Hong Ying said, tossing Jiang Xuan over. I'll keep an eye on the entrance to prevent the non-Tua serpent demon from escaping. Jiang Xuan, clutching his backside, slowly stood up, wincing as he protested. Sister Hong Ying, that was a bit too harsh. You've nearly split my backside in two. Don't worry, I'll discuss it with Zhao Conqing. How about I give you a special practical training session tomorrow night? Hong Ying said with a mischievous smile. Let us skip that. I feel like even sparring with Uncle Zhao would be quite enough. No need to complicate things. We should hurry inside. What if that non-Tua serpent demon goes on a rampage and injures someone? Jiang Xuan urged, pulling Lin Qi along. Outside, after they entered, Hong Ying couldn't help but chuckle softly. How is it going outside? Have you found the monster's main body? Upon seeing Jiang Xuan and Lin Qi enter, Li Fei quickly inquired. The others also looked eagerly at the two, their anxious hearts finally easing. Don't worry. With Brother Xian here, one is worth two. We've already taken down that non-Tua serpent demon. You all can safely head out shortly, Jiang Xuan said cheerfully, stretching his hand towards his lower region as if searching for something. Meanwhile, Lin Qi and Qingyu, standing nearby, also slowly reached towards their backs. As the old saying goes, surviving a great calamity brings future blessings. Once we're out, I think I'll buy a lottery ticket. Maybe I'll win a fortune. You're dreaming. Haven't you heard another saying? Trouble seldom comes alone. Perhaps you'll encounter your lucky break once we step outside. Get lost. Can't you wish me some good luck? After hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Li Yifei and the other students in the hall erupted in cheers. After about 3 or 4 minutes of celebration, Li Yifei looked at Jiang Xuan with a puzzled expression, scratching his head in confusion. Brother Xian, didn't you already kill the monster's main body? What are you doing now? At the same time, the other students noticed something strange about Jiang Xuan and Lin Qi, and they all stopped cheering, casting curious glances at Jiang Xuan. After loading the gun, he pointed it directly at Li Yifei and waved his hand, gesturing for the students behind him to step back. Wait, Brother Xian, don't joke around. This isn't funny, Li Yifei stammered, trembling at the sight of the dark muzzle aimed at him. Hey, Shaoli, don't worry. Brother Xian just wants to take a picture. Just relax, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Jiang Xuan squinted his eyes, aiming carefully at Li Yifei's head. A picture? What do you mean by taking a picture like this? Brother Xian, don't scare me. I can't handle it. Li Yifei felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he realized Jiang Xuan seemed serious about shooting him. Who says you can't take a picture like this? Just stand there and don't move. I'll snap a photo of your memorial portrait. Without giving Li Yifei a chance to react, Jiang Xuan decisively pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that flew towards Li Yifei. A series of bullets tore through the air, striking him mercilessly in an instant, transforming him into a sieve, blood gushing out uncontrollably. The surrounding students, initially enjoying the spectacle, were now wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What on earth is happening? Li Yifei stared at Jiang Xuan in shock, but before he could utter another word, he suddenly felt a dizzying spin in his head, and his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Bang! Li Yifei's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Jiang Xuan, his expression one of disbelief. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Over a minute passed, and Li Yifei did not rise again. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and called out to the fallen Li Yifei. I'll give you 3 seconds to get up. Otherwise, you'll find out what burning chicken feels like. As the words fell, Li Yifei remained unresponsive, still staring blankly at Jiang Xuan. Then I shall begin my countdown. 3. Jiang Xuan declared, unleashing a fiery blast aimed directly at Li Yifei's lower region. How dare you? You fool, Jiang Xuan. Feeling the intense heat, Li Yifei could no longer hold back and rolled away in a lazy manner, simultaneously cursing Jiang Xuan. Lin Xie and An Qingyu, witnessing Li Yifei's miraculous revival, all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed their suspicions were confirmed. Li Yifei was indeed the main body of the Nantua serpent demon. Hiki, the Nantua serpent demon, why have you not continued your slumber? Are you feeling the chill of the floor and reluctant to lie down? Jiang Xuan said with a mischievous grin. Get lost, you dog Jiang Xuan. Why don't you try lying down yourself? How can you utter such frigid words with that mouth of yours? Li Yifei retorted, exasperated. Nantua serpent demon. You are on the brink of death. Why not surrender? Lin Xie bellowed. Surrender? I thought you were clever, but it seems you're just another fool. If I surrender, you won't kill me? How amusing. Li Yifei scoffed. Oh Xie, why waste words on him? Just hold him down while I breathe fire and let this rascal taste our hometown delicacy, fire-roasted chicken. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie shook his head and asked with a serious tone, Brother Xin, may I kill this Nantua serpent demon? I will treat you to spicy strips afterward. Jiang Xuan feigned contemplation before reluctantly nodding. All right, but do be careful. Though this rascal seems trivial to me, he remains a considerable challenge for you. Lin Xie felt touched. Jiang Xuan had chosen to trust him unconditionally without questioning his motives. He solemnly nodded at Jiang Xuan and then turned to face the Nantua serpent demon. With a swift motion, he drew his straight blade and charged at the Nantua serpent demon. As night had fallen, Lin Xie, employing the Starry Night Dancer, soon severed the serpent's head, which rolled onto the ground. Thus, the Nantua serpent demon incident came to a definitive close. Chapter 39. Planning for the Future. At the school gate, near a black sedan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing, while hastily fleeing, disdainfully remarked, Heh, am I foolish, or are you? You've already broken through to the pool realm, and yet you want me to fight you? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xuan's eyes twinkled as if struck by inspiration, a smirk flashing across his face before it vanished. Then, Jiang Xuan came to a halt and called out to the still fleeing Zhao Kongqing. All right, I won't use the forbidden void, and you must not flee. Let us engage in a true duel between men, shall we? Zhao Kongqing, upon hearing the commotion, turned around and, seeing Jiang Xuan no longer pursuing him, hesitantly asked, Really? More real than pearls. You're certain you won't employ the forbidden void? Rest assured, I absolutely will not use the forbidden void. Whoever does so is a little dog, Jiang Xuan confidently proclaimed, patting his chest. Very well, in that case, I shall not hold back. Zhao Kongqing, convinced by Jiang Xuan's earnest demeanor, revealed a fierce expression and charged at him, You little brat, for daring to chase away your uncle Zhao. I will make you pay dearly. Just as Zhao Kongqing was about to strike, Jiang Xuan, without further ado, puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of flames directly at him. Zhao Kongqing's pupils dilated in shock, and he swiftly dodged to the side, cursing loudly, Damn it. You little brat, where's your sense of chivalry? Didn't we agree that whoever uses the forbidden void is a dog? Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before replying, Woof, woof, woof. Zhao Kongqing, what the heck? Meanwhile, inside the black sedan, Lin Xie and Chen Mai exchanged exasperated glances at the absurd duo, feeling as if a herd of alpacas was stampeding through their minds. Hearing Zhao Kongqing and Jiang Xuan perform so well, considering this is your first mission, I have decided to buy a cake later. Tonight, I'll cook personally for us to celebrate. How does that sound? Feel free to tell me what you wish to eat. Chen Mai boisterously announced. Ah, really? Yay. I want braised pork ribs. Hong Ying exclaimed joyfully. I would like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and some rice, please. Si Shaoran added thoughtfully. I'll have spicy stir-fried meat. Lin Xie chimed in. Chen Mai nodded, diligently noting down their requests. Just then, two familiar voices rang out from outside the car window. Me. And me. I want steamed bear paws, steamed lamb, steamed deer tails, roast duck, roast chick, roast goose, braised meat, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, pine flour, small intestines, dried meat, and sausages. Captain, I want the same. Chen Mai turned to see Jiang Xuan and Zhao Kongqing, who had been bickering moments ago, now pressed against his window, leering at him and listing their desired dishes. Chen Mai, what the heck? What on earth are you two trying to eat? Not to mention whether I can acquire some of those ingredients. Even if Jiang Xuan named all those dishes, I would need to wield a spatula all night just to finish them. And you, Zhao Kongqing, wanting the same? Ugh. You two can go eat buns and pickles tonight. Dreaming of this dish and that dish. Ridiculous. What? Click. On the opposite high-rise. Long Xian swiftly pressed the shutter button, capturing the amusing moment of Jiang Xuan and Zhao Kongqing pleading with Chen Mai while Hong Ying and the others laughed heartily. Soon, a photo emerged, which Long Xian carefully held, cherishing it like a treasure. Gazing at the playful image of everyone, Lang Xian sat by the edge of the high-rise, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the other side, brushing off the dust, this weary spirit recognized the rough road ahead, which required solitude. Just as everyone became somewhat entranced, Chen Mai, his face flushed, pressed the answer button. Hello. What is it? Captain, while we were cleaning the battlefield, we discovered that the head of the Nantua serpent demon is missing. What? Chen Mai's brow furrowed upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, "It is possible that someone at the school hit its head before you arrived. Since the forbidden void has never been lifted, that person is surely still within the school. Expand the dream whisper to encompass the entire school. Once we erase that person's memory, they will inevitably reveal themselves." Understood, Captain. Upon hearing Chen Mai's conversation over the phone, Jiang Xian's eyes gleamed with insight as he turned his gaze towards the school, silently contemplating. The key of the door must be awakening soon. In the still of night, Jiang Xian lay on his soft bed, eyes half closed, feeling the three divine ruins within him and the potent yet mysterious force at his heart. Jiang Xian could not help but exhale deeply. Currently, he had only the dragon divine ruin that had broken through to the pool realm. While the other two lingered in the lamp realm, he initially sought to summon the spiritual energy within his mind to unleash the immortal and chaotic divine ruins, but found he could only muster the power of the lamp realm. And even that could not be sustained for long. What could be the reason for this? Despite being of the same spiritual energy, why could he only utilize the dragon divine ruin while being unable to activate the other two? Never mind. If I cannot comprehend it, then I shall not dwell on it. Why trouble myself unnecessarily? Jiang Xian consoled himself internally, recognizing that the immediate priority was to diligently train, awaken the power of Meteor Tears, strengthen himself, and enhance his mental fortitude. After all, it would not be long before the training camp commenced, and he needed to prepare himself to make a grand impression when the time came. Oh, by the way, it seemed that the teaching staff this time was the masked squad, right? Hee, this would be a perfect opportunity to meet Wang Mian, the one with the time marauder. Alas, I wonder when I will finally unlock a shrine related to time. That would certainly be intriguing. And how wonderful it would be if I could obtain a mouse spell. I could then purchase an array of exquisite figurines of Chinese deities, transforming stillness into motion, and create my own celestial realm to play with. Wouldn't that be absolutely delightful? Just imagine if I bought a figurine of Erlangshan, and after transforming stillness into motion, had him supervise a Jin's homework and accompany him to school. What expression would a Jin wear? The mere thought brought a flutter of excitement to Jiang Xian's heart, as he fantasized about leading an army to single-handedly face the Western gods. He climbed out of bed and began doing handstand push-ups on the floor, occasionally emitting bizarre sounds of glee. Chapter 40. Be gracious to me like you were to Qi. 1 month later, at noon, in the underground of the Peace Affairs office. Bang, 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 bang. In the training arena, 4 powerful figures were engaged in a fierce sparring match, their movements swift as lightning. Each strike carried an intense momentum, as though they sought to tear each other apart. With a resounding crash, one particularly striking figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Kongqing, noticing Jiang Xian's defiant expression, burst into laughter, though his right eye was somewhat swollen, lending him a comical appearance. Damn it, old Zhao, don't get too smug. One day, I'll pin you down and make you sing conquered. Jiang Xian retorted, his face resembling that of a bloated pig, his tone filled with indignation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qier approached, his own face bearing a hint of bruising. All right, that wraps up this morning's training. Let's all head up for lunch. Chen Mai glanced at his slightly trembling arms, and then at Zhao Kongqing's comical visage, feeling quite satisfied with Jiang Xian and the others. It was surprising that in just a month, Jiang Xian and Lin Qier were able to spar with these martial arts masters without relying on the forbidden ruins. Their progress was indeed remarkable. Lunch. As soon as Chen Mai's words fell, a spark ignited in the eyes of Jiang Xian and Zhao Kongqing. They exchanged a glance before dashing to the kitchen like villagers rushing to greet a returning hero, eager to fetch their bowls and large iron basins. Lin Qier, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile. Chen Mai, meanwhile, chuckled. I've truly raised a bunch of gluttons, useless in everything but being first in eating. All right, Qier. Let us hurry up. Otherwise, those 2 fools will devour all the braised pork. Okay. Lin Qier nodded, following Chinmai upstairs. Shortly after, at the dining table in the basement, "Hey, Captain, why did the leaders from the capital suddenly decide to move the new recruit training to Artsangnan? Is there something wrong in the capital?" Honging inquired curiously, stuffing a mouthful of rice. Earlier, she and her companions had booked train tickets for Jiang Xuan and Lin Chiye, but unexpectedly, Chinmai received a call announcing the sudden change in training location. This caught them off guard, and they hastily refunded the tickets. They knew that if they had waited just an hour longer, after Jiang Xuan and Lin Chiye had passed the station, the ticket money would be non-refundable. Each ticket cost several hundred. Chinmai was almost heartbroken. "I'm not entirely sure. The higher-ups didn't explain anything, just mentioned a change in the training location," Chinmai replied after swallowing his rice. Could it be that some mysterious creatures appeared in the capital, prompting them to avoid holding the training camp there? Zhao Kongqing chimed in, intrigued. "It's not impossible." Chinmai pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Just then, a soft voice suddenly resonated in the ears of everyone present. "I believe I might know why the training location was moved to Cangnan." Upon hearing this, everyone, including Zhao Kongqing, turned their astonished gazes toward Jiang Xuan. "Hey, you little rascal, look up at the sky. Why are there so many cows flying? Hurry, Jiang kid. Grab a big cleaver, and I'll catch one for you to feast on." Zhao Kongqing exclaimed dramatically, his exaggerated actions inciting laughter among those around him, including Si Xiaonan, who was caught off guard while eating and began to cough. "Stop making me laugh, will you?" Jiang Xuan found Zhao Kongqing's antics amusing, seizing a large piece of braised pork from his bowl and quickly stuffing it into his mouth. "You little brat, that is my meat," Zhao Kongqing exclaimed protectively. "Enough of the banter. Jiang Xuan, since you claim to know the reason, please share it so we can see if it holds any merit." Chinmai, now curious, prompted. The unclarified matter from above, could Jiang Xuan truly possess insight? At this, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Jiang Xuan, making him feel a bit bashful as his face flushed slightly. "Hey, why are you blushing like a tea bubble? Just say what you know instead of acting mysterious," Zhao Kongqing urged impatiently. Jiang Xuan, realizing he was being a bit dramatic, cleared his throat softly and began, "Actually, I believe the reason the higher-ups decided to move the new recruit training to Artsangnan is because of what? Hurry up and tell us." Zhao Kongqing pressed, growing impatient. "Because both I and Chiye are simply too handsome, so stunning that it could move the heavens and weep for the gods. The big shots in the capital, upon realizing this, decided to grant us this favor, sparing us the long journey." Zhao Kongqing, Lin Chiye, Chinmai. The others, Brother Xian, that reasoning is a bit far-fetched, I assent it. Combining our prestige wouldn't even amount to 2 dimes. Do you really think they would? Lin Chiye's lips twitched in disbelief. All right. I thought I was shameless enough, but you've outdone me. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Zhao Kongqing marveled at Jiang Xuan's audacity. Enough of the jokes. Let us eat before the food gets cold. By the way, Hong Ying, this afternoon, take Jiang Xuan and the others out for some fun. No training this afternoon. Chinmai abruptly shifted the topic. "Oh yay. Let us go to the amusement park this afternoon. What do you think?" Hong Ying exclaimed enthusiastically, raising her hands in approval. "Absolutely. We're going to the amusement park. I'll tell you, a new amusement park just opened on the outskirts of Westlake, and it's incredibly fun," Si Xiaonan added excitedly. Soon, the attention of the crowd was captivated by the words of the 2 individuals, completely disregarding Jiang Xuan's earlier remarks, except for Chinmai. At that moment, Chinmai subtly cast a glance at Jiang Xuan, his gaze deepening as he focused on the rice in his bowl, murmuring almost inaudibly, "Is it a jest or?" Chapter 41, The Assembly of New Recruits. The Divine Ruins bestowed. On a clear morning a few days later, Jiang Xuan, accompanied by Lin Chiye, arrived at the entrance of the 039 new recruit training base, each dragging a pair of pink suitcases. Just as they stepped out of the vehicle, a system notification echoed in Jiang Xuan's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for meeting the check-in criteria. You have earned a check-in opportunity. Would you like to check in immediately?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately declared in his mind, "Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. You have acquired the item, Mouse Talisman. Due to the current tier of the Slaying God world in which the host resides, the system has automatically converted the Mouse Talisman into the Divine Ruins bestowed." Oh my goodness. Did I really just check in and receive the Mouse Talisman? Jiang Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the system notification, dancing with unrestrained glee and exclaiming, "Today is a magnificent day. All my wishes shall come to fruition." His exuberance left the instructor, who was about to welcome them, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this lunatic doing? Meanwhile, Lin Chiye could not help but let out a soft sigh, tugging at the still celebrating Jiang Xuan to remind him not to be so dramatic. Regaining his composure, Jiang Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat awkwardly, shifting to the side with a silly grin. Instructor, Lin Xie, where did you two come from? The instructor approached slowly, casting a somewhat sympathetic glance at Lin Xie. Oh, we just came from the Peace Affairs office. Just as Lin Xie began to speak, he sensed something was amiss and, looking bewildered, asked, What do you mean? Where did we run from? We came from the old district of Songnan City. Sighing, the instructor shook his head, looking at Jiang Xuan, who was still grinning foolishly, with increasing pity. He continued, Let me be direct. From which mental hospital did you escape? From a mental hospital? Lin Xie pondered for a moment, recalling the name of a mental institution he had visited in his childhood, and replied, It's the Sunshine Mental Hospital. Upon hearing this, the instructor sighed in relief. Indeed, such a facility existed in Songnan City. Before coming, they had thoroughly familiarized themselves with the city's layout, which was how they knew this information. All right, you two wait here for a moment while I make a phone call. Please don't wander off. With that, the instructor turned to leave. Lin Xie, not one to be easily fooled, realized the instructor was speaking to them as if they were simpletons, and his expression darkened. He immediately called out to the departing instructor, Sir, you seem to have misunderstood. We are not crazy. The instructor halted, turning back to Lin Xie and Jiang Xuan with a warm smile. Speaking in a relaxed tone, Lin Xie, Jiang Xuan, do you have dragon fruit? Oh, I want dragon fruit. All right, I'll fetch some for you right away. But please don't run off. Lin Xie, what is going on here? Aren't we here for training? Are the instructors this friendly? Offering us dragon fruit right off the bat. Jiang Xuan nudged Lin Xie with his elbow, curiosity piqued. Lin Xie remained silent, taking a deep breath, his face darkening with furrows forming on his forehead. Suddenly, an enraged voice echoed from the entrance of the training camp. Xian Go. I'll fight you. After more than half an hour, with Jiang Xuan explaining and demonstrating his Forbidden Ruins technique, they managed to avoid being whisked away by the recently arrived mental hospital vehicle and successfully entered the training camp. Well, it should have been smooth sailing. At least that's what Jiang Xuan, with 2 dragon fruits in hand, believed. After a round of introductions, Jiang Xuan and Lin Xie finally learned the name of that earlier instructor, Hong Hao. As the personnel in the training camp had not yet fully assembled and with ample time on their hands due to the earlier misunderstanding, Instructor Hong Hao took Jiang Xuan and Lin Xie on a tour of the camp. This is the cafeteria, and over here is the dormitory. Oh. The playground is right there to the west. If you feel fatigued from training, you can go for a run there to unwind. Lin Xie, running on the playground to unwind after training? I recognize every character, so why can't I comprehend this sentence? Lin Xie internally scoffed. Soon, Instructor Hong Hao led Jiang Xuan and the others to the dormitory building, advising them to stow their luggage before continuing the tour. As soon as they ascended the stairs, Jiang Xuan excitedly turned to Lin Xie, saying, Xie, let's share a room. Bang! The sound of a door slamming echoed, and Jiang Xuan's expression froze. Standing dumbfounded as the last word escaped his lips, room. Regaining his senses, he scratched his head and called out, Xie, what is going on? I'm your beloved friend and brother. Speak honestly, do you dislike me? Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Xie, open up. Jiang Xuan pounded on the door in disbelief. Creak. The door opened. Before Jiang Xuan could finish his sentence, Lin Xie exhaled deeply, helplessness evident in his voice. Xian Go. I just want a normal room to relax, okay? If I share a room with you, I'm afraid I won't sleep well. Jiang Xuan's expression stiffened. What does Xie mean by that? This is slander. He is absolutely slandering me. But upon seeing Lin Xie's exasperated expression and recalling his earlier furious demeanor, Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before seriously proposing, then when we line up, let us stand together. Deal. Lin Xie replied without hesitation. In truth, Lin Xie was not truly angry with Jiang Xuan. They had been childhood friends. He simply yearned for some normal interaction, as he felt that prolonged exposure to Jiang Xuan was gradually making him peculiar. As the saying goes, one becomes red with the vermilion and black with the ink. He believed it wise to have someone a bit more normal around, lest he too end up resembling Jiang Xuan, someone who would prompt others to consider him for a mental institution. Lin Xie mused inwardly. Chapter 42, by Li Tu Ming. Subsequently, Jiang Xuan found an empty bed next to Lin Xie, stowed his belongings, and then accompanied Lin Xie back downstairs to continue wandering about the training camp with Instructor Hong Hao. Before long, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. It was only 8 in the evening, still early. Perhaps I should work out for a while. Sleep by 10. Jiang Xuan contemplated. With that thought, he promptly got up, donned his sleepwear, and began doing push-ups. Before I knew it, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Perhaps I shall indulge in a brief exercise session. By 11, I shall certainly retire for the night. At 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, I shall undoubtedly succumb to slumber at midnight. I currently feel as though I am nearing my limits. Soon, tears akin to falling meteors may be unleashed. I shall endure for a little longer. At 1 o'clock in the morning, just a moment longer, the tears of the meteor are about to be unleashed. At 3 o'clock in the morning, how exasperating. Alas, why has this tear of a meteor yet to be activated? I refuse to believe it. I shall train for a little while longer, just one final session. This truly is the last time. The following day, at 6 in the morning, oh ho ho ho. It has finally emerged. Delightful. As a powerful surge of energy erupted forth, Jiang Xuan could not help but let out a pleasurable sigh. He promptly made his way to the bathroom for a hasty shower, then collapsed onto the bed, his body devoid of strength. A serene expression graced his face as he exhaled deeply, reflecting, "At last, I can sleep. Good night, baka baka." Yet, scarcely 2 seconds had passed when a sudden chorus of birdsong erupted from outside. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jiang Xuan, bewildered and with wide-open eyes, exclaimed, "Huh? This is bad. I've overslept." At around 8 or 9 in the morning, Jiang Xuan was peacefully slumbering in his dormitory, cradling a small dinosaur plush toy. Suddenly, a thunderous bang resonated through the air. The dormitory door suddenly swung open, startling Jiang Xuan, who shuddered in surprise. Goodness, could it be that mythical creatures have come knocking? He hurriedly opened his bleary eyes and gazed towards the doorway. Then, a chubby little fellow entered with his head held high, accompanied by several bodyguards, all carrying an array of large and small luggage. "Young master, if I may say, it is truly unnecessary for you to endure such hardship. Just take a look at the environment here. Is it fit for a person to reside in? It is even smaller than the lavatory in your esteemed household. Oh dear. This bed is astonishingly narrow, and there isn't even a small guardrail. What will happen if the young master falls off during the night?" As he spoke, the figure resembling a eunuch in charge inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Xuan, who was soundly asleep in his colorful floral shorts, clutching a small green dinosaur plushie. Instantly, a look of disdain washed over his face as he waved his hand dismissively and turned to the chubby boy, lamenting loudly, "I truly fear that such a dim-witted creature could pose a threat to your esteemed self." Upon hearing this, a powerful sense of eunuch-like absurdity struck him, instantly rousing the previously dazed Jiang Xuan to clarity. Who on earth has done this here? Just as Jiang Xuan was about to don his pink slippers and descend from the bed to confront the insufferable eunuch, a glimmer of excitement suddenly flickered in the eyes of the chubby companion beside him. It was akin to witnessing an unparalleled beauty. He swiftly approached Jiang Xuan, grasping his hands with fervor, exclaiming, "Goodness! A kindred spirit! I never imagined, my dear friend, that you too revel in wearing floral shorts. Your undergarments lack the elegance of my floral designs. If you doubt this, take a look. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, the chubby boy shamelessly unbuttoned his pants, exposing himself to let Jiang Xuan take a look. Jiang Xuan's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he inwardly mused, "This must be Bailey Tumming, the foolish son of the landlord's family." Immediately, Jiang Xuan inadvertently cast a glance at the chubby figure, and a sudden exclamation arose within him. "Oh my goodness, it is indeed more colorful than my own flowers. How vibrant and garish. Wait, what on earth am I even thinking? My goodness, how utterly sordid. What was it that I intended to do just now? Young master, how could this wretched fellow possibly compare to you? Your attire, meticulously tailored to your specifications, represents a level of expenditure that far surpasses what this impoverished wretch could ever fathom." Before Jiang Xuan even had the chance to respond, that simpering sycophant began to prattle on once more, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Before Jiang Xuan could even begin to greet that deceased eunuch's mother, Bailey Tumming swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the eunuch's backside. With a swift kick, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing and falling to the ground. Immediately, Bailey Tumming unleashed a torrent of furious invective at him. "Damn it! How dare you insult my roommate? Do you wish for your own demise? Moreover, mocking someone for their lack of wealth while you may be affluent yourself is utterly disgraceful. Do you truly believe that with my family, Bailey, shielding you, you can act with impunity? What I find most repugnant are those of you who possess such trivial authority, yearning for the entire world to be aware of your insignificant existence. Leave immediately, and if I see you again, I shall strike you once more." With a fierce determination, Bailey Tumming charged forward once more, delivering a series of resounding slaps to the eunuch, and then, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling outwards. He then turned to the remaining individuals and said, "You there, go to the car and bring in all the small gifts I have prepared for my roommate. Quickly." Indeed, the remaining bodyguards swiftly gathered Bailey Tumming's luggage and belongings, including his bed, before promptly descending the stairs to retrieve additional items from the vehicle. After conveying all this, Bailey Tumming scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, and turned to Jiang Xuan, saying, The person below lacks understanding, so I apologize on their behalf. I am truly sorry." Having said that, Bailey Tumming executed a formal 90-degree bow, offering an apology to Jiang Xuan. Oh. It's really nothing. From now on, we shall be roommates, so there is no need for such formality. Jiang Xuan let out a deep sigh, stepping forward to assist the chubby individual to his feet, casually remarking. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Tu Ming's eyes instantly sparkled, his spirits lifted considerably, and he began to introduce himself. My name is Bai Li Tu Ming, but you may also call me Chubby. By the way, my good fellow, I still do not know your name. My name is Jiang Xuan, but you may also refer to me as Brother Xuan. Jiang Xuan laughed without reservation. However, Pang Pang felt an inexplicable sensation in his heart. Encountering Jiang Xuan was akin to a talent scout meeting a magnificent steed, a rabbit discovering a carrot, or a dog stumbling upon a bone. In any case, he sensed that Jiang Xuan was rather audacious, yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to him. Before long, several bodyguards approached, each laboriously carrying 2 oversized bags of urea that appeared exceedingly heavy, panting and struggling with the burden. Before they even approached, Jiang Xuan spotted the bold characters on the bags of urea from a distance. Stanley Compound Fertilizer. Jiang Xuan exclaimed, "What on earth?" Chapter 43, Gift Giving. Come, dear Xuan, I have brought you some local delicacies from my home, and I sincerely hope you will enjoy them. Bailey Pang Pang, filled with delight, dragged over a bag of Stanley Compound Fertilizer. After tearing off the coarse hemp rope binding the top, he reached inside and pulled out a generous handful of gleaming Rolex watches, presenting them to Jiang Xuan. Wow, so many Rolexes. Although Jiang Xuan had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in shock when he saw the large handful of labor hours in Bai Li Pong Pong's hand. Is this all meant for me? At this moment, Jiang Xuan's eyes were nearly shaped like Rolexes, filled with excitement as he inquired of Bai Li Pang Pang. Of course, it is indeed my first meeting with you, Brother Xuan, and I have nothing of significance to offer, as long as you do not mind. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head, looking somewhat dazed as he spoke. No disdain. Jiang Xuan reached out to take the large handful of Rolex watches, his heart racing with excitement. Bai Li Pang Pang, Jiang Xuan suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" Bai Li Pang Pang expressed his confusion with a soft exclamation, but immediately, upon hearing the name Bai Li Pang Pang, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He exclaimed, "Ah, Xuan Go. This name is quite delightful. From now on, please call me by this name." Oh, by the way, Xuan, did you call out to me for a reason just now? Jiang Xuan nodded and then spoke earnestly. From now on, in this training camp, you shall stick with me. Brother Xuan guarantees to look out for you. Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded seriously in gratitude, saying, "All right, then I must thank Brother Xuan in advance. Oh, by the way, Brother Xuan, do you fancy Baida Jade, Cartier, Green Submariner, or Bakuli? Why not come and choose for yourself? Take whichever you fancy from this bag. Take as many as you wish," Bai Li Pang Pang proclaimed with great bravado. "Ahem, then I shall not be polite. Perhaps I shall just take about 100 as a token," Jiang Xuan said, as he casually produced a golden fertilizer bag from his trousers and, without a second thought, began to sweep through the treasures like a conqueror, eyes gleaming with fervor. Upon witnessing Jiang Xuan's audacious antics, Bai Li Pang Pang stood in stunned silence, wide-eyed as he watched Jiang Xuan cram nearly half of the exquisite watches into his fertilizer bag. "Hey, Pang Pang, I hope you don't mind that I'm taking this little bit," Jiang Xuan remarked, shaking the bag in his hand, suddenly feeling a tad embarrassed. "And no problem at all, Brother Xuan, as long as you're happy," Bai Li Pang Pang replied, a bit flustered. "That is good." After tidying up the fertilizer bag, Jiang Xuan placed it into his pink box and then followed Bai Li Pang Pang to seek out Lin Qiyi, intending to head to the cafeteria for a meal. However, just as the two opened Lin Qiyi's dormitory door, they were greeted by the sight of a dark-haired youth, who was enthusiastically clutching Lin Qiyi's arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "I finally found you. Qiyi, after all these years, I have finally found you." With that, the youth affectionately rubbed his head against Lin Qiyi's arm, utterly enraptured. "Jiang Xuan, Bai Li Pang Pang, what the hell? Qiyi, now I understand why you refused to live with me. It turns out you already have someone." Before Jiang Xuan could finish, Lin Qiyi, who had been silent for a while, interjected, "Do you believe me when I say I know nothing about this?" "Ah, yes. Rest assured, Qiyi. Whatever you say, Brother Xuan will support you unconditionally," Jiang Xuan replied, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, while subtly gesturing to Bai Li Pang Pang, who joined in the nodding. "Not that, Brother Xuan, I'm being serious. I just told him my name is Lin Qiyi, and he reacted as if he'd seen a celestial beauty, immediately leaping to embrace me. I'm innocent here." Lin Qiyi, now resigned to his fate, lamented. "What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such an abnormal guy like Brother Xuan? And now, another weirdo has appeared, strong and robust, with a liking for men. Did I dig up the ancestral grave of the heavens in my past life? Why is this happening? After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Jiang Xuan and his companion strolled quietly towards the cafeteria. At this moment, Qiao Yuan could no longer contain himself and began to explain. Jiang Xuan, you truly misunderstood my relationship with Lin Qiyi. I do not have any peculiar preferences. Yes. I believe you. I was merely a bit overwhelmed upon hearing Lin Qiyi's name and lost control of my emotions for a moment. Qiao Yuan continued. Honestly, Lin Qiyi and I have a completely innocent relationship. Please do not misunderstand. Well, I said I believe your relationship is pure. So why don't you believe me? Jiang Xuan shrugged innocently. Qiao Yuan, noticing this, paused momentarily, his expression one of exasperation as he retorted. Why do I feel your tone is dripping with sarcasm? Amidst all this, Brother Qiao, you've misjudged me. I truly believe you. Qiao Yuan insisted. Lin Qiyi sighed, pondering whether it was too late to silence Brother Xian. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang Pang was busy distributing watches. Hey, brother. I'm Bai Li Pang Pang, a child from an ordinary family, and I wish to befriend you. With that, he casually pulled out a Rolex from his pocket and shoved it into the hand of a passerby. The bewildered passerby stared at the glimmering Rolex in disbelief, exclaiming, Has the foolish son of a landlord arrived? Soon after, Jiang Xuan and the others arrived at the cafeteria, where, after getting their food, they found a seat. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Xuan adopted a serious demeanor and said, Pang Pang, your method of gift-giving is utterly atrocious. Do you not realize this? What? Isn't this how gifts are usually given? Bai Li Pang Pang was caught off guard by Jiang Xuan's remark, and then added, Then, Brother Xian, could you teach me how to give gifts properly? Perhaps you could start by giving me 2 Rolexes for a demonstration. After pondering for a few moments, Jiang Xuan replied. Hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang happily retrieved 2 Rolexes from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Xuan. Then, Jiang Xuan first stuffed 1 Rolex into his own pocket before taking the other and demonstrating to Lin Qiyi. Lin Qiyi, Bai Li Pang Pang, Qiao Yuan, Ba. What a remarkable skill. Subsequently, Jiang Xuan patted Lin Qiyi on the shoulder and, glancing at Lin Qiyi's plate, slowly inquired, Qiyi, do you eat beef? At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang noticed Jiang Xuan's right hand becoming increasingly audacious. With a resounding slap, he patted Lin Qiyi's waist. Following that, a heavy Rolex subtly slid into Lin Qiyi's pocket, causing his lips to twitch. Bai Li Pang Pang wore an expression of sudden enlightenment, realizing, oh, so this is another way to give gifts. Thus, the training camp saga officially commences. We seek your encouragement and small gifts. Thank you. Chapter 44. The Whirlwind New Year. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it had come to the afternoon of the 3rd day. Jiang Xuan, Lin Qiyi, and other new students were gathered in a vast training ground, their eyes filled with curiosity as they surveyed the more than 20 instructors on the training platform. Whispering among themselves, Stand straight, all of you. You think you're here on vacation? Shouted an instructor standing at the far right, his voice booming. Instantly, a formidable pressure descended upon the group of new recruits, compelling them to fall silent, their breaths held as they stared wide-eyed at the instructors on stage, awaiting their next command. After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang, addressing the recruits, spoke in a cold tone, I know you possess talents that far exceed your peers, and you may have extraordinary backgrounds. However, here, if you are a dragon, you will coil. If you are a tiger, you will crouch. For here, you are merely a bunch of rubbish, a collection of useless novices who know nothing. Even those who managed to break through decline would still be easily vanquished. Yuan Gang's voice grew louder, his words sharper, belittling all the new recruits to mere insignificance. As he spoke, the anger among the recruits grew, their faces darkening as they glared at Yuan Gang on stage. However, Jiang Xuan listened with great interest, keenly observing the furious new recruits around him. Unintentionally, he caught sight of Bai Li Pang Pang, who was cautiously presenting gifts nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he elbowed Bai Li Pang Pang and whispered, Pang Pang. The instructor just mentioned you. Bai Li Pang Pang, still absorbed in his gift-giving, snapped back to attention and promptly inquired, what did Instructor Yuan say about me? Well, he didn't say much, just that a powerful elder called him, seeking a backdoor favor for his son, and the instructor mentioned promoting his son. Jiang Xuan replied, suppressing his laughter. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head, his expression one of bewilderment. That shouldn't be. Am I not disguised as an ordinary person? I didn't even offer anything extravagant, just some commonplace Rolexes. How did they recognize me? Jiang Xuan's amusement vanished instantly, his grin replaced by a serious demeanor. Do you hear the nonsense you are speaking? I wonder if you all are feeling defiant? Yuan Gang surveyed the diverse expressions of the crowd, raising an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. After a moment of silence, a mocking voice emerged from the crowd, lazily declaring, "I am defiant." Yuan Gang's heart leaped with joy. Finally, a fool had fallen into his trap. If all these new recruits were as patient as the old turtle in the heavenly river, his speech would indeed falter. Who else is defiant? I am defiant. Count me in. Before long, nearly half of the new recruits raised their hands, glaring furiously at Yuan Gang on the stage. After a brief pause, Yuan Gang, seeing the atmosphere ripe, pulled out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and slowly announced, "The next part is up to you." With that, he quietly raised his head towards the sky, as if waiting for something. The multitude of new recruits below looked up in confusion at Yuan Gang's actions, puzzled. Soon, someone shouted, "Look, someone is falling from the sky." At those words, the previously impatient crowd widened their eyes, watching intently. Well, there are indeed 7 people flying in the sky. Could it be the 7 fairies? Nonsense. Have you ever seen any 7 fairy wearing a cloak? However, Jiang Xuan, upon spotting the 7 figures in the sky, estimated the distance and quietly moved forward. Moments later, everyone finally discerned the complete appearance of the 7 figures. Unable to suppress their astonishment. Isn't this the mask team, one of the 4 special teams? My heavens, how did they end up here? Wow, it really is them. The one in the middle must be Wang Mian, right? I heard he is a divine agent. I never expected to see him in person. But wait, are they truly unharmed after falling from such a height? Someone in the crowd wondered. Quickly, the mask team provided an answer. Just as they were about to touch the ground, a man wearing a scale mask extended his hand and gently waved it upward. The 7 of them floated effortlessly in midair, looking down upon the crowd before slowly descending. A chilling aura suddenly enveloped the scene, causing all the newcomers to instinctively adopt a solemn demeanor. Then, a man wearing a mask with the character Wang stepped forward, his tone calm as he said, "Hello everyone." Just as Wang Mian was about to say a few more words, a loud thud echoed. Xiankong suddenly buckled at the knees, kneeling directly before the new recruits. His gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan. The air in the training ground became instantly still. Xiankong, the members of the masked team, what the hell? The new recruits present, 6. Yet, amidst this embarrassing and silent atmosphere, Jiang Xuan pondered for 2 seconds before striding over to Xiankong, pulling out a large red envelope from beneath his pants. Xiankong was instantly displeased, glaring angrily at Jiang Xuan as he prepared to confront him. But the next moment, he watched as Jiang Xuan slowly revealed a shimmering Rolex from his pocket and stuffed it into the red envelope right before Xiankong's eyes. He then handed it to Xiankong, who was swallowing hard, and said slowly, "Here, consider it an early New Year's gift." Xiankong, the new recruits, by Li Pang. Members of the masked team, Chapter 45, speaking of weapons before Ling Bao Tianzun. Members of the masked team, the others, cough cough cough. Even the seasoned members of the masked team felt a twinge of awkwardness at that moment. After clearing their throats a few times, they slightly released a hint of their spiritual power from the Chuan realm and spoke in a deep tone. "We are the masked team." Upon hearing this, the new recruits, who had initially been merely spectators, were suddenly captivated. Their expressions transformed into astonishment as they turned their gazes to Wang Mian. Seeing this, Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief. Glad that this group of young recruits had been led astray. Immediately, he seized the opportunity to declare in a booming voice, "Aren't you all feeling defiant? Then I shall grant you a chance to challenge. And for this year's training, you need not participate. I will personally request your graduation from above. However, if you fail to accomplish this before 9 o'clock, then all your pride and whatnot will be shoved right into your pants. In the coming year, regardless of what we demand of you, you must comply unconditionally. Even if I tell you to run into a wall, you must do so. Is that clear?" As Yuan Gang's words resonated, the recruits collectively felt their breaths quicken. Over 200 of them would be facing off against the masked team of the same realm. The advantage was theirs. With just one slap, they could send a member of the masked team spinning like a top, not to mention a mere mask. Thus, the majority of the new recruits stared at the masked team across from them with fervent eyes, eager to prove themselves. Watching the enthusiastic recruits, Chang Wei was livid, kicking Xiankong in the backside. "It's your fault. Now this group of recruits thinks little of our masked team." Chang Wei fumed. "Well, this isn't my fault." Xiankong protested, rubbing his sore backside, then continued, "You know I'm afraid of heights. I couldn't control my legs when falling from such a height. You, all right. It's not entirely Xiankong's fault," Wang Mian interjected, stepping in to mediate as he noticed the two about to argue again. Wang Mian turned to the other 2 team members beside him, who nodded in understanding, and then they walked away in front of the numerous new recruits. "Hey, why did those 2 leave? They must be scared, so they left early." "Nonsense. Members of the masked team aren't afraid of mysterious creatures. Would they fear you? Why don't you take a leak and see for yourself?" "What do you mean?" The person was momentarily stunned, not comprehending the implication. "You should take a pee and see who you are." "Damn it. Are you looking for death? Captain Wang, what was the situation with those two individuals just now? At that moment, a curious new recruit inquired among the many new soldiers. I sent them to rest, as 7 people are unnecessary to deal with you. As he spoke, Wang displayed a faintly benevolent smile, albeit concealed behind his mask, making it invisible to the crowd. However, upon hearing Wang's arrogant tone, the new recruits ignited with fury like a barrel of explosives. Some even shouted that they would make Wang pay for it later. The recruit who had asked the question, suppressing his anger, continued, "Then may I ask when we can begin?" Upon hearing this, Wang looked at the recruit as if he were a fool, then without a word, lunged forward and delivered a kick. He sent the speaking recruit flying several dozen meters away, leaving the surrounding recruits in stunned silence. Are you all fools? Did you not hear Instructor Yuan just announce that it has already begun? Wang looked at the new recruits, standing there like dazed deer with their clear yet foolish eyes fixed on him, and couldn't help but facepalm. Oh, it has already started. You, go take down Wang. Charge. As long as we defeat Wang, I will be the best. Wang. But the next moment, a colossal hammer, towering several stories high, suddenly rose from behind Wang. It came crashing down on the group of charging recruits. Boom. In that instant, a deafening roar echoed, and the ground seemed to shatter like an erupting volcano, instantly sending everyone flying and rendering them incapable of fighting. Are the newcomers really this foolish? Do they think we are made of clay? Rose observed the numerous recruits sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, her lips twitching slightly. Do not underestimate this batch of newcomers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent us to assist in their training. Wang gazed deeply at Jiang Xuan and his fleeing companions, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Brother Xuan, why are we running? We can just charge in with everyone else. Alas, the wisdom of the Western gods has been scattered among mankind, yet you alone seem to have taken shelter under an umbrella. Jiang Xuan sighed, reflecting as he ran. Did you see that massive hammer just now? Jiang Xuan asked. Of course, I saw it. Jiang Xuan shot a glare at Bai Li Pang, who then continued. We don't even have a decent brick to fight with. What do you expect us to use? Your head? Bai Li Pang hesitated, touching his hair. Observing Bai Li Pang's fidgety demeanor, Jiang Xuan suddenly realized. Oh no. I almost forgot. This guy can casually pull out 200 magical treasures from his pants. How could I claim I have no weapon in front of him? Chapter 46. Team up. The moon demon approaches. Shortly after, Jiang Xuan and Lin Xia arrived at the entrance of the armory. Staring at the tightly shut door, Bai Li Pang was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. Damn it. I'm really fed up with this group of old-timers. They promised us weapons, and now they've locked the door. What does that even mean? Lin Xia's expression darkened. But then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he turned to Jiang Xuan, who was picking his nose. Just then, a cold female voice suddenly rang out from behind them, a bunch of grown men dawdling around, unable to open an iron door. How embarrassing. Step aside. Jiang Xuan felt his heart racing as if he had fallen in love. Watching the red-haired girl approach, Lin Xia and the others immediately cleared a path, leaving Jiang Xuan standing foolishly in place, scratching his itchy nose. Seeing this, the red-haired girl frowned tightly, unable to resist calling out, "Don't block the way." Before she could finish, Jiang Xuan suddenly sneezed. Achoo! With a loud crash, accompanied by a wave of heat. A blazing tongue of fire erupted from Jiang Xuan's mouth and nose like a fierce dragon. It writhed in the air, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, and charged straight toward the closed iron door. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished, staring in disbelief as the fiery tongue collided with the door at an astonishing speed. Sizzle! A piercing sound of metal striking metal rang out, followed by a shower of sparks. Under this powerful blaze, the iron door was instantly burned through, creating a massive hole. The edges of the opening flickered with orange flames, and the surrounding metal glowed red-hot from the intense heat. This is much more comfortable. Oh right, beautiful lady, what were you trying to say just now? I'm a bit hard of hearing. Could you please repeat that? At this moment, Jiang Xuan rubbed his nose and turned around. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the training camp, Yuan Gang and a group of instructors watched the astonishing scene unfold in silence. What manner of recruits have we summoned today? The newly developed fireproof, bulletproof nanoalloy material from the Research Institute was reduced to ashes by a mere sneeze from this recruit. This left those from the institute feeling quite humiliated. Yuan Gang observed the shocked expressions of the surrounding instructors and couldn't help but clear his throat, then said, Ahem. It's really nothing. This kid had already broken through to the pool realm before coming to the training camp. Upon hearing this, the instructors felt somewhat reassured, and one of them immediately asked, Will this disrupt our plans? After all, the masked team has suppressed their strength to the lantern realm. I fear, Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively, saying, No worries, based on the strength of the masked team, defeating a newly promoted recruit at the pool realm will be a piece of cake. There is no need to be concerned. After hearing Yuan Gang's words, the instructors contemplated for a moment, and after some comparisons, they concluded that Jiang Xuan would not stir up much trouble. Thus, they relaxed and turned their attention back to the surveillance footage. Subsequently, Lin Qiye was the first to regain his composure, walking while reminding the others who were still in a daze, "Hurry up and get into that armory. The new recruits over there won't last long, and soon the masked team will come to attack." Upon hearing this, the remaining few quickly followed him inside to select their weapons. Jiang Xuan subsequently picked up a stick that looked quite imposing, then grabbed 2 more and some grenades, feeling quite satisfied as he stood by. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan hesitated for a long time, standing still without making any move to choose a weapon. He was torn between not wanting to touch a blade and wanting to prove his worth in front of Lin Qiye, hoping to remain by Lin Qiye's side. His heart was in turmoil. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xuan stepped forward and handed his 47 to Qiao Yuan, saying, "Here. Since there is nothing good to choose from, take this gun. You can provide some ranged support." Qiao Yuan stared at the 47 Jiang Xuan offered, hesitating for a moment before tentatively holding it. Upon discovering it was manageable, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Just then, Li Pang suddenly leaned in close to Jiang Xuan and whispered, "Brother Xian, could you go with me to ask that beautiful lady for a green bubble? I find her incredibly charming and wish to get to know her." Jiang Xuan glanced at the rather unkempt Bai Li, unable to restrain his thoughts. "Are you daydreaming?" Just then, he felt a sudden weight in his pocket as a hefty Rolex discreetly slid into his trousers. Observing this, Jiang Xuan adjusted his slightly sagging pants and quietly remarked, "That's a splendid idea. Once this trial concludes, I shall accompany you." "Hee, Brother Xian, you're truly kind. I knew you would agree." As he spoke, another weighty Rolex smoothly made its way into Jiang Xuan's pocket, further dragging down his pants. "Hello, my name is Molly. May I join your team?" At that moment, Molly approached Jiang Xuan, wielding a gigantic sword over a meter long, extending her hand in greeting. "Yes, I am Jiang Xuan. I am open to forming a team. But we must also include them," Jiang Xuan replied as he shook hands with Molly, slowly continuing, "To be honest, I am not particularly fond of bringing along certain individuals." Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Molly halted mid-sentence, standing silently while observing him. "Oh, they're not just dead weight. That bald fellow, the master, along with my childhood friend, is a divine agent, so do not judge by appearances." Upon hearing this, Molly was instantly taken aback. A divine agent? Such a rare being has crossed her path, and she encounters 2 at once? This is simply surreal. "And what about him?" Molly inquired, pointing at the rather rotund Bai Li. "Oh, him." Jiang Xuan hesitated for a moment, suddenly realizing that Bai Li seemed to possess nothing but wealth, lacking any other remarkable traits. This poses quite a dilemma. How to embellish his attributes? Meanwhile, upon hearing Molly inquire about him, Bai Li eagerly turned to Jiang Xuan, his eyes frantically signaling him. Yet, Jiang Xuan remained furrowed in thought, unsure of what to say. Just then, Bai Li leaned in closely, and another heavy Rolex slipped into Jiang Xuan's pocket. Jiang Xuan, seeing this, felt a wave of inspiration rush over him and excitedly patted his chest, declaring, "He is my beloved friend, my brother. How could I abandon him? Besides, with the 4 of us seasoned veterans present, bringing along one novice would be akin to child's play. Rest assured." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan cast an approving glance towards Bai Li, instantly igniting his excitement. Molly, Lin Qiye. Just as everyone was rendered speechless, Lin Qiye unexpectedly raised his firearm without warning, firing a bullet aimed directly at Jiang Xuan. "Bang! What are you doing?" Jiang Xuan exclaimed, startled by Lin Qiye's sudden action, struggling to articulate his words. He instinctively shielded himself, not daring to move an inch. After all, given Lin Qiye's exceptional marksmanship, it was wise not to fidget when he aimed. Otherwise, well, that would truly be courting disaster. However, in the next moment, the others realized that the bullet was not aimed at Jiang Xuan, but rather at an open space outside the door. Simultaneously, Molly sensed something amiss and swiftly grabbed her large sword, charging outside. With a resounding crash, a figure suddenly appeared in that empty space, wearing a crescent moon mask. It was the moon ghost. As the moon ghost materialized, Molly's sword followed suit, its vibrating blade cleaving down upon him. Clang! A tremendous sound echoed as Molly felt her hands tingle. Her strength was no match for the moon ghost, prompting her to retreat hastily. The moon ghost, observing this, turned to the golden-eyed Lin Qiye, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "You must be the agent of the Seraph, indeed exceptional. Even when I decompose into moonlight, you still perceive me." "Fire!" Just as the moon ghost intended to continue his speech, Jiang Xuan bellowed, raising his firearm and unleashing a barrage. Rat-a-tat-tat. Qiao Yuan and Bai Li, positioned behind Jiang Xuan, immediately followed suit, unleashing their own firearms at the moon ghost. In an instant, countless bullets surged towards him. Strangely, despite the terrifying scene, the moon ghost displayed no signs of panic. Rather, he observed the group with keen interest. In the next moment, amidst the hazy moonlight, the bullets appeared to pass through the moon ghost as if they were striking empty air, causing him no harm. How troublesome. Are bullets ineffective against him? Molly exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha. Did you truly believe that ordinary firearms could harm me? As the moon ghost prepared to taunt them further, Jiang Xuan unexpectedly threw an object resembling a grenade at him, which rolled to his feet. Without hesitation, the moon ghost transformed fully into moonlight, sneering, ha ha ha. Even bullets cannot harm me. You wouldn't think a grenade, cough cough. What the hell? Cough cough. You little brat, how dare you throw tear gas? Cough cough, it's over for you. Amidst the release of irritating gas, the moon ghost was forced to reveal himself, fleeing with tears streaming down his face. In truth, the moon ghost could have easily evaded the gas due to his extraordinary speed. However, in a bid to maintain his bravado, he attempted to endure it. This was not a grenade. He couldn't simply dissolve into moonlight to escape. After all, he still needed to breathe. At this moment, Jiang Xuan wore a faint smile. Exchanging knowing glances with Bai Li and Xiao Yuan before they discreetly readied their weapons, taking aim at the moon ghost. Come on. Is it really necessary to target me like this? While the moon ghost struggled to open his eyes due to the tear gas. His years of combat experience and formidable physique allowed him to dodge the incoming bullets with ease. Meanwhile, several new recruits had arrived at the armory. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Jiang Xuan pursuing the moon ghost. Subsequently, many new recruits bravely stepped forward, summoning their own abilities. In an instant, a barrage of fire, ice, lasers, and lightning rained down upon the moon ghost, who wore a comical expression with tears streaming down his face. Captain, where are you guys? We agreed to launch an attack, and have already engaged. Are you all just going to sit there? Amidst the flurry of attacks, the moon ghost shouted in frustration. Who the hell set the fire? Can you aim properly? It's burning my backside. At that moment, four figures silently appeared on the rooftops from all directions, encircling the new recruits. Among them, the Rose, without a moment's hesitation, swung her hammer towards those attacking the moon ghost, causing it to grow exponentially until it resembled a structure several stories high, crashing down into the crowd. With a thunderous boom, the entire area trembled, sending the unsuspecting new recruits flying. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Li Pang felt a surge of panic and hurriedly tugged at Jiang Xuan's sleeve, whispering, Brother Xuan, what should we do? Jiang Xuan, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and replied, what can we do? The only way forward is action. 2 lines and 1 stroke mean we must act. The character for force with 2 dots indicates we must do something. Did you see that fellow over there who just wished me a happy new year? Responding to Jiang Xuan's question, Bai Li Pang turned his head and said, I saw him. What of it? At that moment, the figure standing atop the rooftop, Vortex, looked bewildered and pointed at himself, incredulously exclaiming, are you referring to me? However, Jiang Xuan ignored Vortex and continued discussing with Bai Li Pang, that fellow looks like an easy target. When I count to 3, we charge at him. Do you understand? Once Jiang Xuan finished speaking, Bai Li Pang nodded, signaling his understanding. Meanwhile, Lin Qi began to cautiously step forward, his body slightly bent, as if ready to leap into action at any moment. Observing this, Mo Li and Xiao Yuan also tensed up, seeming to grasp the situation. Gazing at the agitated Vortex in the distance, Jiang Xuan grinned mischievously and slowly announced, get ready. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 figures dashed forward, leaving Bai Li Pang standing there in a daze. At that moment, Lin Qi looked at the stunned Bai Li Pang with a hint of sympathy. He thought to himself that he had also been similarly tricked by Brother Xuan before. After this trial, he must recruit this plump fellow into their group. Moments later, Bai Li Pang snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed forward, shouting, wait for me. Brother Xuan, you can't just disregard the rules of engagement. Just as he dashed out, Jiang Xuan unleashed a torrent of flames directly at Vortex. The immense blaze surged forth like a ferocious beast, clawing and snapping as it approached. The searing heat seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. The intense warmth slammed against Vortex's face, triggering an inexplicable sense of impending doom. He realized that if he attempted to withstand this blow with his current cultivation, he might not survive. Even Wang Mian, who was nearby tending to the new recruits, furrowed his brow upon sensing the potency of Jiang Xuan's attack. This group of newcomers seemed remarkably different. On the other hand, Vortex, displaying commendable judgment, chose not to confront the flames directly but swiftly sidestepped, allowing Jiang Xuan and his companions a path to escape. Brother Xuan, where to now? Bai Li Pang turned to Jiang Xuan after they had narrowly evaded danger. To the dormitory building, there should be plenty of new recruits lying in wait. Lin Qiyi immediately chimed in. Seeing that Lin Qiyi had spoken, Jiang Xuan shrugged nonchalantly and said, "All right then. We'll follow Qiyi's lead and head to the dormitory." Perfect opportunity to grab some spicy strips. With their destination settled, the group wasted no time in racing towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, after dispatching the new recruits around the armory, Wang Mian gazed at the direction Jiang Xuan had fled, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Chapter 48. The Secrets Within the Gourd. "Wait for me. I'll fetch you some spicy strips," Bali Pang Pang exclaimed as he entered the boys' dormitory for the first time, curiously surveying his surroundings. Contrary to the chaotic descriptions he had read online, the dormitory exuded a subtle lavender fragrance that was quite pleasant. "Oh, those contain gifts I prepared for everyone. Since you all are here, I might as well distribute them now." With that, Bali Pang Pang stepped forward to untie the burlap sack. As soon as he opened it, an intense flash of light burst forth, momentarily blinding everyone present. "Come on, don't be shy. 10 strips each, don't complain about the quantity," the crowd collectively murmured. "What on earth?" Mo Li, observing the ostentatious Bali Pang Pang, furrowed her brow and asked, "Does your family own a mine? How else could you afford to give away these like cabbages?" "Wait, even if your family had a mine, surely you wouldn't give them away like this. That would be sheer extravagance." Bali Pang Pang stammered, Actually, I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family, with only a modest amount of money." "Hey, what did you say your name was again?" Mo Li suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something. "Bali Shou Yu. No, Bali Tu Ming." Bali Pang Pang replied, visibly confused. "Wait a minute, Bali. Are you from the Bai family of the Forbidden Items Museum?" Mo Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the plump boy before her. "Ahem, let us keep it low-key. I'm really just an ordinary kid with only a slight family fortune, not much different from you all." Bali Pang Pang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the next moment, Mo Li's expression turned icy, casting him a disdainful glance before turning to leave, ignoring the Rolex Bali Pang Pang offered her. "I have no interest in your filthy money. Take it back." Bali Pang Pang. At that moment, Jiang Xuan had just retrieved the spicy strips from his suitcase and began distributing them to everyone. But upon seeing Bali Pang Pang sprawled on the bed, looking utterly despondent, he paused and couldn't help but ask, "What is wrong with you?" "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm going to sleep." Bali Pang Pang mumbled, his voice muffled. Noticing the amused expressions on Lin Qiyi and the others, as well as Mo Li's furious demeanor, Jiang Xuan suddenly understood. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly remarked, "Or are you just in need of some quiet time?" As soon as the words left his lips, Bali Pang Pang's initially tearful expression transformed into one of silence. Silence is the bridge to tranquility tonight. Hearing this, Lin Qiyi and the others exchanged approving glances, silently acknowledging Jiang Xuan's sharpness. But at that moment, Lin Qiyi's expression suddenly shifted, and he urgently whispered, "They're coming." As soon as he spoke, a cacophony of violent clashes erupted from outside the dormitory, accompanied by the sound of explosions. Bang, bang, boom. Just moments ago, Bali Pang Pang, feeling disheartened, was startled into an upright position, bewilderedly surveying the trembling walls around him. Is this commotion really necessary? Aren't they just some novices? "Captain, I can't hold on any longer." Vortex's desperate cries echoed from below. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted to the others, "Run." "What is going on?" Bali Pang Pang asked instinctively, still reeling from the shock. "Damn it, the massed demolition squad is about to commence their demolition. Are you planning to wait and be buried alive?" A chill ran down Lin Qiyi and the other spines, and without a second thought, they leaped from the upper floor. Sure enough, just as Jiang Xuan and his companions jumped out of the dormitory, terrifying slashes of energy sliced through the air, swiftly heading towards them. In an instant, several towering dormitory buildings were reduced to rubble, collapsing into fragments that plummeted from the void. Boom. The thunderous sound of collapse echoed through the skies as clouds of dust billowed into the air. Not far away, Lin Qiyi and his companions, who had just escaped, stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Of course, Jiang Xuan was the exception, already aware of the plot. "I'll take care of Wang Mian. The rest is up to you," Jiang Xuan declared solemnly. "Then I'll deal with the moon ghost." Lin Qiyi immediately chimed in. "I'll join you," Chao Yuan quickly added. Seeing Lin Qiyi had already spoken, "Leave the rose to me," Molly said slowly. "Then who should I handle?" Bai Li, somewhat dazed, scratched his head and asked, "Since we have decided, let us act swiftly. We must conclude this quickly. If we wait for Tianping and Xuan to break free from that group of recruits, we will have lost all hope." Upon finishing, Jiang Xuan seized the large stick in his hand and charged directly at Wang Mian. Seeing this, Lin Qiyi and the others followed the distribution plan and rushed towards their respective targets. "Are you sure you want to duel with me?" Wang Mian said with a faint smile. "Hey, Wang Mian, Take this from me. Jiang Xuan's muscles tensed as he swung his stick with all his might toward Wang Mian. Haha, good. I've heard from Instructor Yuan that you are quite extraordinary. Today, I shall witness it firsthand. Come on, show me what you've got. Wang Mian, brimming with fighting spirit, was eager to determine who was stronger between himself and Jiang Xuan. However, just as Wang Mian was about to draw his black blade from his waist, Jiang Xuan suddenly produced a silver desert eagle from beneath him and fired a shot at Wang Mian's waist. Bang! Instantly, Wang Mian's eyes widened. And he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, kid, you're breaking the rules. You're packing gunpowder in that gourd." Whoosh! In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had been paused. Everything slowed down, and the bullet, previously imperceptible to the naked eye, now moved as slowly as a snail. Observing this, Wang Mian squinted slightly and drew his blade, launching an attack. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of crisp sounds, the densely packed bullets, akin to a net, were torn apart by Wang Mian in an instant, allowing him to emerge unscathed. His expression cold. He gripped his blade and aimed a strike at Jiang Xuan's insolent face. Hee, you little brat. Remember this. No matter how clever you think you are or how crafty your tricks may be, when you encounter a truly powerful opponent, these petty skills of yours will dissipate like bubbles, leaving nothing behind. This trial is about to conclude. As Wang Mian delivered his blade strike, he rambled onto Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan observed as several blade strikes, akin to missiles, rushed towards him, yet his expression remained calm. He swiftly evaded the initial attacks, and with the speed of lightning, began to wield his iron rod. His movements were as swift as the wind, and in an instant, he created a flurry of rod movements, forming an impenetrable barrier that deflected all incoming attacks with a series of crisp metallic clangs. Clang, 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 clang. The iron rod bore deep dents and scratches from the relentless barrage, and some sections even showed signs of cracking. Alas, indeed. One must always remember that comparison reveals the truth. Jiang Xuan thought, glancing at his nearly ruined iron rod before looking up at the rapidly approaching Wang Mian. Unable to suppress a sigh, the forbidden black blade could unleash the sequence 301's Forbidden Realm, Yuan. Its purpose was to condense one's speed into blade energy, the strength of which was proportional to one's velocity. Thus, in Wang Mian's hands, this black blade was truly a marvel. Jiang Xuan's attempt to confront him with a mere broken iron rod felt akin to a man wielding a pair of flower-patterned shorts against a dragon-slaying sword, utterly futile. In this situation, it seemed both the light and the dark were paying heed to him, making it unwise to directly evolve a weapon through the chaotic divine realm. Furthermore, relying solely on the divine realm, dragon, was insufficient against Wang Mian. His extraordinary speed rendered Jiang Xuan's flames ineffective. At this realization, a sense of crisis surged through Jiang Xuan's mind, quickening his heartbeat and causing his body to tremble slightly. Yet at that moment, Jiang Xuan suddenly raised his head, his gaze intensely focused on the approaching Wang Mian, murmuring to himself, "Ah, how long has it been? Haha, ever since the first ghost face incident. I haven't felt this exhilarated." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Mian swung his weapon without hesitation, striking down heavily towards Jiang Xuan's shoulder. Thud. A dull impact resounded as Jiang Xuan's shoulder was struck, blood gushing forth. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly, yet the excitement in his eyes intensified. "Haha, not enough. That barely tickles. Bring it on." Jiang Xuan laughed maniacally, then swung a punch toward Wang Mian's mask. Bang! This strike, however, was thwarted as Wang Mian blocked it with his hand, quickly retreating to create distance between them. Just as Wang Mian was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that the long wound he had inflicted on Jiang Xuan was healing at an astonishingly visible rate. In just over half a minute, the bleeding had ceased, and tender flesh began to sprout anew. Wang Mian was utterly astounded, staring incredulously at Jiang Xuan across from him, wondering what kind of monster this was. Such a level of regenerative ability could rival that of a sea realm physique. Yet this insufferable brat was at most in the pool realm. How could he possess the physique of one from the sea realm? Am I going insane? Or has the world lost its mind? Wang Mian found himself deeply engulfed in self-doubt. Meanwhile, below ground, Yuan Gang and the other instructors stood transfixed before the display screen, their eyes wide with shock as they absorbed the unfolding scene. Is this even possible? A pool realm cultivator possessing a sea realm physique? Damn it. This kid must have been training since birth. They acknowledged the sheer terror of his potential, realizing that if he were to break through to the sea realm, he could potentially possess a divine physique. Goodness, if that were the case. As they contemplated this, the entire underground chamber fell silent, as if time had stopped. All the instructors exchanged glances, their minds racing with a terrifying thought. Jiang Xuan might have the opportunity to become divine. After all, the reason humanity could not ascend to divinity lay in their frail bodies. Post-ascension, Their existing forms could hardly withstand the boundless spiritual energy and formidable forbidden realms, leading to instant collapse. Yet, Jiang Xuan's emergence sparked a flicker of hope within them. Could it really be possible? Throughout this ordeal, Yuan Gang remained silent. Yet as he gazed at Jiang Xuan on the screen, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. On the other side, Lin Chia and the others quickly wrapped up their battles, happily sitting aside, munching on the spicy strips and dried fish they had scavenged from Jiang Xuan, and began to watch the spectacle unfold. They were not naive. They understood that this training session was essential, and the tests were merely for show. Therefore, even if Lin Chia and some among them were capable of vanquishing the members of the masked team, they would never dare to remove their masks. After all, they came here to acquire martial arts skills and various survival knowledge, not to show off or indulge in leisurely pursuits. They certainly wouldn't just snatch off someone's mask and leave, would they? Goodness, Xuanga's physique is truly remarkable. It's a pity he is not working in an electronics factory. He possesses a natural physique akin to that of a divine beast. Upon witnessing Jiang Xuan's terrifying recovery ability, Li Peng exclaimed in awe. Alas, the scope is too narrow. With a physique like Xuanga's, he should at least be hauling bricks at a construction site. With his strength, he could easily be likened to a bull, Lin Chia remarked as he munched on a packet of dried fish for sustenance. I happen to know a brother who works at a construction site. I could introduce him. At that moment, a youth clad in military attire, with swollen eyes as if he had been in a fight, leisurely interjected. This was Shen Qingzhu. Chapter 50, The Battle King Mask. Hey, you little rascal, did you hear that? Your teammate doesn't seem to be entirely on your side. Wang Mian said from a distance, intrigued. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment, a wicked smile gracing his face as he replied, Hee, Wang. We are all solitary beings. Wang Mian, are you trying to be awkward? Without further ado, Wang Mian brandished his black blade, activating the Forbidden Realm Yuan in an instant, unleashing a torrent of terrifying slashes towards Jiang Xuan. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of blade marks surged forth like a tempest from all directions, nearly tearing the very air apart. Jiang Xuan's figure flickered as he attempted to evade these lethal strikes, yet several blade marks grazed his ears, severing a few strands of hair. Damn it! How could you, Wang Mian, not know that while a head may be severed, one's hairstyle must remain intact? I'll fight you to the death. Jiang Xuan bellowed, swiftly closing the distance to Wang Mian, his muscles taut, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wang Mian's face. Bang! Wang Mian, unperturbed, raised his hand to block while his right hand wielded the knife to slash at Jiang Xuan once more. Though Jiang Xuan was unarmed, he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Wang Mian, fighting with a reckless abandon. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Jiang Xuan, drenched in blood, appeared disheveled, yet his eyes remained brilliantly fierce, embodying a ferocious beast driven solely by the desire for battle and victory. Each punch and kick was imbued with power, relentlessly assailing Wang Mian. Wang Mian, taken aback by Jiang Xuan's fervor, found himself momentarily caught off guard. Despite his extensive combat experience, Wang Mian endured several punches, nearly losing his mask in the process. As time passed, Jiang Xuan felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy, as though shrouded in mist. His mind became heavy and dizzy, his body swaying involuntarily, on the verge of collapse. But just then, he felt an intense surge of energy erupt from his heart. This energy, akin to a volcanic eruption, rapidly coursed through his body, continuously mending his wounds, restoring his clarity. It was Meteor Tears, Jiang Xuan thought to himself. Wang Mian, embroiled in combat with Jiang Xuan, noticed the shift in Jiang Xuan's demeanor, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. How could Jiang Xuan, seemingly on the brink of unconsciousness, suddenly appear invigorated as if he had received a shot of adrenaline? Moreover, why did it seem that his strength had notably increased? Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Chia squinted at Jiang Xuan, who seemed to be fighting with renewed vigor, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Oh dear. It seems Xuanga has become considerably stronger. Capturing him in a sack will be all the more challenging. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to try. As this thought echoed in his mind like a devil's whisper, he couldn't shake it off. Glancing at the darkening sky, Lin Chia hesitated for just a moment before resolutely approaching Li Peng, saying, Li Peng, may I borrow that sealing scroll you used to trap Chao Yuan? Li Peng, who had been watching the spectacle, was taken aback for a moment, then promptly retrieved the scroll from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chia, his face alight with excitement. Chia, are you planning to help Xuanga? Here you go. I've been irritated by Wang Mian for quite some time. Look, he has been so reckless that he has almost turned Xuanga into his grandson. It's perfect timing for you to assist him. Oh, and take the small blade too. It suits you well. Go, Chia. You must bring Wang Mian down. After speaking, but Li Pangpang even threw an encouraging glance at Lin Qiye, wrapping a supportive arm around his shoulder. Receiving the weapon, Lin Qiye silently stepped into the fray between Jiang Xuan and Wang Mian, lifting the sealing scroll, ready to cast it. Upon seeing the scroll in Lin Qiye's hand, Wang Mian's heart sank. Oh no, how could I forget that little chubby boy from the Bai Li family? With the advantage of Yuan, I could only match Jiang Xuan, but if that scroll is used against me, I might truly be in peril today. Wang Mian dared not act recklessly, furrowing his brows as he observed Lin Qiye stepping further into the battlefield. Seeing this, Jiang Xuan mistakenly believed Lin Qiye was coming to aid him, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha, Wang Mian, no matter how formidable you are, you must rely on your comrades in this world. Hey, Lin Qiye, hurry up and seal Wang Mian's wretched blade, and then I can. Before Jiang Xuan could finish his sentence, Lin Qiye abruptly turned and hurled the sealing scroll towards him, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. Jiang Xuan's previously arrogant expression instantly froze. Swish. Witnessing this scene, Li Pangpang's complexion turned pale, his heart racing with dread. The others, including Wang Mian, stared at Lin Qiye in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Qiye, what are you doing? I am your beloved friend, your brother. You wouldn't dare betray me, would you? Jiang Xuan, noticing Lin Qiye's mischievous grin, felt an ominous premonition, swallowing hard and cautiously saying, Wait, Lin Qiye, you know how long I've waited for this day? I've wanted to teach you a lesson for quite some time, but I could never find the right opportunity. Now that you're so weak, if I don't take this chance to give you a good thrashing, I fear I might regret it for the rest of my life. You might regret it for 2 days, but if I don't, I'll regret it forever, Xuanga. As brothers, it's time to settle this. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Qiye charged at Jiang Xuan, wielding the small blade. Ah, so this is how you want to play, Lin Qiye? I see your true nature now. You weigh 100 pounds, and over 90 of those are rebellious spirit. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Initially, I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person. However, given your actions, Qi, I shall cast off my Fade. KS God Ruins, emerge. Chapter 51. Lin Qiye's breakdown, Wang Mian in tears. In that fleeting moment, centered around Jiang Xuan, the Chaos God Ruins erupted like a starburst, expanding outward with fervor. In the blink of an eye, it formed a sphere of chaotic mist with a radius of 10 meters, swiftly enveloping both Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. Simultaneously, in the underground base, Yuan Gang and numerous instructors stared in disbelief at the scene displayed on the screen, their eyes wide with incredulity. No, impossible. Wasn't his forbidden ruin a dragon? What on earth is this? It appears to be another forbidden ruin. Could it be he possesses 2 within him? That can't possibly be the case. Humanity has never discovered an individual harboring 2 forbidden ruins. At this moment, even Yuan Gang, who excelled in nurturing qi, felt his composure falter. He was now utterly convinced that Jiang Xuan certainly possessed the potential for divinity. With a formidable physique, astonishing regenerative abilities, and 2 mysterious forbidden ruins absent from any ranking, Jiang Xuan met all the criteria for achieving godhood. Filled with excitement at this revelation, Yuan Gang considered the enigmatic black mist on the screen and the others nearby, casually snacking on fish treats. A bold thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the crisis facing the Great Xia could indeed be resolved by this new generation of recruits. On the other side, Li Pangpang and the others stood in bewilderment, staring at the massive cloud of black mist, rendered speechless. What is happening? Brother Xian, you pulled someone in. What are we supposed to do now? Li Pangpang exclaimed, somewhat agitated. This mist feels perilous. Molly, disregarding Li Pangpang's outcry, earnestly remarked to the others, shouldn't our captain be all right? This mist gives me an overwhelmingly dangerous impression. Rose frowned, voicing her concern. Surely it's nothing to worry about. This is merely a black mist, nothing extraordinary. Shen Ho responded skeptically. Meanwhile, seated on the ground with a spicy strip in his mouth, Shen Qingxu observed the scene. Not uttering a word, yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. At that moment, within the Chaos God Ruins, Lin Qiye and Wang Mian felt their surroundings plunge into darkness, as if someone had abruptly extinguished the lights. What kind of forbidden ruin is this? It has compressed my mortal divine domain to within 5 meters. Lin Qiye's heart surged with disbelief as he grappled with the unfolding scene. He had never witnessed Brother Xian utilize this forbidden ruin, though it seemed evident he possessed another. Yet wasn't it only capable of evolving trivial items? Lin Qiye found it difficult to comprehend. He was aware this terrifying divine realm must relate to Brother Xian's evolution, but he had yet to grasp their connection. Could it be that Jiang Xuan could even evolve the domain of forbidden ruins? If that were true, then his forbidden ruin would be utterly extraordinary. Lin Qiye mused internally. But just then, whoosh, 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 3 piercing sounds resonated. and Lin Chiye's ears perked up as he sensed 3 pebbles hurtling toward his head, abdomen, and posterior. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chiye couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, exhaling deeply. As expected, that forbidden item failed to seal Brother Xian. While speaking, Lin Chiye executed a 360-degree spin, deflecting the 3 pebbles with his blade. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sounds echoed. Since evasion was futile, he would have to fight. Brother Xian, unleash any techniques you possess. Let me see the extent of our disparity. Lin Chiye took a deep breath, adopting a defensive stance, and loudly called out to the surrounding black mist. He understood that a fierce battle was imminent. But what of it? One must endure the bitter cold to appreciate the fragrance of plum blossoms. Lin Chiye had cried, endured fatigue, and suffered, yet he had never known fear. Regardless of the obstacles, he was prepared to confront them head-on. Come on, Brother Xian, let us duel. Show me the depth of your strength. Noticing the stillness of the black mist, Lin Chiye continued to provoke. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the air was filled with crisp sounds of something approaching him rapidly. However, with his mortal divine domain restricted to a mere 5 meters, he could not discern what it was. Soon enough, the object swiftly entered his field of vision. Instantly, Lin Chiye's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, abandoning all confidence he previously held to confront Jiang Xuan. Yet, as he ran, he cursed Jiang Xuan, Brother Xian, who uses missiles in a brawl. You're utterly inhuman. Meanwhile, over at Wang Mian's side, upon hearing Lin Chiye's trembling voice tinged with a hint of tears, Wang Mian's heart raced uncontrollably. What is happening over there? Just then, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from all directions, prompting Wang Mian to scan his surroundings. Though visibility extended only a meter or two, having faced countless trials, Wang Mian was no stranger to the supernatural. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, and readied his weapon, prepared for whatever may come. However, the footsteps drew closer, and soon enough, Wang Mian beheld an unforgettable sight. A throng of burly men clad in red high-heeled shoes and tight attire, all pinching their noses as they approached him. Wang Mian. My eyes. Not daring to linger, Wang Mian activated his time domain to its utmost, sprinting away at breakneck speed. His legs whirled like a whirlwind. Lin Chiye shouted, Ah, Brother Xian, our bond has faded. I am your dearest friend, your brother. Can you truly bear to blow me up? Wang Mian retorted, You brat, let me out immediately, or I swear I'll take revenge. I'll report you to the authorities for abuse of power. Do you believe me? Wang Mian insisted. Get away, hurry. Jiang Xuan, hee. Little one, come play. Rose. Molly, by Li Pang Pang. Shenxing Zhu, the other recruits. Chapter 52. The trial concludes. After approximately 10 minutes, the black mist gradually dissipated, revealing Lin Chiye and Wang Mian collapsed on the ground, their clothes drenched in sweat, gasping heavily. They cast resentful glances at Jiang Xuan, who stood nearby, grinning mischievously as he addressed them. Hee, how is that, Chiye? Do you still dare to challenge me? Lin Chiye, with a look of disdain, scoffed in response. As Jiang Xuan observed Lin Chiye's defiant demeanor, he remained indifferent, then turned to search for Wang Mian. But where was Wang Mian? A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within him. Whoosh! In the next moment, a rush of air sliced through the space behind him, and a chilling breeze swept across Jiang Xuan's neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Damn it! Wang Mian, you really can't take a joke. Bang! Before Jiang Xuan could finish his thought, a swift hand strike descended upon his neck like a bolt of lightning. He felt a sharp pain radiate from his neck, followed by an engulfing darkness as his body succumbed to weakness and crumpled to the ground. In the fleeting second before consciousness slipped away, Jiang Xuan's last sight was Lin Chiye, rushing towards him with an eager expression, a massive fist raised high. Oh no, this is the end. This was the final thought that flashed through Jiang Xuan's mind. As he lay unconscious, a resounding slap echoed, reminiscent of firecrackers on New Year's Eve. A massive handprint was left on Jiang Xuan's face, vividly red and unmistakable. Wang Mian wore an expression of indignation as he swiftly lifted his right foot, channeling all his strength to deliver a fierce kick to Jiang Xuan's resilient backside. Lin Chiye, not to be outdone, felt a pent-up frustration within him, eager to unleash his wrath. Thus, he too swung his fist at Jiang Xuan. After a thorough beating, Wang Mian and Lin Chiye finally stepped back, exhaling deeply and settling onto the ground with expressions of sheer contentment, gazing at Jiang Xuan, who lay on the ground with a bruised face. They felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Lin Chiye took a deep breath, feeling the surge of energy within him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Wang Mian, who wore a similarly joyful expression, excitement flickering in his eyes. What a thrill! Jiang Xuan. who typically avoided major missteps but often faltered in minor ways, had finally given them the chance to unleash their frustrations upon him. Wang Mian nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, this feeling is simply exhilarating." However, he abruptly shifted his tone, turning serious as he addressed Lin Xie, stating, "But now it's time for a duel between the two of us." With that, Wang Mian immediately sprang to his feet, drawing his black blade and preparing for battle. Lin Xie, witnessing this, let out a deep sigh, his voice tinged with reluctance as he replied, "I initially intended to challenge you to test my own strength. But after venting my frustrations on Jiang Xuan, I feel as though I could ascend to the heavens, utterly exhilarated. I truly have no desire to move. Moreover, after the exertion just now, my mental energy is nearly depleted, so I concede." With that, Lin Xie reclined on the ground, not making a single move, as if utterly exhausted from the earlier encounter with Jiang Xuan. Yet, deep down, Lin Xie understood that before so many new recruits, even if he possessed the ability to defeat Wang Mian, he had to concede for the sake of harmony. At that moment, Bai Li and the others approached. Their gazes filled with a mix of sympathy and disbelief as they looked at Jiang Xuan, who lay battered and bruised on the ground. It was brutally excessive. Just look at the state he is in. His own mother would recognize him. Just then, Yuan Gang's voice resonated through hidden speakers. Yuan Gang's words fell like cold water on the new recruits, extinguishing the flames of ambition that had ignited in their hearts. They had initially thought to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the members of the masked team, but it was now evident that hope was lost. Sighing in disappointment, they trudged towards the training ground. Meanwhile, medical personnel rushed in, swiftly placing Jiang Xuan on a stretcher and carrying him away. After several minutes, Jiang Xuan gradually emerged from his slumber. "Ouch! Why does my face hurt so much? And my backside, oh, it's killing me." As he regained consciousness, he was immediately struck by the fiery pain radiating from his face and rear. At that moment, his mental energy had slightly replenished, prompting him to activate his divine power. A surge of life force erupting forth to heal his wounds. "What? How did you wake up so quickly?" A doctor, entering with medication in hand, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jiang Xuan. "Oh, it's just a scratch. I feel nearly healed. I don't need a shot. I'll be on my way." With that, Jiang Xuan abruptly rolled off the bed, ignoring the astonished doctor as he made his way out. "Wait," the doctor attempted to protest, but Jiang Xuan was already too far away, leaving him speechless. "Your clothes haven't been changed. There's a big hole in your pants. And your floral boxers are visible." Meanwhile, on the training ground, Yuan Gang gathered everyone and began speaking slowly. "I am truly disappointed in you. I never expected you to be so weak. Over 200 individuals in the same realm. You couldn't even remove the mask of a single member of the masked team. Do you still believe my previous remarks about you being useless were misguided?" Yuan Gang stood on the podium, his voice booming as he reprimanded the new recruits below. Just then, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure by the wall, stretching out an arm to point at the new recruits across from him. To his annoyance, this figure seemed to punctuate his remarks with gestures, as if sharing his frustration with the performance of the new recruits. Yuan Gang squinted his eyes for a better look, only to realize that the figure was none other than Jiang Xuan, who had just fainted. Strangely, Jiang Xuan's backside was exposed, revealing a large hole in his pants. With his floral boxers nearly on display for all to see, completely unaware of the spectacle he was causing, Yuan Gang suddenly changed his tone, clearing his throat before shouting, "Jiang Xuan, what are you doing over there flailing your arms? Don't you feel a draft in your backside?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone present turned in astonishment to follow Yuan Gang's gaze, quickly spotting Jiang Xuan in the dark corner. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Jiang Xuan instinctively reached behind him, and upon feeling a gaping hole, he exclaimed, "Damn it, who tore my pants?" Jiang Xuan's face paled, and he swiftly turned to leave. However, as he turned, he inadvertently displayed his colorful boxers for all to see. The air on the training ground became thick with disbelief as everyone stared at the scene unfolding before them. "Incredible! He is just out here, exposed. Quick! Who has a phone? Let us get a picture. Move over. You're blocking the camera. I can't believe Jiang Xuan is into this." Several minutes later, Yuan Gang cleared his throat, stating, "All right. As per our earlier agreement, you have lost. Since you have lost, be prepared for the consequences. Stuff all your ridiculous pride into your underwear. Do you understand?" Soon, Yuan Gang regained control of the situation, bellowing at the multitude of new recruits. "Understood." The thunderous response surged into the sky, transforming this previously disoriented group of new soldiers into a force imbued with an indescribable momentum. Yuan Gang gazed at the scene before him with satisfaction, then continued to speak slowly. "Given this, I shall outline the training plan for the coming year. However, should anyone fail, at this juncture, A chilling smile crept across Yuan Gang's face, sending shivers down the spines of the new recruits present. Combat proficiency? Could it be that we must practice shooting? The thought sent a wave of discomfort across Lin Chiye's visage. Other aspects were manageable. But shooting, within 20 meters, he could hit any target. Beyond that, he was merely a master of outlines. Hey, Chiye, what's wrong? Why do you look so grim? At that moment, Chao Yuan noticed Lin Chiye's beleaguered expression and inquired with concern. It's nothing. I just want some silence. Silence. Chao Yuan replied, puzzled. Then asked curiously, who is Silence? Lin Chiye. After nearly a day of combat, their mental energy had completely drained and their bodies bore numerous injuries, rendering them utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, in Jiang Xuan's room, Brother Xian, I never imagined you liked floral underwear too. You should have mentioned it earlier. I brought plenty of them this time. Look at these beach shorts, and this one is quite nice as well. By Li Pangdang. With an array of vibrant shorts draped over his arms, gleefully showcased them to Jiang Xuan. Brother Xian, choose any you like. It's on me. Jiang Xuan. Pang, do you believe I could shove your head into your own pants later? Jiang Xuan approached and playfully patted by Li Pang's shoulder. Swish. A gleaming, hefty Rolex smoothly slipped into Jiang Xuan's pocket. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xuan genuinely pointed to a floral short on by Li Pang's arm and stated, I prefer one with a hint of azure. Oh. The green one isn't bad either. By Li Pang. Duh. The winter wake-up call pierced through the frigid air beneath the pitch-black sky as they rushed to recite vocabulary while jogging. A terrifying weight loomed over Jiang Xuan. Even with his pool-level cultivation, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, almost wishing to ascend directly from the spot. Jiang Xuan suddenly found himself less inclined to attend the training camp. Soon, everyone quickly gathered on the expansive training ground. However, most of the new recruits appeared to be in a state of disconnection, their bodies and souls at odds, swaying dizzily. They had barely slept for 4 hours. Having gone to bed around 11 and being awakened at 3 a.m., it was no wonder they felt so weary. At this moment, several instructors stood on the podium. Their expressions stern as they counted the recruits, confirming that no one had attempted to shirk their duties. Only then did they nod and report to the middle-aged instructor. Subsequently, that instructor stepped forward and barked at the new recruits. It has been a full 10 minutes since the wake-up bell rang. Are you here to train or not? However, since today is your first day, I'll let this verbal reprimand slide, but if anyone is late again, at this point, the instructor paused momentarily before raising his voice even further. Then everyone will face punishment. If one person is late, we will all run 10 laps. Is that understood? Understood. Most replied weakly. Are you unable to speak? Did you not eat last night? Repeat after me. If my voice isn't louder, everyone will run an extra lap. Is that clear? The instructor continued to shout. Understood. A harmonious and resounding voice echoed through the pitch-black night sky, deafening in its intensity. All right, let us commence today's training. Everyone, right now, head over there to collect your weighted gear and jog 20 laps around the field. Chapter 54, Devil Training. Jiang Xuan quickly moved to the side to retrieve his weighted equipment. Upon picking it up, his expression darkened. This gear weighed at least 90 pounds. It was as if he was carrying a reader from the crowd on his waist, running 20 laps around the field. This instructor certainly had high expectations of him. Nevertheless, this would expedite his physical limits, which could be seen as a silver lining. With that thought, Jiang Xuan donned the weighty apparatus efficiently. Then joined the throng of new recruits in a light jog. Hey, Brother Xian, can your forbidden domain still be used? At that moment, Lin Chiye caught up with Jiang Xuan, curiosity evident in his voice. Ever since that instructor spoke, Lin Chiye felt that his mundane divine domain and star dancer had experienced some restriction. It was as if someone had stepped on a soda can, significantly diminishing all his power, yet still allowing him to wield a fraction of it. This limitation resembled the black mist Jiang Xuan had previously released, prompting Lin Chiye to inquire about whether Jiang Xuan had been affected. One of my domains has experienced some restriction. Jiang Xuan replied quietly. This was not a lie. His domain, Dragon, had indeed been impacted by the restrictive object, its power reduced by about 20 to 30%. However, his chaotic domain was entirely unaffected. After all, this domain was derived from the essence of chaos, inherently robust and not easily subdued. Upon hearing this, Lin Chiye nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the restrictive object within the training camp. That object indeed had the capacity to restrict domains, but this restriction had a certain range. If the domain S level was too high, it would only incur partial limitations rather than complete confinement. Understanding this, Lin Chiye's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, and he subsequently focused on his training. The training field was vast, at least the size of 5 or 6 basketball courts. For an ordinary person to run a full lap at full speed would likely leave them utterly exhausted, gasping for breath on the ground. However, for this group of recruits endowed with domains, it was just right. Even though their physical bodies had not significantly strengthened, they were still considerably stronger than the average person. Yet, 20 laps of high-intensity weighted running was no small feat, and they would likely emerge from it feeling like they had been turned to steel. Thus, most of the recruits opted for a slow jog to endure this grueling training. Jiang Xuan, however, was an exception. After conversing with Lin Qiyat, he immediately switched to full sprint mode, eager to quickly expend his energy, break through his physical limits, and trigger Meteor Tears. Consequently, Jiang Xuan swiftly outpaced the slowly jogging recruits, rapidly widening the gap between them. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. Eventually, Jiang Xuan even managed to create a distance of nearly half a field, leaving them far behind. Seeing this, the new recruits couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Is he insane? Sprinting right from the start. It seems yet another brother wishes to impress the girls. Just wait, soon enough, he will no longer be able to maintain that fade. Oh, look, everyone, our brother has slowed down. Has he already exhausted his stamina? Haha. I thought he was something special, but it turns out he has just a pretentious little pup. As soon as the last word fell, a group of onlookers, full of jesting expressions, turned their gazes toward Jiang Xuan in the distance. For these passionate youths, whether in school or at the training camp, nothing irked them more than such pretentious individuals. They detested those who, despite their lack of talent, felt compelled to show off. As if the world were inebriated while they remained sober, viewing everyone else as mere chickens while they fancied themselves a crane, always standing out. It was infuriating to behold. Oh dear, it seems our brother is about to fall behind. Should we cheer him on when he approaches? Count me in. Me too. Just moments later, several boys united in their intent to cheer for Jiang Xuan when he drew near. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, utterly exhausted, could scarcely utter a word. His muscles ached intensely, and the once manageable equipment now felt as heavy as Mount Tai. This burden had drained him of all strength. His breath came in quick gasps, and his heart raced like a frenzied rabbit, pounding as if it wished to leap from his chest. Panting heavily, Jiang Xuan's vision blurred, and he fancied he saw his long-lost grandmother, waving at him alongside the instructor. What on earth? Why does this grandmother haunt me? Every time I reach my physical limit, she appears. Jiang Xuan silently grumbled to himself. Soon, he reached his limits, drenched in sweat, his face ashen, his legs barely able to support him. Oh, look. Is that our brother? Has he already succumbed after just one lap? Keep going, brother. I believe you can outpace us once more. Haha. You truly seem to be desperate to show off in front of the girls. Go away, keep your distance. If you faint beside me, I want to help you. At that moment, the group of new recruits who had conspired to mock Jiang Xuan observed him struggling to sprint, his speed declining, and couldn't help but taunt him. Yet, Jiang Xuan had no time to concern himself with their jibes. His consciousness began to fade. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a deep and powerful drumbeat resonated through the air, reminiscent of war drums from ancient times. Instantly, a tremendous surge of mysterious energy erupted from Jiang Xuan's heart, coursing through his entire being. At that moment, his eyes shone with brilliance, his pallid complexion regained its color, and he felt as though he had been reborn. However, this spectacle appeared to the other recruits as if Jiang Xuan had been on the verge of collapse just moments ago, only to suddenly spring back to life, leaping and bounding as if propelled by extraordinary vigor. His running speed doubled, leaving the previously jogging recruits a quarter lap behind. The recruits thought, this must be his final burst of energy. He was merely pretending before, and we were all deceived. After 4 to 5 minutes, hey, you little rascals, hurry up. You've already fallen behind by 2 laps. Jiang Xuan, with a smirk, called out to them. The recruits felt a wave of frustration. One even shouted, don't get too cocky. At this rate, we'll surpass you soon enough. Oh, is that so? Jiang Xuan replied, surprised. Another 5 to 6 minutes later, Jiang Xuan completed another large lap and encountered the same recruits once more. Hey, have you all checked your phones? The farm has sent you a message. Your vegetables are dead. Did you start it up? I'm talking about the intelligence. What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you unwilling to respond? Come on, speak up. Jiang Xuan unleashed a torrent of words upon the recruits, his mouth firing off like a machine gun, leaving them utterly speechless. They didn't dare utter a word. Meanwhile, Lin Qiyat silently mourned for the recruits for 2 seconds upon witnessing this scene. What were they thinking? Provoking the most irritating person, and then daring to compare themselves to Brother Xuan? Truly remarkable. Before long, dawn broke with a faint light. By now, Jiang Xuan had completed the 20 laps assigned by the instructor, yet he felt unsatisfied and continued following the recruits. In fact, through the earlier training, Jiang Xuan sensed that his second divine ruin, indestructible, was on the verge of a breakthrough into the pool realm. The energy emitted by Meteor Tears primarily functioned to refine the body, with only a small fraction convertible into mental strength. Thus, while his physical prowess surged rapidly, his mental strength advanced at a snail's pace, making breakthroughs into the pool realm exceedingly challenging. A sharp whistle pierced the air, rousing the reluctant recruits from their brief slumber, who then trudged toward the training field, grumbling all the while. What? We barely rested, and we're training again? Is the instructor even human? I genuinely wish I could find a way to hang myself. This is unbearable. Yet, compelled by the rules announced by the instructor that morning, the recruits quickly assembled on the training field within 3 minutes. On the podium, Hong Hao glanced at his watch and surveyed the assembled recruits, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his mind, though his face remained impassive. Everyone, you will enter the dining hall in an orderly fashion for your meal, Hong Hao declared loudly. Understood. Finally, can we eat? I'm starving, Bali shouted, pinching his belly, causing Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye to flinch at the sight. However, the allotted eating time seemed too brief, only 25 minutes. I couldn't even finish a bowl of porridge, which was scalding hot. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Still want porridge? Dreams of eating raw meat and biting into buns await you. Actually, this time wasn't too short. At this moment, Lin Qiye suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. During our previous school meals, our teacher only allowed us 10 minutes for eating, which was far worse than this. What? Only 10 minutes for meals? Bali exclaimed, astonished, as if hearing this for the first time. Were you all being rushed to reincarnate? 10 minutes for meals? Wouldn't that lead to gastritis? Lin Qiye questioned, perplexed. Isn't that how all schools operate? Not at all. Our school provides 40 minutes for meals, allowing us to stroll around the playground afterward to digest. Bailey Pang naturally stated, leaving Lin Qiye momentarily speechless. What about your time in the restroom? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and inquired. Half an hour. Our class breaks are all half an hour, right? Jiang Xuan? What do you mean? Half an hour for a break. Bailey Pang, sensing something amiss, turned to Jiang Xuan and asked, isn't that how it is in school? Brother Xuan, how long do you get for restroom breaks? After pondering for a couple of seconds, Jiang Xuan, with a complex expression, replied slowly, 10 minutes. If the teacher drags on the class, then it's just 5 minutes. Bailey Pang exclaimed. What? 5 minutes? You barely sit down before you have to get up. It takes at least a minute just to wipe. He looked utterly astonished. Hey, Brother Xuan, does your school have barbed wire? The kind that blocks the windows? Bailey Pang suddenly asked. Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye both responded. Why do you ask? Bailey Pang replied matter-of-factly. Isn't that what prisons have, as seen on TV? Chapter 56, A Promise Made. Soon, the new recruits gathered in the cafeteria, but upon seeing the enormous pile of food on the table, they were all taken aback. 2 massive iron basins were placed before them, one filled with steamed buns, and the other with raw meat that had traces of blood. The recruits looked around in confusion, discovering that aside from the scant food on the table, the entire cafeteria was devoid of supplies. Even the water pipes were absent, and the waste bins were empty. What are we supposed to eat? Did the chef forget to cook the meat? Can we eat this raw meat? I can smell the fishy odor from afar. I can't believe we're expected to eat this. Won't it give us food poisoning? While the recruits whispered among themselves, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye quickly entered from outside. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xuan reached into his pocket, retrieving a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, and hurried towards the large basin of buns. Lin Qiye and the others followed closely behind. The other dazed recruits, upon seeing the Lao Gan Ma in Jiang Xuan's hand, were instantly mesmerized, as if they were gazing upon their long-lost mother. However, having grown up in a sheltered environment, they were accustomed to cooked meals. The large basin of buns was acceptable, but the raw meat, with its pungent aroma, was nearly impossible to swallow. Yet, upon seeing the Lao Gan Ma in Jiang Xuan's hand, their eyes filled with hope, and they rushed forward, grabbing a few buns and eagerly watching as Jiang Xuan spread the sauce. They stood there, motionless, not uttering a word, staring intently at Jiang Xuan, making him feel a bit awkward. It was akin to a pet dog or cat sitting beside you while you enjoyed your meal, silently gazing at you with wide eyes, making you question your own appetite. Jiang Xuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his temples throbbed. Yet, he chose to ignore them, carefully preparing a bun with raw meat, generously applying the Lao Gan Ma, and taking a big bite, releasing an enticing aroma. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sounds of swallowing echoed around him, causing Jiang Xuan's face to twitch with embarrassment. After Lin Qiye and the others finished, only a third of the Lao Gan Ma remained, and Jiang Xuan could no longer contain himself. He pushed the bottle forward, offering it to them. After all, he could easily make hundreds of bottles, and he wouldn't eat much himself. Sharing some was no big deal. It might even help forge a good impression, which could be beneficial when they later join various night watch groups. Seeing this, the new recruits looked at Jiang Xuan with gratitude, thanked him, and then pounced on the Laogan Ma like hungry wolves. Take it easy. There's no need to fight over it. Be careful not to spill it. Jiang Xuan attempted to caution them, but in the next moment, he watched in astonishment as the bottle of Laogan Ma was snatched away. Jiang Xuan stood there, bewildered, rubbing his eyes, and upon looking again, he found the once vibrant red bottle was now spotless. Even the 2 drops of red oil that had fallen onto the table were wiped clean by someone's bun. Wow! Jiang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Qiye and the others were equally dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Lin Qiye suddenly recalled what Jiang Xuan had said to him at the peace office. Soon, this Laogan Ma will feel like your mother. In no time, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye were satiated. While some recruits who failed to obtain the Laogan Ma wore expressions of constipation, still nibbling on their buns filled with raw meat. Just then, a cheeky voice rang out in the cafeteria. Old son, we're here. Hurry up and serve the food. We're starving. Upon hearing this, the new recruits turned their heads. They saw 7 figures dressed in stylish uniforms standing near the serving area, and in an instant, the recruits recognized them. It was the masked team. Curious about what the instructors ate for breakfast, the new recruits watched the masked team with keen interest. Soon, a cheerful, excited elderly voice called out from within. Chicken soup is here. Half a minute later, the aromas of dishes like oil-braised shrimp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised lion's head, Buddha jumps over the wall, and scallions with sauce wafted throughout the hall. Jiang Xuan and his companions, now sated. Meanwhile, the recruits still gnawing on raw meat. I refuse to accept this. Why do we have to eat raw meat while the instructors enjoy braised pork? This is torture. I'm going to complain to the chief instructor. I want braised pork too. A few recruits protested. Clearly, there are edible dishes in the kitchen. Why must we gnaw on raw meat? This is unfair. Oh, you want to complain to me? This is all there is in the cafeteria right now. Eat it or don't. Jiang Xuan interjected. You should know, preparing a grand feast is no easy task. Well, it's settled then, Jiang Xuan declared solemnly. Chapter 57. The Clumsy Instructor. As Jiang Xuan conversed with Old San, the masked team's Rose also cast her gaze this way, her eyes searching for something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she joyfully approached, wrapping her arms around Molly's, saying, Little Molly, come with me to eat something over there. As a girl, you surely can't get used to eating raw meat. Molly, seeing this, felt tempted but shook her head after glancing at the surrounding recruits, responding, No thanks, Sister Rose. I'd rather not make a fuss. I'm fine with eating this raw meat. Upon witnessing the scene, Rose intended to utter something, but at that moment, Wang Mian suddenly cleared his throat twice, interrupting her. Ahem, Rose, it would be best not to treat them specially. Lin Qiye, Jiang Xuan, please step forward. I have something to discuss with you. Meanwhile, Molly's face turned crimson from embarrassment, and she hurriedly lowered her head to quietly nibble on the bun in her hand. At the same time, Bai Li Pang Pang and Xuanhua were left utterly bewildered by this turn of events. Bai Li Pang Pang, Xuanhua. Soon, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiye approached Wang Mian, who wasted no time in imparting knowledge about divine agents and the forbidden ruins that were not listed on the rankings. He hoped to provide Jiang Xuan and the others with some experience and references, as his own insights were among the most distinguished in the entire Great Xia. Before long, the whistle echoed once more. For now, let's pause here. If you have any questions or wish to learn more about this topic, feel free to approach me after the training concludes. Wang Mian addressed them swiftly after the assembly whistle sounded. All right, I will seek you out after my training with Qiye. Jiang Xuan nodded, unreserved in his response. Upon arriving at the training ground, the new recruits noticed an unfamiliar instructor standing on the podium, exuding an air of solemnity. Mystical creatures, for the most part, originate from mythology or folklore. Their forms are bizarre, and their abilities vary greatly. I trust that as holders of the forbidden ruins, you have heard of or even encountered and battled with these enigmatic beings. So, based on your experiences, what do you believe is the key to overcoming these mystical creatures? The forbidden ruins, Shen Qizhu stated confidently, hands in pockets. The unfamiliar instructor nodded at first, but then shook his head, responding, Indeed. The forbidden ruins are part of our arsenal against mystical creatures, yet we cannot rely solely on them in battle. Our combat experience and robust physical capabilities are the true keys to victory. After all, no matter how formidable you are, you cannot simply snap your fingers to defeat them. Can you? With that, the instructor cast a confident glance at Shen Qingzhu. However, Shen Qingzhu met his gaze and replied, Actually, I can. The instructor raised an eyebrow, pondering if this brash individual was merely boasting. He continued, And what is your forbidden ruin? Sequence 068, Chi Min. Ahem. The instructor suddenly found himself choking on his own saliva, coughing uncontrollably. You can't possibly expect to defeat mystical creatures with just a bottle of salt soda, can you? Instructor Han hastily sought to shift the topic. Just then, Jiang Xuan's calm voice resonated across the training field. Coincidentally, I can do that, instructor. Hearing this, Instructor Han felt a pang of frustration, silently lamenting the emotional intelligence of this batch of new recruits. That was not the point he was trying to convey. He merely wished to highlight the importance of the upcoming training session, akin to how a math teacher emphasizes the significance of mathematics. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and asked, "Then may I inquire what your forbidden ruin is?" "A dragon." "A dragon. Would you care to demonstrate?" "Sure. There's a steel dummy over there. Give it a try." Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan approached the iron dummy and unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly reducing it to a puddle of molten metal. "Instructor Han, you can return to your team now." After a moment's pause, Instructor Han finally managed to utter those words to Jiang Xuan. He had learned his lesson and swiftly transitioned to the next topic. The combat techniques we will learn are divided into 3 categories: cold weapons, firearms, and hand-to-hand combat. As you all know, the standard weapon we often use is the star blade. Today, Instructor Han continued to elaborate for nearly 10 minutes before finally pausing. Noticing Jiang Xuan in the crowd, who appeared to be dozing off. Annoyed, he pointed at him and said loudly, "Hey, you, the new recruit. Yes, you. Come up here for a practical demonstration." Instantly jolted awake, Jiang Xuan approached the stage, looking utterly perplexed. "Heh, you cheeky boy, you'll regret challenging me shortly." Instructor Han mused inwardly. Although Jiang Xuan appeared robust, he had an undeniably charming demeanor that seemed naive and easy to intimidate. Thus, using him as a foil to teach a lesson was ideal. However, Instructor Han remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar expressions shared among Lin Xie and the other recruits, who sensed that this instructor had a hint of foolishness about him. Chapter 58. The misfortunate Instructor Han's frustration. Soon, Jiang Xuan ascended the stage, casually selecting a wooden sword from the rack, yawning deeply as he stood before Instructor Han, looking as if he had just awakened from slumber. Instructor Han's expression soured at this sight, thinking to himself, "Wait a minute, how dare this recruit look down on me?" He smirked inwardly, "You'll soon regret this." To effectively utilize a straight sword in combat against mystical beings, one must first grasp the essential techniques. The first technique is to be quick on the draw. Before he could finish speaking, without warning, he swung his sword towards Jiang Xuan's head. Bang! A sharp collision rang out. Jiang Xuan maintained his nonchalant expression, looking at him in disbelief, while Instructor Han's wooden swords were easily blocked. Jiang Xuan. "Instructor Han, what the hell?" My sudden strike was effortlessly deflected. This unexpected response from Jiang Xuan had deeply provoked Instructor Han, compelling him to put forth about 70 to 80% of his strength this time. Achoo! Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted before Instructor Han's eyes, and when his vision cleared again, he found the upper halves of his wooden swords had vanished, leaving behind only the charred lower sections, still smoldering faintly. Just then, Jiang Xuan's calm voice chimed in. "I apologize, instructor. I didn't mean to. I've been under the weather lately and have been sneezing a lot. How about you just use this wooden sword for now? I can fight you barehanded." "Instructor Han." "Damn it. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Instructor Han exclaimed, hopping mad. "Come on, use the wooden sword against me while I fight you barehanded. No holding back." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up as if he had received delightful news, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged towards Instructor Han's left side, thrusting forward. Slap. "Oh, no." Instructor Han cried out in surprise, quickly raising his hand to say something. But Jiang Xuan offered him no chance to speak, thrusting again towards his right side. Slap. "Oh, please stop. Don't poke me anymore." Instructor Han was retreating in a state of panic, contorting his face in pain while desperately clutching his kidneys, leaving no opportunity for Jiang Xuan to exploit. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, observing this bizarre scene from the underground base, couldn't help but twitch his face. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled deeply and, with a touch of exasperation, remarked, "This troublesome brat." Not long after, the absurdity of the situation was quelled with the arrival of Hong Hao. After addressing the matter, Hong Hao departed, leaving Instructor Han to train the new recruits. However, as he left, he took Jiang Xuan aside. "Can't you spare me some trouble? If you keep this up, it will be difficult for me to manage," Hong Hao said, his expression earnest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, confusion etched on his face. "Difficult? Well?" Cough, cough, cough. "Hello, Instructor Yuan." "Ha ha ha. It's nothing. I'm just an ordinary instructor. Continue with your discussion. Don't mind me." Yuan Gang replied with a forced smile. In response, Jiang Xuan earnestly declared, "If it's going to be difficult for Instructor Hong, then help me out. I promise I'll be obedient. Besides, you were clearly targeting Instructor Han. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Come on, Spill it. What are you really up to? At that moment, just as Jiang Xuan was about to retort, a thunderous explosion resounded. A massive column of black flames erupted from the training ground, shooting skyward. The sight caused Yuan Gang and the others to change their expressions drastically as they rushed towards the training field. Damn, is Instructor Han that unlucky? How could that man draw such a card? Meanwhile, Instructor Han stood dumbfounded, staring at the young man before him, whose eyes were filled with black malevolence. His body engulfed in eerie black flames. Instructor Han thought to himself, what on earth are these new recruits? Yet, before he could process the situation, Qiao Yuan, resembling a demon from the underworld, charged at him, wielding a wooden sword shrouded in black flames. Cackle. As he sprinted, Qiao Yuan emitted a maniacal laugh. His expression twisted with ferocity. Though bewildered, Instructor Han was far from inexperienced. As Qiao Yuan swung his sword, he swiftly rolled to the side, evading the strike. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to thrust towards Qiao Yuan's vulnerable spot. In a frenzied state, Qiao Yuan seemed to sense the impending danger. Realizing he had no means of escape, with a sinister cackle, he unleashed a torrent of blazing fire that incinerated the wooden sword into ashes. However, that was not the end. The black flames surged forward relentlessly toward Instructor Han. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed the impending doom. Was he truly destined to perish at the hands of a deranged recruit? Nearby, the new recruits were thrown into chaos, wishing to assist but unable to do so, merely watching as the colossal black flames charged toward Instructor Han. Just then, bang! Oh no, my backside! The terrifying black flames crashed against the podium, engulfing it in an instant, as if devoured by endless darkness. Once the flames dissipated, a figure emerged, slightly obscured. It was Jiang Xuan. The bewildered Instructor Han had been kicked away by Jiang Xuan, who had arrived just in time to avert the attack from Qiao Yuan. Without Jiang Xuan's timely intervention, it was likely that Instructor Han would have been severely burned by Qiao Yuan's terrifying flames. Instructor Han, now clutching his backside, shot a grateful glance at Jiang Xuan, his heart filled with appreciation. After all, one must differentiate between what one could afford to lose and what one could not. At that moment, Instructors Yuan Gang and Hong Hao rushed over, their hearts relieved upon discovering that no one was injured. However, their expressions darkened upon seeing Qiao Yuan, still engulfed in black flames. Everyone, retreat to a safe distance. Do not linger here, Yuan Gang commanded. Hey, Instructor, no need to let them go. Give me a few minutes and I can handle this. Jiang Xuan waved dismissively, attempting to appear nonchalant. At this point, Lin Qie stepped forward. Instructor, let me have a go. Me too. Bai Li Pang eagerly raised his hand. Upon hearing their requests, Jiang Xuan quickly interjected, no need. I wish to engage him in a one-on-one duel like a true man. Stay out of this. It would be a travesty to forego such an opportunity to showcase his prowess in front of the new recruits. As the old saying goes, true strength requires no ostentation. Akin to a garment worn in the darkness. In adherence to the esteemed traditions of the great Xia, Jiang Xuan felt compelled to display a modicum of bravado, lest he betray his ancestors. Thus, when Qiao Yuan swung his sword once more, Jiang Xuan, empty-handed, charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Qiao Yuan's midsection. Crack! Just then, Qiao Yuan's wooden sword struck Jiang Xuan, yet it inflicted no harm. Instead, the sword shattered into splinters. Amidst his frenzy, Qiao Yuan was momentarily stunned. But before he could recover, Jiang Xuan's massive fist rained down upon his midsection. Wham! 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 Ha ha ha! Attack the midsection. This is combat. Exhilarating. Jiang Xuan roared with glee, landing another powerful punch that sent Qiao Yuan sprawling. However, Jiang Xuan did not relent. He leapt onto Qiao Yuan, relentlessly elbowing his midsection with fervor, showing no sign of stopping. Qiao Yuan attempted to retaliate, but he quickly realized that striking Jiang Xuan was akin to striking steel. His blows dealt no damage whatsoever. Witnessing this, Qiao Yuan fell silent as the black flames surrounding him began to dim. Just as the flames threatened to extinguish completely, Qiao Yuan, as if regaining consciousness, looked at Jiang Xuan, who tirelessly elbowed his midsection, a glimmer of humanity flickering in his eyes. Damn it, this kid is too infuriating. Is this how one fights? Elbowing someone like a maniac. It was akin to a 2-meter-tall grizzly bear sitting atop you, cackling in amusement, while relentlessly elbowing your midsection. How could anyone endure such torment? I'm done. I'm logging off. The next moment, the black flames extinguished entirely, and Qiao Yuan returned to his normal state. Whoa, is Brother Xian really that formidable? Bai Li Pang exclaimed, astonished. Not only was Bai Li Pang taken aback, but Lin Qie and everyone around him also felt a shiver run through their hearts upon witnessing Jiang Xuan delivering an elbow strike to Qiao Yuan without a hint of mercy. This individual must not be trifled with. After all, if a person were to perish, at least it would be a swift end. But if one's kidneys were to suffer an injury that could lead to dire consequences? At this thought, all the young men present trembled involuntarily, their minds racing with unease. At that moment, Chao Yuan gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. However, the very next second, he couldn't help but let out a wailing cry. Oh my goodness! Why does my body hurt so much? Especially my kidneys. It feels as if I've been struck with a steel rod. No way, is my kidney alright? Upon seeing Jiang Xuan rising from where he had been, Chao Yuan instantly comprehended the events that had transpired. It was likely due to him wielding a knife earlier that had unleashed the Black King. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan, while you may strike others, why aim for my kidneys? If something were to go awry, how would I navigate the latter half of my life? Just then, the relevant medical personnel arrived, placing the continuously wailing Chao Yuan onto a stretcher, preparing to carry him away. But at that moment, Chao Yuan suddenly grasped the hand of a male doctor, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and managed to squeeze out a request through gritted teeth. Other places are fine. But please, make sure to check my kidneys first. All right, I understand. Let us hurry and move you, the doctor urged. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, his body going limp, and he resumed his agonized cries. As Jiang Xuan was about to rejoin his team, he suddenly noticed Instructor Han squatting in a corner, silently drawing circles, with a few dark lines faintly visible on his forehead. In an instant, Jiang Xuan grasped the situation. It seemed that Instructor Han had been shaken by their monstrous antics. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Jiang Xuan, the pure-hearted Nicholas, approached Instructor Han with a gentle tone, saying, Instructor Han, do not lose heart. Although you did not teach well this morning, it was not in vain. At least you endured a beating, wouldn't you agree? Crack. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Instructor Han's already weary spirit shattered completely. Under Yuan Gang's persistent persuasion, Instructor Han eventually abandoned the notion of fleeing with a bucket and resumed teaching the new recruits, including Lin Qiyi. Jiang Xuan, in turn, was naturally led to the small room for a round of reprimanding, being scolded for his actions that undermined unity. Afterward, he was promptly shooed out to continue training alongside Instructor Han. At this moment, on the training ground, after the earlier incident, everyone was taking a break. As soon as Jiang Xuan rejoined the team, Li Pang mysteriously approached him, whispering in his ear, Xin good. What if Emily were to persistently cling to me, genuinely and wholeheartedly insisting on marrying me? What should I do? Jiang Xuan looked at him with surprise. Didn't Tmo Li just say something to you that sparked such a whimsical thought? Li Pang immediately retorted, Xian Gu, you underestimate me. What do you mean whimsical? This is true love. You haven't answered yet. If Emily were truly like that towards me, what should I do? Suddenly, Li Pang coughed and blushed, saying, I'm still a single dog. I haven't even been in a relationship yet. All right, stop your incessant chatter. Upon hearing the voice akin to Zhang Fei during his menstrual cycle, Jiang Xuan felt goosebumps erupt all over him. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly replied, I suggest you relieve yourself on the ground, observe closely, and your worries shall be alleviated. Li Pang scratched his head, puzzled. What does that mean, Xian Gu? Take a look at yourself. Li Pang. 6. Before long, the previously downtrodden Instructor Han appeared invigorated, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit, leading the recruits to another training platform. This time, Instructor Han did not delve into irrelevant topics, but directly addressed the internal sword techniques of the Night Watchman. While explaining, he retrieved a wooden sword from a nearby rack and demonstrated in front of everyone. The morning slipped away quietly in no time. After Instructor Han completed the day's teachings, the recruits approached the cafeteria with a hint of anticipation, eager to discover what they would be served for lunch. However, upon seeing the empty cafeteria still adorned with 2 massive iron pots and a few plates of pickled vegetables, they felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Nevertheless, after taking a few deep breaths, the recruits steadied their spirits, refraining from complaining. After all, a bit of pickled vegetables was better than none at all. They didn't want to provoke the instructors and risk having even the pickled vegetables taken away, which would truly bring them to tears. Thus, they formed an orderly line, began to grab steamed buns with meat, complemented by a meager portion of the shivering pickled vegetables, and silently took their seats to eat. Xian good. Could you conjure up some lao gan ma? This pickled vegetable is utterly insufficient. Lin Qiyi leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, whispering. But before Jiang Xuan could respond, Chao Yuan, unable to contain himself, scooped his pickled vegetables onto Lin Qiyi's plate, saying, Come on, Qiyi, why didn't you mention this earlier? I've never liked pickled vegetables since I was little. All of these are for you. Lin Qiyi was momentarily taken aback, quickly declining. Chao Yuan, you don't have to do this. I didn't mean it that way. You should eat it yourself. Oh, it's fine. Qiyi, don't be shy. As long as you can fill your stomach. Xiao Yuan insisted, adamant about transferring his pickled vegetables onto Lin Qi's plate. However, amidst their back and forth, Bai Li Pang Pang suddenly interjected, Xiao Qingxiang, are you truly foolish or just pretending to be? Hearing this, Xiao Yuan paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Bai Li Pang Pang continued, can't you see? What are you implying? Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Xiao Yuan replied impatiently. Oh, all right. I'm simply telling you that a dog who licks will end up with nothing in the end. Can't you see that Lin Qi wants to be with Jiang Xuan? Cough, cough. She is after Xian Gu's Lao Gan Ma. What are you doing? Fawning over her? Do you really want to be a dog who licks? Bai Li Pang Pang scoffed. Ha, I'm willing. Xiao Yuan retorted dismissively. Foolish dog. You're bound to. Before Bai Li Pang Pang could finish, Mo Li, having filled her bowl with food, approached Jiang Xuan and the others' table, sitting down. She couldn't help but complain. Goodness, this cafeteria is so stingy. How can anyone eat enough with such a meager amount of pickled vegetables? Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes instantly lit up, and he eagerly approached her, offering his small plate of pickled vegetables, joyfully exclaiming, Come, Mo Li. Why didn't you say earlier? I've never liked pickled vegetables. All of these are for you. Mo Li, Xiao Yuan, foolish dog. Haha. I'm willing. Moments later, Jiang Xuan, in exasperation, pulled out a bottle of Lao Gan Ma from beneath the table and placed it on the surface. Xiao Yuan and Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes immediately brightened. Two individuals simultaneously reached for the bottle of Mom's brew, their voices intertwining as they exclaimed, 7 nights. Allow me to assist you. And Molly, let me help you open it. The moment their words fell, the expressions of the others twisted in disbelief. Enough is enough. Put that down. Are we not going to eat? If the assembly whistle blows, we won't even have a chance to grab a bite. Just leave it there. And anyone who wishes to eat can serve themselves. Jiang Xuan expressed his exasperation. I am more than willing to be Molly's devoted admirer. I am equally eager to be 7 nights' faithful attendant. The two declared in unison. In an instant, all the new recruits turned their heads sharply in their direction. While Lin Qi and Molly nearly buried their heads into their steamed buns, their toes curling tightly within their shoes. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed, prompting all the recruits to hastily finish their buns and rush towards the training ground. Moments later, Instructor Hong, flanked by 2 other instructors, stood sternly on the podium, surveying the recruits below. The new soldiers lined up with impeccable precision, their postures straight as pines, subtly exuding the aura of true warriors. Everyone, to the left, turn. The closest row to me will proceed first and assemble in front of the bus at the east gate. This afternoon, we shall partake in an extreme training session. So everyone must be prepared. Did you all hear me? If you comprehend, we shall depart immediately. Everyone must be on the bus in 10 minutes. With that, Hong Hao led his fellow instructors towards the east gate of the training camp, closely followed by the front row of recruits. On the bus, Xian Gu. I'm feeling a bit carsick. Do you have any remedies? Molly's face was pale, her lips tinged with purple. Carsick? Let me think for a moment. Jiang Xuan pondered briefly before retrieving a vibrant green cucumber from behind his back. The distinctive refreshing scent of the cucumber quickly filled the rear of the bus, visibly alleviating Molly's discomfort. She accepted the cucumber from Jiang Xuan and took a bite. Instantly, it felt as though she had surfaced from the depths of the ocean, her entire being rejuvenated and invigorated. Meanwhile, Bai Li, drawn by the aroma, leaned closer, sniffing the air. Xian Gu, may I have one as well? He inquired, smoothly slipping a Rolex into Jiang Xuan's pocket, loosening his belt in the process. Jiang Xuan, his brow momentarily furrowed, soon brightened with a grin, rolling 3 cucumbers and handing them over. Look at you. What is this? You are my beloved friend, my brother. How could I deny you anything? Just don't do this again next time. Although he spoke lightly, Jiang Xuan honestly accepted the Rolex, adjusting his belt in the process. After more than half an hour, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qi, along with others, arrived at a sprawling mountain range surrounded by dense woods, the faint sounds of birds chirping echoing around them. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan coughed, having been startled by his own saliva. At that moment, Lin Qi exclaimed in astonishment, Is this Jinan Mountain? Jinan Mountain is a local ecological attraction, notoriously difficult to access. It was unexpected for the instructor to bring them here. Could it be that he wished for them to train through climbing, just like in the television shows? He glanced up at the towering Jinan Mountain, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Sure enough, a moment later, Hong Hao's robust voice resonated in their ears. Do you see that mountain? Indeed. Your upcoming task is to carry 30 pounds of weight and traverse this peak before dawn tomorrow. And oh, as you cross this mountain, you will also face drone attacks. Should any of you be struck by the paintballs from the drones, it signifies failure. As for what follows failure, well, prepare to be reprimanded. As he continued, Hong Hao's demeanor grew increasingly lecherous. He had previously been serious, and one couldn't help but wonder from whom he had learned such behavior. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't suppress a mischievous chuckle. Another day of showing off. Following this, Instructor Hong elaborated on the relevant rules, leaving the new recruits utterly astonished. However, while Hong Hao spoke, Jiang Xuan's eyes inadvertently caught sight of a shop within the scenic area, adorned with 3 enormous mascots, Bear Big, Bear 2, and Bald Chang. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan recalled that upon his arrival at the training camp, he had signed in and received a rat talisman, which had been transformed into the Divine Ruins bestowal. Contemplating this, he glanced at the passionately speaking Hong Hao and then at the mascots in the shop, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Not long after, did everyone understand? Yes. All the new recruits shouted in unison. Good. Now, line up to collect your weighted gear. Hong Hao nodded at the recruits and continued. At that moment, Jiang Xuan approached, looking utterly exhausted, a scene observed by Bai Li, who curiously inquired, Xian Ge, where did you just go? The instructor is explaining the rules, did you know? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie turned to Jiang Xuan, only to find his face somewhat pale, his legs trembling as he walked. In that instant, Lin Xie seemed to grasp something, his eyes lighting up. Having grown up with Jiang Xuan, he certainly understood what he was thinking. He quickly interjected, I merely went to the restroom, nothing else. I never mentioned what you did, Bai Li replied. Oh wait, did you? Bai Li's expression shifted, and he regarded Jiang Xuan with a knowing look. Oh, you rascal. Just wait until I slap you with my slippers. Do you believe me? Observing Bai Li's teasing demeanor, Jiang Xuan's expression darkened, and he nearly removed his shoe to strike him. Bai Li, nearly frightened into a puddle, hurriedly dashed away. But just then, Instructor Hong's voice resonated behind Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, come over to collect your weighted gear. Following this, 2 instructors approached, carrying a heavy steel vest resembling armor. Here, it is specifically noted that this time, your weighted gear cannot be shared with teammates. You must continually add weight. Never reduce it. With a thud, the steel vest slammed onto the ground, the immense impact causing the earth to tremble and a cloud of dust to rise. Jiang Xuan exclaimed, wait, how heavy is this thing? After pondering, Hong Hao replied, actually, it's not too heavy, just about 170 to 80 pounds. And what is your weight? Hong Hao paused, puzzled by Jiang Xuan's question. I'm just over 170. So, it's like I'm carrying you on my waist. Hong Hao replied, I wouldn't know. Upon observing Instructor Hong's indifferent demeanor, Jiang Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. While others may not be aware of the repercussions of this training failure, he certainly was. They would forcibly adorn you with a truth ring and subsequently broadcast mortifying inquiries to everyone via a loudspeaker. Moreover, one must acknowledge that even Xiao Yuan, who harbored a penchant for alluring mature women with previous partners, could pose such embarrassingly intimate questions. Jiang Xuan shuddered at the thought of being subjected to the truth ring himself. The ensuing embarrassment would be nothing short of catastrophic. Furthermore, if his memory served him right, several instructors in the training camp had already been compromised, hadn't they? Jiang Xuan recalled from the original text, albeit vaguely, that a night watch captain had been coerced to betray his comrades for the sake of his team. The identities of the remaining spies eluded him. Yet if he were to be carelessly eliminated, and those spies were to ask inappropriate questions, it would spell disaster. The ancient God Church would undoubtedly devise a targeted strategy against him, as Lin Xie had nearly fallen victim to their machinations in the past. Having resolved to waste no further time, Jiang Xuan donned the heavy armor and made his way to join Lin Xie and the others. As he approached, he noticed Xiao Yuan standing there, frozen with a large ladle in hand, a perplexed expression plastered across his face. What on earth was Xiao Yuan doing with that spoon? Was he concerned that Xie might go hungry? Was he perhaps planning to indulge him with some delightful treats from the whimsical Thursday? How incredibly considerate of him. Jiang Xuan then turned to Lin Xie, gently patting him on the shoulder with an ant-like smile. Look at how well he treats you. There's a saying. Isn't there? If you encounter a man who can cook, then marry him. Lin Xie retorted, though I'm not a girl. Hey, don't kick me. I misspoke. Before Jiang Xuan could finish, Lin Xie unleashed a swift series of kicks, landing them squarely on Jiang Xuan's ample backside. Approximately 10 minutes later, they were prepared to embark on their official journey. Jiang Xuan exclaimed, I thought I could conceal my tears with my height. Xiao Yuan, may I borrow that hefty ladle of yours? Of course. Xiao Yuan readily replied. Hey, what are you up to, Brother Xian? I was merely reflecting on life. Nothing else. Bai Li Pang interjected, visibly flustered. No worries, Pang, just take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is perfectly normal. Jiang Xuan reassured him, before seizing the ladle from Xiao Yuan and playfully tapping it against Bai Li Pang's head. As he did so, he began singing a childhood rhyme, delicious treats. Bang, bang, bang. What a big fellow, fat. However, Jiang Xuan was mindful of his strength, applying only the gentlest touch. Yet, Li Pang Pang feigned a tragic expression and cried out, "Brother Xian, stop, stop. Speak plainly." Jiang Xuan demanded, his expression unyielding. "Oh well, I just want to ask Molly if she would join our team, but she declined, and then I went to relieve myself," Li Pang Pang sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. "So, you intended to urinate higher to hide your tears, eh? Truly a splendid backup," Qiao Yuan interjected. "Huh, if you keep silent, no one will deem you mute. Besides, you're just as guilty," Li Pang Pang retorted defensively. "Hey, you big fellow, feeling frisky, are we? Come here." Li Pang Pang challenged, extending a hand towards Qiao Yuan in a provocative manner, clearly asking for trouble. But at that moment, a buzzing sound erupted from behind them. The instructor's drones were in pursuit. "Not good. Run," Jiang Xuan shouted, leading Lin Qie towards the mountaintop. Li Pang Pang and Qiao Yuan, upon witnessing this, rushed to follow suit. Simultaneously, at the foot of the mountain, several instructors were merrily hauling unconscious recruits down from the summit. "Quickly, let us wake these fellows up. I'm eager to uncover the amusing browsing histories of these rookies. Coming right up. You go adjust the loudspeaker, and I'll place the truth rings on them. Have you thought of what to ask?" "Absolutely. I'm dying to know what embarrassing deeds these rookies have committed in their lives." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere froze momentarily as the instructors exchanged sly glances. Meanwhile, the recruits on Jiang Xuan's side suddenly heard crackling noises from their earpieces. "What is your name?" "Zhang San." "What is the most embarrassing thing you've ever done?" "Well, back in elementary school, on a winter morning, I woke up late and skipped breakfast. I bought a roasted sweet potato on the roadside, but when the bus arrived, I stuffed it in my pocket without thinking. After boarding, I forgot all about it. Sat down and suddenly heard a loud pop. The yellow potato filling burst out from my backside, steaming hot, and scared the pretty lady next to me, who scrambled to escape. In a panic, I tried to prove to her it was a potato, not feces, and hastily shoved some into my mouth while insisting it was edible. And then everyone on the bus started clamoring for the driver to open the door. Silence enveloped the group, a profound stillness settling in. Upon hearing the truth from the intercom, all the recruits exchanged glances, speechless. Goodness gracious, is this the punishment for elimination? How terrifying! Li Pang Pang exclaimed, his face pale. As his words hung in the air, Jiang Xuan and Lin Qie remained silent, their strides quickening. At this point, most had surmised that the penalty for failure was to confess their innermost thoughts in front of an audience. This was akin to having their mysterious browsing histories printed and distributed for all to see. Indeed, some live as if they are already dead, while others who have perished still linger on. But if this were to happen, it would feel like both dying and living simultaneously. Thus, every recruit now bore a newfound determination, gazing resolutely towards the mountaintop before sprinting ahead. After all, each of them harbored secrets that, when recalled, could raise goosebumps all over their bodies. Let alone the idea of shouting them aloud in public. One might as well relocate to another planet. Qie, quickly activate Mortal Realm. We seem to be trapped in a ghostly maze. Noting the recruits' chaotic circling, Jiang Xuan could not help but offer a timely reminder. "Oh, Brother Xian, have you also sensed that something is amiss in our surroundings?" Lin Qie replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Jiang Xuan could not help but roll his eyes, exclaiming in exasperation, "Isn't that just stating the obvious? That salted duck egg hanging in the sky will always face me, regardless of which direction I turn. I am not a sunflower, you know." Lin Qie replied, Well, it does seem to be the case. What? Are we really encountering a ghost wall? Is it a male ghost or a female ghost?" Li Pang asked, his expression one of confusion. "Ugh, can you use your brain for once? It's clear that the instructors have imposed some sort of restriction on this mountainous area." Jiang Xuan quipped, jesting that he was merely teasing you, yet you took it seriously. Qiao Yuan added with a smirk, "Oh, look at you getting all cocky. Hey, I have this ability. What's wrong with being confident? Not satisfied? Keep it to yourself." Just then, a series of urgent buzzing sounds approached rapidly from afar. Buzz. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Lin Qie's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Not good. Those drones are closing in on us. They're right behind." After saying this, he activated the mortal realm and dashed along the correct mountain path. Not far from them, about 17 or 18 drones were swiftly flying towards their location. Instantly, Jiang Xuan felt his temples throb, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. A dark shadow loomed. This was no ordinary situation. Logically speaking, a single drone could hardly chase 3 or 4 individuals, yet here they were, being pursued by a multitude of drones. Isn't this a bit excessive? They aren't even trying to conceal it. Meanwhile, in another tent, Instructor Han, with a fierce expression, was controlling a drone, swiftly heading towards Jiang and his companions, ready to strike with the attack button at the ready. He had not even had time for lunch. having specially requested this drone from Yuan Gang, all to exact revenge on Jiang Xuan for that previous kick. However, as he followed, Han suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed that Jiang Xuan and his group seemed to be heading towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. At this rate, they would soon reach the mountainside. He immediately reported this situation to the main supervisor, Hong Hao. Upon learning of the situation, Hong Hao was initially taken aback, but then revealed a knowing expression upon realizing it was Jiang Xuan's group. With 2 divine agents in the heir of the Bailey clan, it would indeed be strange if they couldn't achieve this. After pondering briefly, Hong Hao made a decisive plan and stated, "It's clear we can't contain them. We need to gather more drones and ensure we capture them all." Yet, before he could finish, a nearby instructor suddenly exclaimed, "Old Hong, something's wrong. My drone was attacked by an unidentified creature and has been shot down." "What?" Hong Hao turned sharply, furrowing his brows as he glanced at the screen of the instructor's display. He quickly requested the recording from the drone to see what mysterious creature had caused this. Soon enough, the last recorded footage from the drone appeared before the solemn instructors. The once flying drone was suddenly clutched tightly by a fuzzy, reddish-brown figure, before plummeting to the ground. As the technical staff zoomed in and enhanced the clarity of the figure, a familiar face emerged, leaving everyone in stunned silence, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. "Was that Xiongda? Can you hold on? Should I help lighten your load?" Jiang Xuan said, glancing at the exhausted Bai Li Pangpang, who lay on the ground like a deflated balloon. "Really? Brother Xian, I love you so much," Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed, instantly springing up and attempting to shift his burdens onto Jiang Xuan. "You're not being modest at all. Aren't you going to refuse a bit?" Jiang Xuan laughed, scolding the panting Bai Li Pangpang. It seemed this little chubby fellow was genuinely worn out. In the original story, he had adamantly refused any help from Lin Chia. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan accepted the added weight onto himself and turned to Lin Chia and Chao Yuan, saying, "If either of you can't hold on, just let me know. I can probably take on another 10 or so pounds." Hearing this, Lin Chia and Chao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Jiang Xuan's radio crackled with a voice clearly suppressing its anger. "You little brat, did you have anything to do with those 2 filthy bears and that bald-headed guy?" Chapter 64, The Moment of Social Death for the Show-Off. "What bears? Instructor Hong, what are you talking about? I don't understand," Jiang Xuan replied, utterly befuddled. Observing Jiang Xuan's innocent expression on the screen, Hong Hao began to harbor doubts. Could it be that this kid truly had nothing to do with it? He hadn't been genuinely angry. He merely wanted to rile Jiang Xuan up to extract some useful information. However, after hearing Jiang Xuan's tone and seeing his innocent demeanor, Hong Hao found himself uncertain. After all, he had no idea where those 3 singing, dancing, and basketball-playing dolls had come from. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. They were relentlessly attacking their drones in a manner that was utterly deranged. "Oh, it's nothing." A new recruit was targeting the drones. "We're just questioning him and accidentally connected the earpiece to your intercom. Just continue your run," Instructor Hong explained before promptly hanging up. Beat. After hanging up, Hong Hao squinted, his gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying Jiang Xuan's innocent face. He then ordered nearby, "Send 20 more drones from the base. Keep a close watch on these 4 recruits, especially that little brat named Jiang Xuan. We must eliminate him today. I'll find out what color underwear he is wearing. That little rascal is simply asking for it." Upon hearing this, a nearby instructor Han's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his hand, saying, "I'll take care of Jiang Xuan. I guarantee I can complete the task." Hong Hao nodded. "All right, no problem. You control the drones and locate Jiang Xuan. The location information has been sent to you." Received. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xia asked curiously, "Hey, Brother Xian, what did Instructor Hong just say to you? I think I heard something about bears. Isn't that from a cartoon? Why would the instructor ask you about that now?" "It's nothing much. It seems he mentioned some mysterious creatures attacking the drones, and he was just asking me about it." Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Then why do I feel like I heard something about bears? Oh, maybe those mysterious creatures really do exist. After all, this world is shrouded in fog. And it's not unusual for strange beings to appear, right? Who knows, we might even encounter a god of Diga in the future." Shouting about turning Daigou into soup to transform, Jiang Xuan mused, resting his chin on his hand. Lin Xia, the others, hiss, "You really can't say? What Brother Xian is rambling about actually makes some sense." For a moment, everyone fell into silence, struggling to regain their composure. Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from the intercom. Oh, isn't that our esteemed Shin Shiju? Even daring to engage the drones. Come. Let us have a seat at the truth bench. Hee. The arrogant brother has fallen into our hands. This will be quite a spectacle." As a man sentenced by the Sanjiu, destined to be single for life, Jiang Xuan was intrigued and immediately perked up his ears to listen closely. Lin Xia and Bai Li Pangpang, too, were aflame with curiosity, eager to uncover the secrets of that previously arrogant youth. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. I'm rather curious, a sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted person like you. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Have you never dated anyone before? Not a single one. Have you ever written love letters? I have. Oh, how many love letters have you written? 100. At this point, Shen Qingzhu, bound and sitting on a chair, turned a deep shade of purple. He was desperately trying to keep his mouth shut, his face twitching in agitation. But ultimately, 2 seconds later, a faint voice slowly echoed through all the intercoms. 114 letters. Wow. Writing over 100 letters without finding a girlfriend. You must be a natural-born singleton. You'd better put in more effort. Otherwise, you might never find a girlfriend in this lifetime. Oh, by the way, considering you're already 18 or 19, does the girl you like have a partner? She is already married? What? So mature? Already married? How old was your crush when she got married? About 30 to 40. Hong Hao? Hiss, your situation is a bit complicated. Quickly elaborate. When I was 4, I developed a crush on the older sister next door, so on the other side, halfway up the mountain, Jiang Xuan and the others hurriedly climbed towards the summit, engrossed in listening to Shen Qingzhu's childhood confession. TSK. Who would have thought that this arrogant fellow was also a romantic? Li Pangpang remarked. Chao Yuan, meanwhile, was running while softly muttering something about an older sister with a partner. But when he noticed Jiang Xuan had unexpectedly approached him, looking at him with a meaningful expression, Chao Yuan immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Hey, brother Xian, why are you coming over? And why are you looking at me with that strange gaze? Oh, it's nothing much. Just seeing you reminded me of a historical figure, and I couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Historical figure? Which historical figure? It's nothing. Let us hurry along. If we get caught by the drones, it'll be disastrous. Jiang Xuan didn't elaborate further, speeding up to Lin Qiye's side as they continued their ascent. Chao Yuan, bewildered, trailed behind, occasionally asking, Brother Xian, who is this historical figure? Don't leave me hanging. Time flew by, and as they approached the body of Jinan Mountain, their speed began to slow. Not long after, Jiang Xuan and the others heard a sound from behind. Li Pangpang suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. The original 4-person group had now turned into 3, still racing towards the summit. But just as they contemplated taking a break, a deafening buzzing sound erupted from behind them. Bzzz, including the original 10 or so drones. There were now over 30 drones rushing towards Jiang Xuan and the others. Chapter 65, The Greatest Regret. Oh dear, are you all serious? Over 30 drones. Are you trying to carpet bomb us? Time to run. With that, Jiang Xuan didn't hesitate, unleashing all his strength, his legs pumping like a whirlwind as he dashed forward. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, couldn't help but turn around, nearly scaring the life out of them. Behind them, a dense swarm of drones surged forward like a plague of locusts, madly charging at them. Oh dear! Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan both screamed in horror, and immediately followed Jiang Xuan in sprinting down the mountain path, fearing they might get hit by the drone's paintballs at any second. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. Crack! Crack! The sound of branches snapping echoed as 3 disheveled figures emerged from the foothills. The next moment, applause erupted, and dozens of flashlights suddenly illuminated Jiang Xuan and the others, nearly blinding them. Oh no, I'm blinded. I can't see. Jiang Xuan cried out weakly. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the distant lights shifting away, the brightness dimming slightly. At this moment, Hong Hao approached the weary trio, clapped them on the shoulder, and said appreciatively, Congratulations to the 3 of you for successfully completing the extreme training and breaking the previous record. As he spoke, several instructors behind him cheerfully approached with water bottles to hand to Jiang Xuan and the others. The 3 didn't hesitate to accept the bottles, expressing their gratitude before collapsing onto the ground, gulping down water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After a full day without a drop to drink, their bodies were so weak they felt they might faint. TSK, Jiang kid, you must be really thirsty. I added 7 or 8 spoonfuls of salt to your water bottle, and you drank it without flinching. Impressive. Instructor Han exclaimed, smacking his lips in surprise. Damn you, you rascal. No wonder this tastes so salty. I thought you were trying to replenish our salt intake, but it turns out you're just a salt prince adding extra. Spit. You little brat, are you that shameless? After a brief scuffle between the two, Instructor Hong, feeling a bit exasperated, pulled them apart and then smiled at Jiang Xuan as the holder of the new record. Would you like to try some of the penalties for those who failed? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan paused for a moment, contemplating. After 2 seconds, he slowly lifted his head, looking at Instructor Hong with a caring expression, and asked, Do you want to hear what you just said? Instructor Hong, Hong Hao's face turned red, but he still mustered the courage to say to Jiang Xuan and the others, Oh, Come on, let's play together. We definitely won't ask any dangerous questions. Just one. What do you think? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xie agreed, then voluntarily put on the truth ring. Seeing this, Instructor Hong's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, "What is the greatest regret in your life?" Lin Xie remained silent for a long time, finally slowly responding, "I regret not being able to beat Brother Xian soundly." Jiang Xuan. As soon as the laughter subsided, the crowd, with the exception of Jiang Xuan, erupted into hearty laughter. Who would have imagined that this was the regret that haunted your earlier years? Hey, Jiang, did you hear that? Can you help fulfill Qie's regret? After all, you both grew up together, so it's only a small favor, right? Jiang Xian's expression darkened at the remark, and he turned away, stating, "In life, who doesn't have one or two regrets? Just continue to lament. You'll never resolve it in this lifetime." Lin Xie's once bright eyes dimmed instantly. She couldn't help but shake her head and let out a deep sigh. What a pity. Soon after, Hong Hao handed the true word ring to Chao Yuan. After some hesitation, Chao Yuan finally put it on. "What type of girl do you like?" Chao Yuan stammered, "Mature. Sexy, preferably one who is already in a relationship." Instructor Hong chuckled, "You certainly know how to choose, huh?" Chao Yuan's face flushed crimson, but his mouth continued to gush like an old woman sipping porridge. Before long, Hong Hao had listened to Chao Yuan's remarks with a satisfied expression and then removed the true word ring to pass it to Jiang Xuan. "Now, they've all spoken. It's your turn to ask a question," Instructor Hong said with a knowing smirk. "Why should I care about what they say?" Jiang Xuan retorted disdainfully. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow behind him, exchanging glances with Chao Yuan and the other instructors, as if they were conspiring. Shortly thereafter, a mischievous grin spread across the faces of several men present, suggesting they had come to an agreement. Lin Xie stealthily moved behind Jiang Xuan, holding up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1, go, she shouted, charging forward to envelop Jiang Xuan's head, blocking his line of sight. "Hey, Xie, what are you?" The others quickly joined in, grabbing hold of Jiang Xuan's arms and legs. "Hey, what are you doing? Ouch. Who's poking me down there? Let go. Let go. I can't breathe." Ignoring Jiang Xuan's cries, Hong Hao swiftly placed the true word ring on Jiang Xuan's ring finger and promptly asked, "What is your greatest regret in life?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xuan felt his mouth move uncontrollably, and he blurted out, "My greatest regret is not being able to punch the Western gods on their mountain, kick the 2-bit chaotic mutts, and flatten all the black goat offspring, shaking the river of time so fiercely that even the gatekeepers are too frightened to breathe." Lin Xie? Hong Hao? The rest? What on earth are you talking about? They exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words regarding Jiang Xuan's nonsensical outburst. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Xie, at that very moment, a resounding crash echoed deep within the recesses of Jiang Xuan's mind, reminiscent of a mental institution. What on earth? Instantly, Nikes, who had been cradling a vase and murmuring about children, and Li Yifei, who was cleaning, both looked up in alarm. Nikes narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of keen insight flashing through them, though she remained cautious and made no further moves. They remained in this tense silence for about 4 to 5 minutes. When the stillness continued, Li Yifei finally swallowed hard. "There shouldn't be anyone else here besides me and Lin Xie's mother, right? So what was that noise just now? Could it be a ghost?" He had always been afraid of ghosts. Just then, a faint and frenzied voice slowly echoed through the empty corridor. "You did well, child." As night fell, the soft moonlight blanketed the earth, draping all things in a silver cloak. Beep. "Congratulations, host. You have met the check-in requirements and gained an opportunity to check in. Would you like to proceed with the check-in now?" "Haven't I already checked in once? Where did this new opportunity come from?" Jiang Xuan speculated. However, the system ignored his musings and simply reiterated, "Would you like to check in? All right, fine. I'm tired after a long day. I don't want to haggle with you anymore. Let us just check in." Jiang Xuan, feeling exhausted, did not press further. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's cold voice rang out. "Beep. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received the item, Pool Realm Mental Power. Which divine ruin would you like to allocate this reward to?" "Allocate to which divine ruin? Oh right, I've been meaning to ask you. Why is it that although my mental power is the same, there are distinctions between different forbidden ruins? For example, my forbidden ruin, Dragon, has already reached the Pool Realm. So why can't that mental power be applied to Immortal and Chaos forbidden ruins?" Jiang Xuan inquired with curiosity. Beep. Since the host's current breakthrough mental power to the Pool Realm has all been obtained through check-ins, the system will only grant the host mental power for a specific forbidden ruin when awarding rewards. This is to prevent the host from exploiting this system through rewards. as the mental power required for breakthroughs varies among forbidden ruins. Oh, I see. Jiang Xuan nodded, grasping the system's reasoning. According to the system, each forbidden ruin requires different amounts of mental power for breakthroughs based on their strength. The more powerful the ruin, the larger the mental power required for breakthroughs or usage. For instance, the causeless cause that Xia later obtained required an unimaginably vast amount of mental power just to use once. The system is also concerned about its own integrity, fearing that awarding Pool Realm mental power would imply that all forbidden ruins have reached the Pool Realm. If I were to obtain 100 forbidden ruins and they all reach the Pool Realm, would that still be considered the Pool Realm? Wouldn't I essentially reach the Sea Realm? Moreover, the rapid growth of mental power isn't necessarily a good thing. Without a robust body, I'd probably end up like Sword Saint Zhou Ping, unable to withstand a few blows from the gods. Zhou Ping at least had a ranged attack with penetration. Though I also have a ranged attack, that thing doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. I might end up incinerating my teammates before I even touch the enemy. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xuan nodded, realizing that this method of upgrading proposed by the system was indeed beneficial for him. After all, if 4 forbidden ruins were to simultaneously break through to the Pool Realm, despite his current mental power being sufficient to endure it, it wouldn't be so easy in the future. Breaking through decline might even kill him outright. As for why the mental power of Dragon couldn't be applied to other divine ruins, it was likely due to the system's constraints. So, let us allocate it to the Chaos Divine Ruin for now. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Xuan made his decision. In an instant, an immense surge of mental power surged into Jiang Xuan's mind, at least 20 times stronger than that of the dragon. Breakthrough. Jiang Xuan silently marveled. Indeed, the mental power required for breakthroughs in different forbidden ruins varies, and it's fortunate that the system has this rule. Otherwise, with his previous physique, he would have undoubtedly burst apart upon obtaining the Chaos Divine Ruin. At that moment, Jiang Xuan felt as if time had come to a standstill, and his consciousness grew ever clearer. It was as if a veil had been suddenly lifted from his consciousness, revealing an astonishing clarity to everything around him. Every subtle sound, every faint breath, Jiang Xuan could perceive with remarkable accuracy. Chaos Forbidden Ruins emerge. Jiang Xuan uttered in a low, commanding voice. Immediately, a powerful aura, ancient and enigmatic, surged forth from within him, enveloping him in a primal sensation. He could distinctly sense the boundless potential contained within the swirling black mist, as if it were the very essence of all matter. Though he currently resided in the realm of the pool, Jiang Xuan found that when he immersed his consciousness within his mind, his mental energy resembled a river half-filled, abundant yet stagnant. According to the text, to transcend into the river realm, one's mental energy must be both plentiful and fluid. This must equate to being at the threshold of the river realm, he mused quietly. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, as an excess of mental energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 67. The Three Fools Assault Jiang Xuan. The following morning, Jiang Xuan emerged from the medicinal barrel, his entire body a vivid green. What on earth? Has an overnight soak turned me into a leprechaun? He exclaimed. Oh no. My hair. Suddenly, he recalled something, his eyes widening as he dashed toward the mirror at the sink. Phew. Luckily, my hair didn't come into contact with the potion while I slept. Otherwise, stepping out with a head of vibrant green hair would have been utterly embarrassing. He exhaled heavily, his racing heart finally at ease. Xiangu, it's time for breakfast. Are you coming? Lin Xia knocked on Jiang Xuan's dormitory door, calling out. Sure, give me a moment. I just need to change my cough, pants. Wait for me, Xiangu. I'm coming too. Li Pang Pang had also begun to rouse from his slumber, leaping from the medicinal barrel at the mention of food. Put on some pants first, Jiang Xuan exclaimed. Perhaps due to the previous day's extreme training, breakfast was lavish, featuring fried dough sticks, soybean milk, large meat buns, and century egg congee, a traditional Chinese feast. Lin Xia watched in disbelief as Jiang Xuan devoured nearly 15 baskets of dumplings in rapid succession, his mouth twitching in astonishment. Goodness, Xian good. Are you possessed by a starving ghost? Mind your own business. I can eat however I wish. Jiang Xuan mumbled through a mouthful. However, as Jiang Xuan was enjoying his meal, his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 rotund heads peeking at him from around the corner. His heart skipped a beat. Wait. I almost forgot about those little rascals. He swiftly stood up, clapping his hands, and hurried over to the corner, capturing the 3 filthy plush toys. Hey, Xian good. Where are you going? Lin Xie noticed Jiang Xuan's sudden shift in demeanor and followed him. Upon reaching Jiang Xuan's side, Lin Xie's eyes lit up as he saw the toys lying on the ground, suddenly realizing the connection. So, the mysterious creatures from Jinan Mountain were conjured by you. Xian Gu. No wonder. Xie, you keep eating. I have something to take care of. Jiang Xuan lifted the 3 plush toys, instructing Lin Xie before returning to his dormitory. Understanding that everyone has their secrets, Lin Qiye nodded and refrained from pressing further. Back in his dormitory, Jiang Xuan tossed the plush toys into the washing machine, setting it to the highest setting for a thorough cleaning. Could it be that the beings infused with endowment possess permanent sentience? He pondered, watching the toys thrash about inside the machine. After about half an hour, he opened the washing machine lid to find Bear Big, Bear 2, and Bald Chang stumbling out, dazed and confused. Mimicking the behavior of drunken humans, they squatted down and pretended to vomit. Unfortunately, lacking mouths, they could only feign the action. It appeared that endowment could only grant motion to static objects, far from being able to imbue non-living things with life or speech. Once they finished their charade, Bear Big wobbled over to Jiang Xuan, raising its fluffy paw and playfully swatting at his waist, producing a series of amusing sounds. Bald Chang and Bear 2 followed suit, playfully pounding on Jiang Xuan's backside while seemingly chanting, "Dare to mess with Bald Chang," and Jiang Xuan becomes a sheep. Bear 2, with its furry mouth, playfully nibbled on Jiang Xuan's foot, provoking laughter from him. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?" Jiang Xuan chuckled, unable to resist the ticklish sensation and the gentle massage from the trio. Succumbing to pleasure, he sprawled onto the bed, eyes half closed, relishing the delightful treatment. "Ah, this feels wonderful," he murmured contentedly. However, upon seeing Jiang Xuan's blissful state, the plush toys became even more incensed, hastening their antics. Due to the previous day's extreme training, Instructor Yuan had granted the recruits a day of rest to recuperate. Jiang Xuan, thoroughly pampered by the relentless massages, ended up sleeping soundly throughout the day, only waking leisurely in the evening. The three plush toys, seemingly tireless, continued their playful assault on Jiang Xuan's backside and back for the entire day, ensuring he was thoroughly relaxed. As Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, stretching comfortably, he playfully kicked Bear Big, Bear 2, and Bald Chang away. Back in the day, I, Jiang Gu, would punch my way through the Southern Mountain Mental Institution, kick my way past the Northern Sea Kindergarten, knocking down everyone below 1 meter. Just you little ones think you can challenge me? Come closer, and I might just unleash a burst of soda on you." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan lightly exhaled a small flame, although it was minimal. The heat startled the plush toys, who huddled together, trembling in fear as Jiang Xuan took on the persona of a formidable villain from a novel, frightening them into submission. At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon them, pressing down on everyone in the training camp, causing them to freeze in astonishment. Sensing the suffocating power, Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes and turned to gaze out the window, slowly speaking. "This is..." Chapter 68. Is Nix out to kill Jiang Xuan? With a fierce glare, Jiang Xuan threatened Bear Big and the others. The three plush toys nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain, signaling they would not wander off without permission. Pleased with their response, Jiang Xuan turned and dashed out the door. According to the original text, if the treatment progress of the deity in the 7-night mental institution exceeded 50%, they would be allowed some freedom. Naturally, the identity of this deity was becoming increasingly clear. It was none other than the first patient, or rather, the god of illness, Nix. As Jiang Xuan hurried along, helicopters flew overhead intermittently, and countless searchlights illuminated the path toward Lin Qiye and Nix. At this moment, Jiang Xuan finally arrived at a distance not far from Lin Qiye, where he could faintly hear the conversation between Yuan Gang and the others. "I am a guardian of the Great Xia. May I ask who you are, sir?" "Nix." "Oh, the goddess of night. What a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire about your purpose for being here?" "I am merely accompanying my son for a stroll." Nix glanced around. Then, with a hint of tenderness, she took Lin Qiye's hand and continued, "And to take a look at my son's divine realm." However, Lin Qiye was entirely focused on Yuan Gang, preoccupied with how to explain his situation, and thus he failed to notice the peculiar expression on Nix's face. Cough, cough, cough. "Instructor Yuan, hear me out. I almost learned bad habits from Brother Xian," Lin Qiye exclaimed. A short distance away, Jiang Xuan felt quite displeased. "What do you mean by learning bad habits from me, you rascal Lin Qiye? Your conscience is severely compromised." Just then, Nix suddenly furrowed her brow and shot a piercing gaze toward Jiang Xuan, her expression turning fierce. "This is the aura of that madman." With that, Nix swiftly vanished from her spot, appearing right in front of Jiang Xuan in an instant. So fast, Jiang Xuan's pupils dilated. An overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. "She wants to kill me. Wait, I am your son's childhood friend." Jiang Xuan was abruptly cut off as Nix seized his neck, lifting him off the ground. "Not good. Mom, that's my friend. What are you doing?" Lin Qiye and Yuan Gang shouted in unison. "Nyarlathotep? Are you certain?" Yuan Gang's expression tightened as a realization struck him. "Who is this Nyarlathotep?" Lin Qiye asked Nix, worry etched on his face. "And could you please put Brother Xin down? His eyes are rolling back. It seems he is about to pass out." At these words, Nyx did not loosen her grip. Instead, she tightened it further. Child, do you know where the fog on this planet originates? Could it be? Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked toward Jiang Xuan. Suddenly, he recalled the dark mist Jiang Xuan had unleashed during their battle, which bore a striking resemblance to the fog outside of Great Xia. He gazed at Jiang Xuan in shock. Yes, child, you are not mistaken. The current desolation is all thanks to the deity represented by this person before you. Nyx paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Nyarlathotep has another name, Chaos. Chaos. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Qiye felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing that name. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Xuan was clearly struggling for breath, as if he were on the brink of death. Nyx's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixated on Jiang Xuan's heart. Mother, please put Brother Xin down. We can discuss this calmly. If negotiations fail, then you can take action, Lin Qiye pleaded. Although Brother Xin often acted insufferably, he had to admit that Jiang Xuan was one of the very few who treated him well in this world. After all, Little Black was also particularly kind to him. Jiang Xuan should rank just below Little Black since he was more loyal than any dog. Your Grace, this rascal is still one of my guardians. I kindly ask you to release him. Matters concerning Great Xia are best handled by our own people, Yuan Gang stated, his eyes glinting with determination. Meanwhile, several helicopters hovered above, and numerous sniper rifles aimed at Nyx, ready to fire at a moment's notice upon Yuan Gang's command. Regardless of the opponent's power, even if they were a deity, upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, Nyx shook her head and slowly loosened her grip, allowing Jiang Xuan to drop to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. I almost met the king of hell. Jiang Xuan gasped for air, his face flushed. Before Nyx could finish her sentence, Jiang Xuan, now slumped on the ground, suddenly glared at her with a mad glint in his eyes, filled with murderous intent. How dare you think that just because you're a goddess, I can't deal with you? Chaos, ha. That being isn't even worthy to polish my shoes. I merely let my guard down earlier. Come, do you really think I'm joking? Chaos divine ruins, arise. In the next moment, the area spanning several kilometers was engulfed in utter darkness, filled with boundless disorder and chaos. Chapter 69, Nyx's Analysis. At that moment, Bailey Fat, who was in the restroom, suddenly heard a loud bang, and darkness enveloped him. Confused, he exclaimed, What is going on? Who turned off my lights? Chao Zai, is that you? Are you still out there? If you say one more word, I'll make sure to beat you up later. Do you believe me? An angry voice echoed from outside. I'm glad you're still here. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's voice, Bailey Fat felt somewhat reassured. After quickly finishing his business, he dashed out of the restroom. However, as he stepped outside, he found the room still shrouded in darkness, with not a hint of light. He couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Chao Yuan, are you? Before Bailey Fat could finish his sentence, a flashlight flickered on not far from him, revealing a pale face with a fixed gaze. Little fatty, there's a ghost. Bailey Fat's hair stood on end, letting out a high-pitched shriek, and he nearly wet himself in fear. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he instinctively backed away in terror. Look at your terrified face. It's me, Chao Yuan. Who would have thought that the prince of a family of forbidden items would be afraid of ghosts? Huh? Chao Yuan's lewd laughter echoed, causing Bailey Fat, who had been frightened out of his wits, to freeze in place. He then exploded in fury, charging toward Chao Yuan with a fierce punch, shouting, Damn it, Chao Zai. I'll take your life. Chao Yuan dodged to the side, but just as he was about to provoke Bailey Fat further, he caught a glimpse of three shadowy figures standing behind Bailey Fat. They appeared to be Bear Big, Bear 2, and Bald Chong. What the heck? But in the blink of an eye, those three figures vanished as if they had never existed. Crap, could it be that there really are ghosts? Chao Yuan thought to himself. In fact, ever since the training camp lost power, he had sensed something was amiss. There seemed to be some strange force in the air, exerting absolute suppression on his divine realm, subtly influencing his mind and rendering him somewhat agitated. However, due to the suppression of his divine realm, the Black King within him could not awaken at this moment. Thus, while he felt a surge of agitation, he had not descended into uncontrollable chaos. In simple terms, he could only rage helplessly. The reason he had joked with Bailey Fat earlier was to probe whether he had been affected, but it seemed he too had become ensnared. After all, Bailey Fat had always been timid, and despite having startled him, based on his original personality, he would never have reacted with violence so quickly. Certainly, this does not exclude the possibility that he may have indeed been a bit too frightened. Chao Yuan glanced at the slightly damp area of Bailey's floral shorts, his eyelids twitching ever so slightly. Ultimately, however, he shook his head. Leaning towards the former conjecture, a formidable terror had undoubtedly arrived at the training camp. Meanwhile, on another front, upon Jiang Xuan unleashing the chaotic divine abyss. Nyx and Lin Xie were instantly enveloped within its grasp. Yet this time, Lin Xie was astonished to discover that his mundane divine domain was rendered ineffective. Darkness enveloped him, rendering his hand invisible before his eyes. The last time Brother Xian employed this mysterious black mist, his own forbidden domain had indeed been confined within a mere 5-meter radius. But just a few days had passed, and now his domain was suppressed to the point of being entirely unusable. Was Brother Xian's power escalating at an alarming rate? Lin Xie's heart brimmed with astonishment. Brother Xian, can you hear me? I understand that my mother acted impulsively just now. Brother Xian, I am here to apologize on her behalf. I hope you can remain calm. She is, after all, a pitiable soul. Lin Xie shouted for a considerable time, yet Jiang Xuan offered no acknowledgement, which ignited a flicker of anxiety within him. After all, both Jiang Xuan and Nyx shared a close bond with him. One treated him as a beloved son, while the other regarded him as a sort of adopted child. If they were to engage in conflict, Lin Xie would genuinely be at a loss as to whom he should support. Moreover, Brother Xian was facing a genuine deity. Could his mere pool realm cultivation truly contend with such a being? Lin Xie was consumed with worry, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Simultaneously, Nyx scrutinized the surrounding murky mist, sensing the overwhelming suppression of her own realm, and her brow furrowed involuntarily. The inability to wield the power of loss. Even her divine energy was being incessantly disintegrated by this chaotic essence. Strangely, this frenzied aura bore a striking resemblance to that of Nyarlathotep. However, while the essence was indeed similar, at its core, they were fundamentally different. The essence of Nyarlathotep was saturated with slaughter, madness, and destruction, embodying all negative emotions of the world. Yet, this child's aura, while it too exhibited negative emotions, contained a semblance of life as essence. It seemed to also harbor various other law-like energies. After a meticulous examination, astonishment flickered across Nyx's face, as disbelief washed over her. How can this resemble the chaotic essence from beyond space? How could such a thing possibly be controlled by a human? This is utterly impossible. Following an exhaustive analysis of the surrounding black mist, Nyx was resolute. This child could not possibly be the agent of chaos. For the primordial power of this divine abyss undoubtedly transcended any law, beyond the grasp of mortals or deities alike. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this divine abyss could even manifest everything in existence, including her dark laws and more. Though Nyarlathotep was formidable, he was still unworthy of comparison to the essence of this divine abyss. Upon realizing this, Nyx felt a pang of regret for having wronged the child earlier. Yet, just as Nyx was lost in thought, a scarlet scythe slowly materialized behind her. Chapter 70, Order and Disorder. Nyx's eyes sharpened, as if sensing something, and she immediately shouted in a low voice, "Abyss of darkness." In an instant, centered around Nyx, a terrifying black power erupted violently. Resembling a ferocious beast rampaging through the chaos, it tore at the surrounding space, as if seeking to rend the world asunder. This formidable force expanded rapidly, gradually forming a black zone with a diameter of 2 meters, akin to an unfathomable black hole, devouring all light and matter. Is it this heavily suppressed? Nyx's expression darkened. After all, she was one of the 5 primordial gods in ancient Greek mythology, revered as the mother of all gods, and had encountered the primordial chaos from beyond space before. Moreover, while the primordial chaos indeed exerted a natural suppressive force against beings of order, it was unfathomable that it could be this terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, under normal circumstances, if her divine abyss were fully unleashed at night, it could easily encompass the entire Earth. Yet now, Jiang Xuan had confined her divine abyss to a mere 2-meter radius, and he was merely at the pool realm. If he were to grow into a god, no, merely to the Klein level, possessing boundless mental power, he could likely slay deities. What kind of existence had she inadvertently provoked? Nyx couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Just at that moment, the scarlet scythe fully revealed itself, seemingly imbued with the purest essence of evil. With a whoosh, the scythe, radiating boundless murderous intent, struck down toward Nyx's back like a fallen meteor. Nyx, not being foolish, felt the chilling murderous aura behind her and shuddered. She immediately summoned her entire divine power, desperately channeling the abyss of darkness, hoping it could withstand the impending blow. In Nyx's view, although Jiang Xuan's divine abyss was formidable, his mental power entirely limited its potency. It was akin to a sports car. Regardless of its performance, sufficient fuel was required to propel it, or else it would stall before making any progress. Thus, mental power was Jiang Xuan's only shortcoming. At this juncture, Nyx had no intention of reasoning with Jiang Xuan. After all, she had nearly killed him moments ago. Anyone in her position would likely harbor resentment. Therefore, Nyx intended to exhaust Jiang Xuan's mental power completely before formulating her next move. However, ideals often diverge from reality. The moment the scarlet blade made contact with the abyss of darkness, it sliced through it effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu. How is this possible? Nyx's pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, she employed dark teleportation, appearing on the opposite side of the divine abyss in an instant. The spot she had just vacated was sliced away by the scarlet blade, which then vanished into the chaotic mist. Can it even devour my divine abyss? Nyx stood in stunned silence, feeling a portion of her dark essence dissipate, nearly driving her to madness. How could she continue? If it could consume the divine abyss? Was this not utterly absurd? Yet, just as she was lost in thought, the scarlet blade twisted direction and swiftly came charging at her once more. Realizing the imminent danger, Nyx's heart sank. This is bad. On the other side of the chaotic divine abyss, Jiang Xuan observed coldly as a shimmering light mirror materialized before him, depicting Nyx desperately evading the pursuit of the scarlet blade. This blade, an embodiment of chaotic power he had conjured, could effortlessly decompose any orderly being into its most primal, chaotic energy. After all, at the core of all existence, everything was merely a confluence of countless molecules and elements, intricately arranged to form a unique energy body. In his chaotic divine abode, he possessed the ability to disperse such energy forms, transforming the orderly into the chaotic. Otherwise, he would not have so effortlessly breached a divine realm moments ago. However, despite Jiang Xuan's formidable prowess, he harbored a critical weakness. His mental energy was alarmingly scant. After just a few uses, it was nearly depleted. Fortunately, having recently consumed a fragment of Nyx's dark divine realm, his mental strength had been partially replenished, allowing him to tenuously sustain the chaotic divine abode. At that moment, the chaotic mist behind Jiang Xuan began to stir, and a familiar silhouette emerged. Brother Xuan, Lin Qiye called softly. Due to the light mirror's influence, a few meters around Jiang Xuan remained illuminated, enabling Lin Qiye to see him not far away. However, Jiang Xuan paid him no heed, continuing to manipulate the crimson blade to relentlessly assault Nyx. Seeing this, Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, Brother Xuan was upset with him for failing to prevent their mother's anger earlier. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, Brother Xuan had always been exceptionally kind to him, and his recent actions had undoubtedly caused deep hurt. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye approached Jiang Xuan, draping an arm over his shoulder, and said earnestly, Brother Xuan, I'm sorry, I truly recognize my mistake. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan cast a surprised glance at him and replied, Oh, is that you, Qiye? What prompts you to apologize so suddenly? You haven't done anything to wrong me, have you? Lin Qiye felt a pang of bitterness at Jiang Xuan's sarcastic remark. Brother Xuan, believe me, the reason I couldn't intervene sooner was that I was taken aback by what our mother said. I didn't mean to neglect helping you. Jiang Xuan chuckled. Then what was that about confirming my safety before dealing with me? If I were truly the agent of chaos, would you really let Nyx eliminate me? Lin Qiye sighed. That would certainly be impossible, Brother Xuan. Besides, you're too clever not to realize I was merely buying time. To be candid, Mother is mentally unstable. She isn't a normal deity. I was genuinely concerned for your safety, which is why I spoke as I did. Moreover, we've grown up together. You know the kind of person I am. Alright, then tell me, where exactly did Nyx come from? If you clarify that for me, I'll believe what you said before. Jiang Xuan turned his head, his expression calm as he spoke. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. But soon he understood that Brother Xuan was testing him. After all, he was one of the few who knew him best. Jiang Xuan had likely already formed some suspicions regarding his peculiarities. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye leaned closer to Jiang Xuan and whispered, Brother Xuan, to be honest, there's a mental asylum in my head. Jiang Xuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this revelation. He hadn't expected Lin Qiye to confide such a matter. In the original story, the mental asylum was one of Lin Qiye's greatest trump cards, kept secret from everyone, even his closest friend, and Xingyu. It was surprising that Lin Qiye would divulge this information just because Jiang Xuan casually asked about Nyx's origins. Clearly, he regarded Jiang Xuan as family. Oh, you have a mental asylum in your head? Are you sure? I assure you, Brother Xuan, I would never deceive you. Lin Qiye insisted. Then shake your head for me first, Jiang Xuan replied. Confused, Lin Qiye thought Jiang Xuan wanted him to do something, so he obediently shook his head. What's wrong? Brother Xuan, I don't feel anything unusual. Oh, it's nothing. Just wondering if you can hear the sound of the ocean. Jiang Xuan chuckled. Lin Qiye was initially startled, but quickly realized that Jiang Xuan was implying he had water in his brain. His mouth twitched in annoyance as he punched Jiang Xuan lightly in the side, his expression darkening. Brother Xuan, I do not have water in my brain. Haha. finally catching on. Huh? All right, I'll take your word for it. Jiang Xuan continued to laugh. Lin Qiya's eyelids twitched. Can I interpret that as you saying I'm not very bright? What do you think? Jiang Xuan replied with a smirk. Of course you would. Given how clever you are. Lin Qiya shot back. Such a bold lad, daring to slander me. Do you want to be punished? Don't forget. You're still in my forbidden realm. I might just summon a few burly men for you to play with, believe it or not. No. Haha. You're not genuinely angry, are you? You just know the burly men are on their way. After a moment of playful banter, Jiang Xuan grew serious once more. Lin Qiya, take a moment to gather your thoughts. What I truly wish to know is this. When you mentioned your mental asylum, did it house several divine beings? As Lin Qiya began to explain, Jiang Xuan nodded along, feigning surprise. So, you're saying there are several divine beings locked away in your mental asylum? And Nyx is merely one of them? Furthermore, Li Yifei is alive and working for you? Perfect. He still owes me over $50. After piecing together the details, Jiang Xuan confirmed that Lin Qiya's mental asylum was indeed as he had previously read. Hey, Qiya, since your asylum can release divine beings, might I have the chance to see it? Currently that's not possible. To enter, you'd have to be killed by me. Lin Qiya pondered for a moment before responding. Then I'll pass. I'd prefer to live a little longer. Jiang Xuan retorted. However, if in the future you can allow others to enter, do let me know. I'd love to take a look. Lin Qiya nodded. No problem, Brother Xian. If the opportunity arises, I'll definitely inform you. Then Lin Qiya inquired, Brother Xian, now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, could you release Mother so she can apologize to you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's face momentarily showed embarrassment. Seeing his expression, Lin Qiya felt an ominous premonition rising within him. What's wrong, Brother Xian? You might want to see for yourself. Jiang Xuan pointed to the nearby light mirror, indicating Lin Qiya should look. Turning to the mirror, Lin Qiya was shocked to see a deranged woman sitting on the ground, mumbling incoherently. What is happening here? Perhaps I was too harsh with her earlier. I might have driven her insane. Jiang Xuan scratched his head, speculating. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's conjecture, Lin Qiya immediately closed his eyes and delved into the divine mental asylum. He discovered that the treatment progress for Nyx had inexplicably changed to 0000001. Lin Qiya, Brother Xian, is that really necessary? You reduced Nyx's treatment progress from 51% to nearly zero? How powerful are you? What happened? Jiang Xuan observed Lin Qiya's twitching mouth and curiously inquired, is there something amiss? Lin Qiya replied honestly, it's nothing significant, just that you, Xian Gu, have been rather ruthless, reducing my mother's treatment progress to nearly nothing. Isn't that a good thing? According to the rule you mentioned, won't you be able to draw 2 skills later? Jiang Xuan mused. Lin Qiya was taken aback. Is it really possible to play it that way? I thought I had already drawn 2 skills before. And if I were to restore my mother's health? All of that is mere speculation. You can simply try it out later. There is no real loss in experimenting, Jiang Xuan said with an amused expression. All right, I will give it a try, Lin Qiya replied. One wonders what kind of sparks will fly when Jiang Xuan assists Lin Qiya in healing those afflicted gods, helping Mei Lin with hair transplants, creating a partner for Balaki, singing the theme song of Journey to the West for Sun Wukong, and most importantly, declaring that phrase in the presence of chaos. Chapter 72, maintaining one's true heart upon seeing that both Jiang Xuan and Lin Qiya were unharmed. Yuan Gang couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Are you two all right? What exactly happened just now? And what about that deity? Yuan Gang inquired with curiosity. That deity has already departed. Before Jiang Xuan could respond, Lin Qiya spoke up. Departed? Why did she come here in the first place? Yuan Gang questioned, his expression filled with skepticism. She was here to find an agent, Lin Qiya explained. An agent? Then why did she attack Jiang Xuan? Was her claim that Jiang Xuan is the agent of chaos true? Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. Well, she misjudged the situation. Xian Ji's divine prohibition is merely reminiscent of chaos. He is not truly that deity's agent. Otherwise, the goddess wouldn't have left so easily. Lin Qiya quickly rationalized. I see, Yuan Gang said, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, though he chose not to pry further. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. And if one were to delve too deeply into every matter, the night watchman would surely not endure long. All right then, as long as the goddess has left. That is what matters. By the way, did she find her agent? Yuan Gang refrained from pressing further and simply stated. Of course she did. Found one. Who is it? Let me see. Far away yet so near, Lin Qiya replied. It's Jiang Xiaozai? Yuan Gang scratched his head, uncertain. Lin Qiya retorted, Instructor Yuan. Do you truly look down on me so? Oh, so it's you. Yuan Gang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The next morning, Jiang Xuan slowly awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of deep black eyes staring intently at him, mere inches away, accompanied by a fragrant scent of lavender. "Why are you staring at me first thing in the morning?" Jiang Xuan said with exasperation, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye before rolling over to resume his sleep. "Xian Ge, I have good news," Lin Qiye whispered, glancing at the sleeping by Li Pangpang. "What is it?" "Last night, just as you predicted, I successfully drew one of my Mother-S skills." "Is that it? Isn't that surprising? This indicates I can infinitely draw the powers of deities in the future," Lin Qiye exclaimed. Jiang Xuan, unfazed, merely scratched his backside and remarked, "What's so surprising about that? Oh, by the way, should I help you cut down that Nyx again? This way, you could extract another ability from her. How about it? Want to consider it, little Qiye?" Jiang Xuan added, finally turning over and relaxing. "Xian Ge, I'm reminding you once more, I am not little." At this, Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, suddenly intrigued, and scrutinized Lin Qiye meaningfully. "Oh really? You're not little? Have you forgotten our competition? Back then, you were 3 years old while I was merely 1. You were barely able to control yourself. And you dare to challenge me?" Lin Qiye retorted, clearly agitated. "And how many years has it been? If you have the courage, let us find a time to compete again. You truly have the audacity." Lin Qiye rolled his eyes at Jiang Xuan while playfully hitting him. "Huh. A challenge is a challenge. Who is afraid of who?" Jiang Xuan chuckled. "By the way, have you considered my suggestion? If you could acquire all the skills of a deity, wouldn't that elevate you to new heights?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye shook his head. "Let us forget it. I feel that method won't work." "Why not? Didn't you just succeed last night?" Jiang Xuan questioned. "It's not that the method itself is unworkable. It's that psychologically, it's untenable." "Psychologically? Is your conscience troubled?" "Exactly," Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. "If I were to follow your method, I'd soon be consumed by my own desires and completely lose myself. Ultimately, I'd become a madman who would stop at nothing to achieve my goals." "Oh? You possess this level of self-awareness?" Jiang Xuan said, astonished. Lin Qiye frowned. "I may sometimes appear absent-minded, but I'm not foolish. You truly underestimate me." "Huh. I'm actually relieved you didn't agree. If you had, I'd have to be cautious of you. After all, if you cannot restrain your desire to grow strong, it would only be a matter of time before you sought to eliminate me. Remember, whatever you do, always maintain your true heart. Do not let your desires cloud your judgment, for when regret arrives, you'll find yourself sitting on a cold bench, lamenting your choices." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Lin Qiye replied. Suddenly, an urgent whistle sounded from downstairs, causing Jiang Xuan to grimace. "Oh no, my lazy morning is ruined." Lin Qiye chuckled nearby. Chapter 73. Departure from the training camp. Unbeknownst to them, 5 months had swiftly passed, and it was now February. In the instructor's office, Chenmai stated earnestly, "I don't care. The new recruits must be given a break." Yuan Gang sighed deeply, exasperated. "Captain Chen, this is a closed training session, not a child's playtime. You can't just leave whenever you wish. You've been here long enough to understand this basic rule. Then just give Lin Qiye a break." Chenmai asserted after some contemplation. "Huh, a break specifically for Lin Qiye? Isn't Jiang Xiaozai also part of your 136 team? Why not intercede for him?" Yuan Gang asked, curious. Yuan Gang rubbed his forehead, exuding an air of exasperation. "Captain Chen, if this continues, the entire training camp will descend into chaos. And your actions are in violation of protocol. This predicament is quite difficult for me to navigate." Chenmai raised an eyebrow, and then slammed his palm on the table with a resounding thud. "Difficult? Then perhaps we should not bother at all. I must be frank with you. My teammates are lying in wait outside. If you refuse to comply, they will come in to take action." Lin Qiye, chuckling, interjected, "Bring it on." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang felt a rush of panic. Had he watched too many gangster films? The tone of his speech was remarkably menacing. "Captain Chen, please speak plainly. I cannot believe you would quibble with me over this matter." Yuan Gang picked up a nearby teacup and took a slow sip before continuing. At this, Chenmai's expression grew serious, and he spoke with utmost gravity. "The tides are about to change in Songnan City." Yuan Gang's pupils contracted suddenly. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Before long, all the recruits in the training camp assembled on the playground, standing in perfect formation, awaiting the command of their instructor. They were no longer the naive youths they once were. The innocence of their youth had long been worn away by countless trials. Now, they bore resolute expressions. Their gazes steady and profound, each movement and expression radiating a calm confidence that embodied the formidable aura a soldier ought to possess. "Attention. At ease. Attention. Today, we are not training. The reason for gathering you all is to announce a significant decision," Instructor Hong proclaimed from the podium, his voice booming. "Considering your current training conditions, we instructors have decided to conclude the training tasks for the first half of the year ahead of schedule. Anyone who attempts to leave here will have their qualifications as night watchman revoked, and there will be no room for negotiation. Is that understood? Understood. The new recruits responded excitedly in unison. Excellent. In that case, after the assembly is dismissed, everyone should promptly return to the dormitory to pack your belongings. We will regroup at the east gate of the training camp in half an hour. Now, everyone is dismissed. Woohoo. Haha, I'm free. Upon hearing Instructor Hong's command, the recruits scattered, racing towards the dormitory, with a few shouts echoing in the background. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye glanced anxiously at Jiang Xuan and couldn't help but speak up. Brother Xian, do you feel, before Lin Qiye could finish? Jiang Xuan waved his hand to interrupt him, quickly asserting, no need to feel. It is quite evident. Evident? Evident of what? Li Pang, who had joined them unnoticed, asked, bewildered by Jiang Xuan's words. Jiang Xuan shot him a sidelong glance. It means someone is coming to take your life. Li Pang shuddered, awkwardly laughing. Brother Xian, stop joking. Who would be bored enough to attack a training camp? With so many instructors here, unless they are out of their minds. Ha ha ha, with 2 divine agents. One being the heir of the Bailey family, and the other possessing dual forbidden realms. Oh, and let us not forget. Qie seems to be the world's first dual divine agent. Do you believe that with these credentials, those lurking in the shadows would dare to take a risk? Jiang Xuan replied with a knowing smile. So, the instructors intend to divide us, scattering us? Lin Qie surmised. Precisely. If we remain in the training camp, we risk facing significant weaponry from the opposition, potentially leading to our capture. Only by dispersing can we have the chance to confront those lurking rats one by one. After all, they hold the advantage of secrecy. Soon, they had packed their belongings and prepared to depart. Hey? Pang, why are you empty-handed? Aren't you packing anything? Oh. It's unnecessary. The presidential suite is everything. Are you saying you'll be staying in a suite that costs 20 to 30,000 a night for 4 days? Yes. Why not? We were only given 4 days off. I can't extend my stay? Jealousy transforms me into something unrecognizable. Those wretched wealthy individuals. Once all the recruits had gathered at the east gate, the instructors began to distribute black boxes from the bus, while the other instructors were busy with the boxes. Instructor Hong began to explain, listen closely. Inside these boxes are starfall knives for your self-defense. However, unless absolutely necessary, do not use them recklessly. Understood. All right. Once the starfall knives are distributed, everyone should board the vehicles in an orderly manner. Do not linger here. However, just as they were about to exit the training camp. What the heck? I've broken through. What a coincidence. Lin Qiye exclaimed, astonished as he felt the surge of mental energy within him. A clear indication of his breakthrough to the pool realm. As Jiang Xuan stepped out of the training camp, he felt as if a great weight had been lifted. His entire being rejuvenated, and his mental energy had increased significantly. Both the immortal and bestowal divine realms had also reached the pool realm. Yet, amidst the collective elation of breakthroughs, Jiang Xuan suddenly leaped forward, hands on his hips, pointing skyward, and exclaimed, Hey everyone, look at the sky. The group looked up, noticing the clear blue sky and a prominent sun shining brightly. Seriously? That is obvious. It's daytime. What else would be in the sky besides the sun? Is it necessary to shout? They all shared a moment of silent frustration. Hey, everyone, look over there. Small flying sticks are coming. Jiang Xuan continued. The group exchanged incredulous glances, thinking, is Jiang Xuan losing his mind? Just as they were pondering this, several black dots appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching them. Wait, is there something really coming? Oh no, could it be actual flying sticks? A young recruit questioned. No way, could it be missiles? Run. However, the missiles were far too swift. Just as they began to comprehend the situation, the missiles were already hovering above the training camp. 3 of them were directly aimed at Jiang Xuan and his group, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. In that instant, Lin Qiye's pupils constricted, and as he attempted to flee, he realized it was too late. Oh no. But just as the missiles were mere meters from their heads, darkness enveloped their vision, plunging them into an abyss of shadows. The abyssal divine realm. A familiar voice resonated. Lin Qiye's lips twitched. Brother Xian, when did you learn this technique? He asked, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Indeed, this abyssal divine realm is one of Nike's signature skills, which I only recently mastered. How did you learn it? Jiang Xuan smiled mischievously. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye seemed to connect the dots, his expression morphing into one of shock. You can devour the essence of the divine? Congratulations, you've answered correctly, but alas, there is no prize. However, as Lin Qiye was about to inquire further, Jiang Xuan raised his hand to interrupt, saying, This is not the time for chit-chat. I will explain everything after this attack is over. You must remember that I can utilize any skills related to Nyx. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, Brother Xian, Can you also use the extraordinary birth? Jiang Xuan's form suddenly froze. Then, with a grand gesture, he activated the dark divine ruins, abruptly redirecting the missiles suspended in the air to veer away, sending them hurtling towards the training camp. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberated with intense explosions. Hey, Brother Xian, what just happened? Why did everything go dark for a moment? Ba Li Pang scratched his head, puzzled, as he turned to Jiang Xuan. Oh, it's nothing much, just that you nearly reincarnated into the realm of beasts. Jiang Xuan shrugged casually. Ba Li Pang's mouth twitched. If you can talk, just say less. Meanwhile, within the training camp's base, Yuan Gang stood amidst a sea of flames, his golden aura gradually fading. His eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. There are indeed traitors within the training camp. Just then, a frantic instructor rushed over. Sir, we have just suffered a strike from 7 missiles, 4 of which landed in the training camp, while the other 3 hit the bus meant for the new recruits. What? Yuan Gang's pupils contracted sharply. What is their condition now? The instructor's face darkened as if he had recalled something dreadful, but he continued, the new recruits are mostly unharmed. It seems Lin Chiye activated his second divine ruin to protect them, but what? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, sensing the instructor's hesitation. Why leave it half said? This is infuriating. Lin Chiye accidentally redirected those missiles into our training camp, and our dormitory happened to be right next to it, resulting in our base being blown to pieces. A heavy silence ensued, enveloping the atmosphere. After some deliberation, the instructors resolved to proceed with their original plan and evacuate the new recruits from the training camp. On the bus, Jiang Xuan reclined casually, gazing out of the window. Humming an indiscernible tune, a Lin sister fell from the sky. You sit at the bow, and I walk on the shore. Lin Chiye interjected. Oh, it's nothing much. I just realized that within my chaos divine ruin, I can utilize the chaos's disorder to disperse the source power of deities, then reassemble it into my own source power. Moreover, during the reassembly, the original skills and attributes remain intact, albeit with diminished potency. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's explanation, Lin Chiye was left utterly astounded, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a whole egg. Such magnitude! Do you think this is a mere tea party? Are you not cheating? Lin Chiye exclaimed, astonished. Ha ha ha! You dare to accuse me of cheating? Look in the mirror. Your mental asylum is far more formidable than mine. I must confront those deities head-on to seize their source power, whereas you simply have 6 deities waiting for your lottery. We are equally matched, so do not cast stones. Jiang Xuan retorted, irate at Lin Chiye's accusation. You, an avatar of the universe, dare to call me a cheat? Not to mention the asylum granted to you by Sanjiu. Your mere existence is the greatest cheat. By the way, I just informed Instructor Hong that it was you who saved those recruits, so all the credit will fall on your shoulders. Huh? Oh, sure, no problem. I excel at reaping the benefits. Lin Chiye responded with a pat on his chest, elated. In truth, he understood Jiang Xuan's concern about the potential leakage of his ruins information, which could lead to a cascade of unnecessary troubles. Furthermore, Jiang Xuan had utilized the skills of the night goddess he represented, thus attributing the previous incident to him was reasonable and left no room for doubt. As soon as they arrived, Lin Chiye leapt off, greeted Jiang Xuan, and hurried upstairs, exclaiming loudly, just as Jiang Xuan squatted on the ground, bored and doodling circles. A gray little mouse approached him, standing upright with its hands on its hips. Well, Jiang Xuan observed the little mouse with keen interest. This must be a creation of Qingyu, he mused. After pondering for a moment, he decided to test it, saying, Hey, what are you staring at? I am your father. Want to come into my Mickey's fun house? Jiang Xuan leaned in to listen. Hey, awesome, let's go. Oh, look at my memory. To summon the fun house, we need our chant. Come on, repeat after me. Miska, Maska, Baka Baka, Mickey Mouse. Thus, Jiang Xuan repeatedly recited the chant he had created for about 10 times before finally concluding. He then watched as the mouse, controlled by Qingyu, began arranging a pile of yellowing leaves in a systematic manner on the ground. Curious, Jiang Xuan instinctively read aloud the information laid out on the ground. What the hell? Damn it, this foul little mouse has already sealed its fate. Upon realizing what was on the ground, Jiang Xuan was filled with rage and, with a swift kick, sent the mocking mouse flying several meters away. He then smashed the 2 letters formed by the leaves into 1,000,000 pieces. Yet, just after he finished, 5 or 6 more little mice suddenly darted out from the greenery, standing still as before, their eyes mocking him. Some even held a pile of leaves, seemingly attempting to form elegant Chinese characters. Hey, Qingyu, there's no need for that. Brother Xian was just joking with you. Jiang Xuan observed the street gradually filling with people after work, his lips twitching before he surrendered. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's plea, the mice ceased their actions. One of the mice waved at Jiang Xuan, gesturing for him to follow. Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan trailed behind the mouse to a sewer entrance. The mouse, upon noticing Jiang Xuan's arrival, squeezed through the small gap of the sewer cover. Moments later, it re-emerged, clutching a small piece of paper. Jiang Xuan accepted the note, quickly discerning the information written on it. You, Lin Xie, that fatso, hotel presidential suite attack tomorrow. Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted in shock. Wait, and Qingyu is impressive. Having mastered the sewers of Songnan City so swiftly? After reading the information on the front, Jiang Xuan flipped the note over and found a few lines of small text. Could you spare a bit of your blood? Please. Jiang Xuan, what the heck? Is this really how Qingyu behaves in the original work? Why does it exude such a strong scent of a sycophant? Jiang Xuan stared dumbfounded at the note in his hand, questioning whether this truly was written by Qingyu. As Jiang Xuan was about to disregard the words above and turn away, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a little mouse on the ground. Its tiny hands curved above its head, forming a heart shape. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xuan, his body held an irresistible allure for Qingyu. With its extraordinary regenerative abilities, immense destructive power, and remarkable endurance, complemented by the formidable and enigmatic forbidden ruins, it was indeed a quintessential specimen of the human physique. And Qingyu had already fallen in love with his body, deeming it a natural embodiment of a lab rat. To not utilize it for research would be a grave misfortune. All right, just this once. But it is crucial to emphasize, only this time. Jiang Xuan lamented, his expression pained. Subsequently, the little mouse nodded appreciatively, its hands clasped in front as if to express gratitude. Jiang Xuan peered inside, noticing a multitude of mice gathering to collectively lift a test tube, as wide as a bowl, from the ground with great effort. Jiang Xuan's pupils dilated in shock, unable to suppress his outrage. Such a massive size? Do you think this is tea? Chapter 76. Unforeseen circumstances after a blissful night at home. The following morning arrived. Brother Xian, is your information reliable? Is there truly an assassination attempt against us today? Should we call Captain Chen to relocate my aunt and the others? Lin Xie expressed, concern etched upon his face. Initially, Lin Xie had hoped to enjoy a few days at home, but unexpectedly, early that morning, Brother Xian had come upstairs, insisting he needed to leave due to urgent matters concerning Captain Chen. As they stepped outside, Jiang Xuan divulged everything, revealing an assassination plot against them, causing Lin Xie's heart to race with worry for the safety of his aunt and Jing. Rest assured, I have already spoken to Zhao Kongqi. He assured me they would come to escort our family to safety shortly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have informed your aunt of the emergency task necessitating their relocation due to an incident in Songnan City. Once Zhao Kongqi arrives to explain, your aunt will understand the situation and, at most, will be slightly worried. However, that can easily be managed. We can call home after we're safe. Jiang Xuan explained with conviction. That works. It won't involve our family, so let us go find Bai Li and the others. Lin Xie suggested. Agreed. With that, Jiang Xuan and Lin Xie hailed a taxi, speeding towards the hotel where Bai Li was staying. Moments later, as Jiang Xuan and Lin Xie barely exited the taxi, a dark object suddenly charged towards the luxurious hotel before them. Boom. They narrowly avoided being struck. Jiang Xuan, still shaken, remarked. Meanwhile, Lin Xie gazed gravely at a man holding a placard ahead, murmuring, Night Watchman. Bathrobe, bathrobe. Chao Yuan, quickly remove my shroud of modesty. What are you shouting about? If you want to eat my seat, just say so. Falling from that height could be fatal. What does your modesty matter? A flash of golden light passed, and they landed safely. Unrestricted void? Bai Li was puzzled, wondering if the night watchman had become this efficient, arriving immediately after a terrorist incident. Chao Yuan, expressionless, replied, They may not be here to handle the terrorist attack. Not to handle the terrorist attack? Then what are they here for? To deal with us? Chao Yuan smiled slyly as he observed two figures approaching them. Correct, but unfortunately, there is no prize. Just as Bai Li and Chao Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, a tall, muscular man before them suddenly shrank as if deflating. Eventually, he transformed into a diminutive figure, barely a meter tall, appearing alarmingly frail. What just happened? Bai Li exclaimed in shock. Sequence 214, Body Recombination. The smaller the form, the more terrifying the strength. In simpler terms, what is condensed is essence, Chao Yuan quipped. At that moment, the emaciated man coldly scoffed, even in the face of death. You still joke? Is this how the newcomers of the Night Watchman behave? Having finished his taunt, he fell silent, slicing through the air like a blade, charging towards Bai Li and the others. A fist, the size of a sandbag, rapidly enlarged in their eyes, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Yao Guan, Bai Li shouted. Yet, the next second, a sudden whooshing sound echoed in everyone's ears. A thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire space. The overwhelming blast tore through the surroundings, sending debris flying in every direction, creating chaos and obscuring visibility with swirling dust and smoke. The enormous golden light sphere formed by Yao Guang was blasted into the sky, tumbling away before being caught by a hand. "Hey, are you alive? Make a sound." Eek. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bai Li's face lit up with joy. "Jiang Xuan, Lin Xie, you are courting death." Just then, the man wielding 3 knives lunged from behind Jiang Xuan, drawing his blades to strike at Jiang Xuan's back. "Brother Xuan, be careful," both Lin Xie and Chao Yuan warned in unison. Before the man with 3 knives could react, 2 familiar voices echoed from behind him. "Protect Brother Xuan. It's everyone's responsibility. Mess with Bald Chong, and you'll get no mercy." With a resounding thud, the man with the 3 knives received a brick to the back of his head, twisting his expression in agony. Who ambushed me?" The man with 3 knives looked up to see 3 dolls, each holding a red brick, grinning triumphantly before him. These 3 dolls were none other than the bear dolls Jiang Xuan had previously animated: Xiongda, Xiong'er, and Bald Chong. Man with 3 knives, what in the world? Is this some kind of hallucination from lack of rest? Have animated characters come to life? In truth, with Jiang Xuan's current mental prowess, he could animate up to 10 static objects, bringing them to life. However, having remained in the training camp without any dolls or statues to practice on, he had only managed to control these 3 figures thus far. Change of plans. Retreat. The man with 3 knives decided swiftly. Upon hearing his declaration, Jiang Xuan said nothing further. He merely raised the device in his hand, turning to aim at a skyscraper several hundred meters away, slowly preparing to press the button. The moment the man with 3 knives observed Jiang Xuan's action, he was momentarily stunned. Things are getting complicated. Chapter 77, The Risks of the Road in Songnan No. On the skyscraper, several hundred meters away, the female archer sensed impending danger as Jiang Xuan aimed at her. Just as she contemplated fleeing, the next moment, whoosh. A piercing sound cut through the air, and in the rapidly narrowing pupils of the female archer, a dark spot swiftly magnified before her eyes until it fully reached her. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire space as if struck by a thunderbolt. The man, known for his swift strikes, gazed in astonishment as the chamber occupied by the female archer was utterly shattered by an overwhelming force. This explosive projectile was conjured by Jiang Xuan using the Chaos Divine Ruins, and he skillfully controlled the energy released upon detonation, ensuring that it would eliminate the female archer without causing collateral damage. You wretched brat. I shall fight you to the death." At this moment, the 2 assassins who had come to kill were filled with rage, abandoning any thought of retreat. They turned fiercely towards Jiang Xuan, intent on engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Moments later, crimson blood spilled forth like a breached dam, staining the ground, and the sickening scent of iron filled the air, inducing nausea. 2 headless corpses lay lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan stood motionless, his gaze as frigid as an iceberg, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Lin Xie observed Jiang Xuan's cool demeanor for the first time and couldn't help but scrutinize him with curiosity. "Well, it's the first time I've noticed that Brother Xuan has a handsome side, though he pales in comparison to me." Yet, the very next moment, Jiang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly dashed to the side, clutching a nearby trash bin to vomit violently, nearly expelling his bile. Lin Xie remarked, "Forget it. Let's pretend I never said anything." In truth, Jiang Xuan's reaction was not entirely unwarranted. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly foul, akin to someone forcibly prodding one's throat, rendering it utterly revolting. "What is happening on the rooftop?" Lin Xie disregarded Jiang Xuan, who was still retching, and turned to inquire of Chao Yuan. The instructor is likely still engaged in combat with those assassins. Just from the intensity of the battle, we can infer they are at least from the Chuan realm. Should we assist? Chao Yuan suggested. I think we should refrain from intervening. The battle in the Chuan realm is beyond our capabilities as mere novices from the Qi realm. We wouldn't want to inadvertently complicate matters. Moreover, Instructor Hong and the others have likely prepared adequately, and a mishap is unlikely. Lin Xie speculated. So, what should we do now? We can't just sit idly by, can we? At that moment, Jiang Xuan had finished vomiting and approached just in time to hear Chao Yuan's question about their next course of action. After a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly replied. As the old saying goes, before the army moves, one must prepare provisions. Since we, as mere foot soldiers, are not moving, let us first procure some sustenance. All right. I'm quite famished myself. Let's go eat together. Ba Li Pang perked up at the mention of food, eagerly supporting the idea. I have no objections. I also skipped breakfast. Let us all go eat something. Thus, after some discussion, the group made their way to a nearby noodle shop to dine. Boss, I'll have a bowl of hot dry noodles. A serving of knife-cut noodles, hold the scallions, please. A bowl of braised beef noodles with chicken cutlet, chicken leg, cilantro, and scallions. A bowl of pulled noodles with all the meat options available, and oh, boss, please add extra chili, the super spicy kind, as I love it hot. Got it. You all find a seat. Your meals will be ready shortly. The owner, upon hearing their orders, couldn't contain his delight and hurried to the kitchen to prepare. What a lucrative day this is. Before long, the noodles for Jiang Xuan's table were served. However, upon seeing Jiang Xuan's large bowl glistening with oil, resembling noodles merely sprinkled with chili, the corners of their mouths began to twitch uncontrollably. Brother Xian really has a penchant for extreme spiciness. Just as they were engrossed in their meal, for new arrivals entered the noodle shop Shen Qizhu and his 3 companions. Hey, you're here too. Come, come. Let us all eat together. It's on me. Bai Li Pang Pang greeted Shen Qizhu with cordiality, waving his hand. Shen Qizhu, upon noticing the mountain of food in Bai Li Pang Pang's bowl, couldn't he help but grimace. Those wretched wealthy folks. Never mind, you enjoy your meal. I'll treat myself. He turned to the owner. Bring us 4 bowls of clear soup, 3 bowls of shredded meat noodles, and 1 bowl of clear soup noodles. Oh, you all have arrived. Please find a place to sit. Your noodles will be ready shortly. The owner replied warmly. However, just as the owner turned to leave, Shen Qizhu swiftly extracted his wallet, producing some bills and handing them to the owner. His movements were rapid, seemingly intent on concealing the contents of his wallet from prying eyes. Seated nearby, Jiang Xuan, with his mouth smeared with red oil, mused that Shen Qizhu might have depleted his wallet entirely with that gesture. Lin Qiye, sitting opposite Jiang Xuan, also took note of Shen Qizhu's wallet, which appeared cleaner than Jiang Xuan's face, and was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, the two exchanged glances, and Lin Qiye nodded subtly at Jiang Xuan, suggesting he might help Shen Qizhu earn some meal money. After all, they were all part of the same training camp, and any assistance would be appreciated. Understanding Lin Qiye's implication, Jiang Xuan's mind quickly sparked with an idea for a profitable venture. He set down his chopsticks, rose, and approached Shen Qizhu's table, speaking earnestly. Shen Qizhu, I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you. Would you be amenable? Shen Qizhu, observing Jiang Xuan's lips swollen from the spice, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and replied, Go ahead. There's a route in Songnan. Though it carries significant risks, the potential profits are substantial. I wonder if you might be interested in learning more? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Shen Qizhu,